What's going on, everybody? It's Bucky and welcome to your very first Java tutorial. Now in this tutorial, before we begin writing any programs, we first need to download something called the JDK. And for all you new Java developers out there, this is the program that lets you actually write Java and actually compile it. And compile just means transferring it from code you can understand, the code the computer can understand. So just follow me, and by the end you'll be able to write Java code. So the first thing I need you to do is go ahead and open up your internet browser right here. And once you have that open, I'm going to use Firefox. Go ahead and go to the website java.sun.com. And this is going to give you Java's main page. What you want to look for is the download link, and this is going to give you a bunch of different Java editions to download. You're going to want to go to the Java SE link, and this stands for Java Standard Edition. So go ahead and click that, and what we're looking for is something called the JDK, and this stands for Java Development Kit, so we can write and compile Java programs. Now we just want the top one, which is a standard one. This EE stands for Enterprise Edition. This NetBeans is something else. We don't want that. So just go ahead and find the standard basic edition and click download. And once you click that, it's probably going to bring you to a new page. Let's see. And yep. And it's going to say Windows, which we want, English, which we want. Go ahead and agree and press continue. I already have this downloaded, so I'm not gonna download it again. That would just be stupid. But once you download it, it's gonna give you an executable file. Now, your executable file is gonna look something like one of these. This is something else I downloaded, but it's gonna give you a file like this called exe. Once you get that file, go ahead and double-click this, and that's gonna start the wizard to download the JDK. Now it also might give you a file on your desktop right here, like put it somewhere right here. If it's right there, then just double click that, and once you do, a wizard's gonna pop up, and you're probably gonna have to click like next 40 times and press I agree to some stuff, next. But once that's all done, then you're gonna have the Java compiler downloaded. Now let me show you guys what the Java compiler is. If you go to your start menu, then press CMD and press enter, your command prompt is going to come up. Now what this allows you to do is have access to your Java compiler, and again, like I said before, the Java compiler allows you to transfer code that you can understand to code the computer can understand, and that's what we just downloaded. So let's test it out. Java C, press enter, nothing's working. And nothing's working because the Java compiler, it has it downloaded, but whenever you try to use it, it doesn't know where it is. So let me show you guys how to do that. And again, pay very close attention to this. Hopefully you downloaded it with all the default settings. If you didn't, then well, you're still going to be able to see what's going on. But go ahead and in your start menu, click on computer. Now go ahead and click the local disk, or whatever your main hard drive is. Then go ahead and click program files. Now you should have a folder called Java. Go ahead and click that. Now go ahead and click the version JDK. If you don't see this, it means you didn't download it right. So go ahead and click that, JDK. The next thing and last thing I want you guys to do is click on the thing that says bin right here. And remember, you follow all these instructions very carefully. Next, right click on any of these things right here. Just click on your topmost one. Remember, right click it and click properties. Now this is where you're going to tell Java to look for your compiler. So it says location. Go ahead and copy all of location, right click it and copy it. It should say something like C program files Java, your version, and say bin. The last thing, make sure you get that bin. That's very important. If you're not if you don't see it, then do this tutorial again and do exactly as it say. Anyways, you want to see that bin. So once you have this golden code, that's what we're looking for. Go ahead and X out of that. Now that's where the compiler is. So how do we tell your computer to look there? Well, go ahead to click My Computer again from your start menu, and click properties. Remember, you want to right click it and click properties. All of these are very important. Go ahead and click advanced system settings, and probably a little message is going to pop up if my computer is not freezing, and it is. So my computer, properties, advanced system settings, there we go, continue, and you're gonna see something in your system properties called environment variables. Go ahead and click that, and pay attention what I'm gonna do here. What we want to do is create a new user variable, so go ahead and click new. Now the variable name for this, you have to write path, P-A-T-H, and the variable value is going to write where that compiler is. Remember that link with the bin. So that's why it's really important that you get that link. Now go ahead and click OK, and bam, click OK on this, OK, and you now have your compiler set up and ready to run. So go ahead and go back to your command line, and in command line go ahead and type javac, and unlike before, we now have a bunch of crap that pops up, and this crap means that our compiler is ready and set and ready to go. So now, with that being said, we know that we are now able to write Java programs. So in the next tutorial, I'll show you guys how to do that, but for now, just follow this tutorial. That's how you install Java on your computer, so you can actually write Java programs. If you didn't follow those instructions exactly like I said, you're not going to be able to write Java programs on your computer. So make sure to follow this tutorial very carefully. Do it exactly as I did. I know it's kind of a pain in the butt, but it'll be worth it in the long run. So thank you guys for watching. Make sure you get Java installed. If you have any questions or I wasn't clear on anything, just send me a message or leave a comment, and hopefully I'll get back to you. So again, thank you guys for watching. Hopefully you have Java installed, and in the next tutorial I'll show you guys how to write our first Java program. So thank you, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I'll see you in the next tutorial. What's up everyone, it's Bucky. Welcome to your second Java tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you how to run a Java program. Now I'm not going to be teaching you a lot of the syntax about what's in a Java program. Before we do that, we actually need to know how to run one. So pretty much you're just going to be copying me write a simple program, and then you're going to be learning how to run it. So go ahead and open any editor. I'm going to open Notepad++ just because it's my favorite one. And go ahead, and the first thing you want to do is go to File, Save As, and we want to save this in, remember, whatever location. I already made a file on my right off my hard drive. In there I have a folder called test, and I'm going to save this as, let's save it as YouTube.java. And of course that .java is very important, and don't forget where you're saving this. This is also important. So now we have a file called anything.java. Mine's called youtube.java. Now I'm pretty much just going to show you a simple hello world program. Again, in this tutorial I'm not going to be showing you like how to write Java. I'm just going to be showing you how to run it, and in the next couple tutorials I'll show you what everything means in it. But for beginners, just follow me. The first thing you need to write is a class. Now a class in Java, pretty much in Java everything begins with a class, and if you don't have a class you can't do anything. So you can't do anything until you create a class. So I'm gonna go ahead and make a class called apples, and in that class we're gonna have something called a method. Now again, you don't really need to know any of this stuff. I'm just making a simple program. I'm just talking you along. You'll understand what all this means later, but for now just stick with me. Now in your class you're going to have something called a method. Now a method is pretty much a list of things to do, and this method is going to be inside the class. Now the first thing your computer does is whenever it runs a Java program, it looks for a method called main. So let's go ahead and create that, and you do this by clicking public, static, void, main, and all of these actually mean something, but again, don't worry about it for now. I promise you'll understand. Then in your parameter type string args, args, and put empty square brackets. And I don't know if I can copy this code in my description or not, but if I can, I'll put it in my description. But I got a feeling YouTube's not going to let me put code in for security reasons. Next, after in your method, you're going to want to have to put a statement or instruction about what you want your computer to do. So go ahead and write system period out period print ln, and what this does is pretty much print a line on your computer. Now in your parameters, go ahead and write whatever you want. Hello YouTube. Now go ahead and save this, and you can go ahead and find a Hello World program from somewhere on the internet. Again, I just talked to you guys through that real quick. I promise this isn't even part of the tutorial. The tutorial is just to show you how to run this. So I'll be teaching you what all this means later. So go ahead, and this is where the tutorial really begins. Go ahead in the command prompt, and the first thing we need to do before we run this program is actually compile it. Now when we compile a program, it pretty much takes what we've written and changes it into something called a class file. Now your computer can't read any files called .java. It can only read .class. So that's a compiler's job, to take that .java and change it into something .class that your computer can understand. So right now what we need to do is find this file, and go find it. You use something called cd \, and what this does is take you to the very beginning of your hard drive. And this is just a quick tutorial if you've never used command prompt before. Once you're in your C drive, press dir and press enter. This is going to give you a list that's everything in your C drive. As you can see, one of my directories or folders is called test. So let's go ahead and press cd, which means change directory, to test. Now we are in the test. So again, from your C drive, press cd test. Now press dir and see what's in this. And let's see, YouTube Java. So how do we compile this YouTube Java? Well, once you're in your test, go ahead and press Java C, which means Java compiler, and then press YouTube.java. And this means, alright, use the compiler on YouTube Java, and then go ahead and press enter. And what your computer does is, now if you press dir, we now have a apples.class. So what it does is take that Java file and change it into a class file depending on whatever you name your class. Remember, I named mine apples. So now that we have a class file, a file that the computer can understand, we can actually run this program. So let's go ahead and type Java, and that means run this program, and then type in the name of your class, which is apples. And now when you press enter, it says hello YouTube. So that's a quick tutorial on how to run simple Java programs. And again, I can't stress this enough, don't worry if you didn't get that Hello World program. That's not even the tutorial I wanted to teach you guys today. The tutorial was learn how to run these simple Java programs from your command line. And in the next tutorial, I'm going to be clearing a bunch of things up. So just practice running a simple program. I suggest you just to go ahead and copy a Hello World program from the internet somewhere. And once you do, just practice running it. And if you have any questions, you can just send me a message on YouTube or leave a comment, and I'll try to get back to you. But thank you guys for watching. Hopefully now you know how to run a simple program, even though you don't know what it means yet. So again, thank you guys for watching. Make sure to subscribe to my channel, and I will see you next tutorial. What's up everyone, it's Bucky, and welcome to your third Java tutorial. Now in this tutorial, I'm going to be showing you guys how to download something called an IDE, where we're going to be writing our Java code. So again, there's one more last thing I need you guys to download, I promise, and then we're actually going to be start programming Java. So in the last tutorial, I showed you guys how to create a program in any notepad or any text editor, and how you can run it from your command line. But the only problem with this, and it's kind of a big problem, whenever you have a program like this in a regular text editor, and say you have like a 1,000-line program, whenever you try to compile it and run it, if something's wrong with it, you have no idea what's wrong and you don't even know where to look. Therefore, it's sometimes useful to get a better editor just for Java, made specifically. So that's why we need to download something called an IDE. And I'm going to show you guys how to do that right now. Go ahead and open up your internet browser and go ahead and click eclipse.org. And Eclipse is pretty much a special text editor for only Java. So once this loads, go ahead and on the main page you're going to see something called downloads. Go ahead and click downloads. Now this is going to give you a couple downloads to click from. What you want is either the first one or the second one. I got the first one just because it includes a little more. And go ahead, and if you're on Windows, go ahead and click Windows. And what this is going to do is it's going to download an Eclipse IDE, and that's pretty much a text editor for Java. I'll show you guys what it is in a little bit. But where it's going to be is if you go to Computer and then go to wherever your downloads are, you're going to have something called a zip folder. What you need to do is extract. You're going to have a folder like this right here. What you need to do is right click it and press extract all. Then once you click extract all, it's going to give you a little wizard. Once you extract all that information, you're going to get a regular folder like this. This is pretty much like compressed stuff, and to get all the information out you need to extract it. That's what you do with any zip folder, by the way. Now once you have your regular folder, you can double click it, and now your Eclipse program is in this. And it's the little one that says application with a little Eclipse logo next to it. And what I did is I right clicked it and I created a shortcut, or you can press send to desktop, and this gives you, instead of having to go through your computer hard drive, you have a nice little shortcut on your computer right here where you can just click it and start writing Java programs. So again, it's just a basic download. I just want to show you guys, walk you through it a little bit. But once you do all that, you have the Eclipse program on your computer. So double click that and your Eclipse program starts running. Just select the default workspace, anyone is fine. And what this program does is allow you to edit code. So another cool thing about this, it has a compiler built right into it, so we can just run our code right from the same program. You don't have to mess around in the command line. So what we need to do first is go ahead and press File, New, Project, or Java Project, doesn't matter what one. Go ahead and press Java Project. Now you need a project name. I'm going to name mine Bucky, and go ahead and press Next, and then go ahead and press Finish. You probably could press Finish, but now you have a project named Bucky, and it just puts everything into a project. So you can, if you're working on like a different Java thing for a different company, but for here we're only going to be working with one project, so we only needed to do that once. Next, you have a project called Bucky on the left hand side of your screen, and go ahead and press this little arrow and it decollapses or expands this little pane, and you're going to see something called a JRE system library and a source. We want to work with the source file, so go ahead and right click this and press New Class. Since we want to create, if you remember, everything is in class in Java, so go ahead and click this, and you got to name your class something. Go ahead and I'm going to name mine Apples, and go ahead and press Finish. Now as you can see, it already starts writing the code for us, public class. Now I'm not going to be teaching you how to write code in this tutorial. I already have a class named Apples from last tutorial, so I just wanted to get you guys set up in Eclipse in this tutorial. So let me go ahead and paste a program I already wrote. It's the same program I wrote in the last tutorial. And now once you have a program, I'm just going to show you guys how to run it, and then in the next tutorial I'm going to be showing you how to write everything. How to run programs in Eclipse, what you do is press this little circle with a triangle in it, and that says Run. And if you go ahead and press that, what your program does is just go ahead and run as Java application. Go ahead and click OK, OK, and down here it just runs your program. So that saves you a ton of time from saving it, finding the path, going in the command line. This is about 8,000 times easier than using a command line. So again, follow those instructions, and I want to show you guys one more reason why this is useful. In the command line in Notepad, if we had an error, then it would just mess up and it wouldn't tell us what's wrong. In this one, say instead of system we wrote syst something like that. That isn't a valid code, so whenever we try to run this and press OK, it says error exists. And then down here it says, alright, where does it exist? On line 3, right here. So you go 1, 2, 3, here's where your error is. Bam, you know exactly where it is and what you need to fix. So again, Eclipse is a really powerful tool, and that's the last thing I wanted to teach you guys. And now we are finally ready to learn the Java language. So now that you have done all of that, make sure to check out my next tutorial where I'm going to be teaching you what all this crap finally means, and finally how to write the Java language in syntax. So again, I want to thank you guys for watching. I thank you guys for sticking with me running all of these programs and getting Java set up. I know it's a pain in the butt, but thank you guys. And again, make sure to subscribe to my channel. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next tutorial. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to your 4th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, we're going to be writing a basic Hello World program. But before we get started, let me point out to you guys one thing. Now, I told you guys that the point of downloading Eclipse was to check for errors, and whenever you get those error messages, it's going to say what line that the error is on so we can fix it. But the thing with Eclipse, and it's odd that it comes default like this, by default it comes without showing the line numbers. So before we get started, let me show you guys how to do one thing that I know a bunch of you guys are going to send me messages asking me how to do. In your window tab at the top, go ahead and click on Preferences, and then your Preferences tab is going to pop up. Go ahead and expand your General, Editors, Text Editors, and once you click that, it's going to have something that says Show Line Number. Go ahead and click Show Line Number, and go ahead and click Apply. Now, if you guys could guess what this did, it wouldn't surprise you. Showed the line number right there. Now we have our line number, so whenever we get errors, which we're bound to get, we're going to know where to go and where to fix them. Now, as promised, let me get to the basic Java programming, which you've all been waiting for. Now in Eclipse, once you create a class, it already starts writing some of the code for you, and it creates a class. Now again, I know I told you guys in the last tutorial, but let me stress why a class is important. In Java, everything begins with a class. So if you don't have a class, then you don't have Java. Or excuse me, Java. I don't know what the heck you have if you don't have a class, but you need one in Java. So again, everything we're going to be writing in this tutorial is going to be inside your class semicolon. So make sure you're not typing out here or anything like that. And I'm going to be telling you guys exactly what a class is later, but for right now, all you need to know is to type inside it. So just bear with me here. Now inside your class, the first thing we're going to make is something called a method. Now what a method is basically a recipe on how you want to run your program. Now the first thing your computer does when it runs a Java program is it looks for a method called main, and if it doesn't find the method main, it has no idea where to start. So in your computer in Java, built in is the instructions to your computer. Alright, the first thing I want you to do is look for main and start there, and from there I'm going to tell you what to do. So since that's the case, the first thing we need to build is a method called main. So let's go ahead and do that. So before I even start with that, I want to teach you guys what the basic layout of a method is before we can even start building main. Now I told you guys method is pretty much like a recipe, so let's go ahead and pretend we're writing a method now. Say we had a method called bake cake. What this would be is the method header right here. Again, the method header is pretty much a substitute for the method name. So bake cake is the name of the method, and this is also called the method header. Now inside your method, or inside your recipe, if I will continue with that analogy, is all the steps that you need to take to bake that cake. So for example, one would be mix batter, and the next one would be put in oven, and you probably have some other stuff after that. Eat the effing cake. Sorry for cussing. But again, this is called the method header, and the instruction of how you want to do things is called the method body. And all of this together, the head and the body, that's called the method. Who would have guessed it? So now that we know pretty much how to name a method and how to put statements inside a method and what they are, let's go ahead and write a basic method. And again, I told you guys all about main before, so let's go ahead and do it. Go ahead and write public static. Why isn't public lit up? Oh, it says oblique. Public static void main, and then in your main put parentheses and put string args, and then put square brackets. Now again, all you have to pay attention is this is your main method right here. All of this stuff, it's important, and I'm going to be telling you what it means, but I don't have time in this tutorial to tell you what it means. So again, this is what did I name it? Bake cake. This is all this is. And I know that you see a bunch of different keywords, and trust me, just bear with me. You don't need to know them right now. So just copy as I do and as I say. Is that even a saying? I don't know, but just follow along. Now that we have a name of our method, we need to give it some instructions. And all we want this method to do is print something out on the screen. So let's go ahead and write system dot or period. Why did I write period right there? That's kind of embarrassing. System dot out dot println, and after this you want to go ahead and add parentheses and write hello YouTube. And I know I spelled YouTube wrong, but who cares? Now write a semicolon. Now let me tell you guys what I just did. Println is a built-in method, and what this is going to do is print a line out on your computer. Now if you're saying that, you're probably asking, alright, how come I needed to write system out then if this knows how to print a line? Well, print line can actually is pretty versatile method. It can actually print line to a database, or print line to your network, or print line to other things. But right now we want to just print it to our system. So again, I'm pretty much just telling you how to work with Eclipse right now, so just bear with me right here. Now once we have our method built, we want to go ahead and run this. So go ahead and click this little button on the right hand side of your screen, and it's going to run the program. Go ahead and you get this, click OK, and at the bottom right here you get something called hello YouTube, and again that's what we pressed. So that is how you build a basic method using, of course, your class, what you need, your method header, and your method body. And again, your method header and your method body together creates something called a method. Who would have guessed it? So that's your first tutorial on how to create a hello YouTube or hello UITube program. And I know you guys don't know what everything means right now, but I don't have time to go through every one of these things. Every one of these things, these keywords right here, actually takes an entire tutorial to describe. So just bear with me, just stick with me for now. And now that you guys know how to create a basic program, I can begin teaching you the more complex stuff. And yes, Java is a entirely, completely complex program. So just follow along with me for now. Type this out, and once you got your program working, you're ready to go on to the next tutorial. So I want to thank you guys for watching this tutorial. Make sure to subscribe to my channel. If you have any questions, just send me a message, but if not, just move on to my next tutorial. So again, thank you guys, make sure to subscribe, and I will see you next time. What's up guys, it's Bucky. Welcome to your 5th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be talking to you guys about something called a variable. Now what a variable in Java is pretty much like a placeholder for something else. Now if you remember from math class back in like 7th grade or whatever, whenever you had a variable and it was usually named something like x, you could have it set to a value like 73, And then whenever you used x in a program or a calculation or something, x would take the value of 73. And that's pretty much the same exact thing a variable does in Java. You assign something called a variable name to a value, then whenever you use the variable, people know that it's not really the variable, but it actually stands for that value. So let's go ahead and make one of these in Java. Now, to make one of these in Java, the first thing that you need to do is tell Java what kind of variable you're going to be working with. And there's a bunch of different kinds of variables you can work with in Java. You can use integers like 3, you can use integers with decimal points like 3.14, you can use letters like S, you can use strings of characters like Bucky. And so once you have that decided, you need to have a way to tell Java what kind of variable you're working with so it doesn't get confused. So what we're going to be working with today is something called a double. Now what a double is it's a keyword that tells Java, alright, you're going to be working with a number, but this number can have a decimal point as well. So after you tell Java what kind of variable you want to work with, you got to give it a name. So let's go ahead and say we're going to be working with a variable called double, and we're going to name it tuna. Now after you have a variable called tuna, you need to give it a value. So go ahead and write tuna, which is the variable name, and then go ahead and press equals. Now what equals is here is something called the assignment operator, and what it does is assign a value to tuna. So what value are we going to assign to it? Let's go ahead and write 5.28, my favorite number, 5.28. So here's what we did so far. We told Java that we're going to be working with a variable called tuna, and that is going to be a double, meaning that it has numbers on both the left and right hand side of the decimal point. Again, an integer is only a whole number like 8, 10, -4, and a double has a fraction like 5.28, 8.18. So again, we told that tuna is a double. It has a fraction. Next we said, alright, what's the value of tuna? Well, here's the name, here's the assignment operator, and here's the value. Tuna equals 5.28. Now we have a variable that has the value of 5.28 that we can throw into any Java program. So let's go ahead and do that. And how we do that is just like we did before, just print it out on the screen. So let's go ahead and write system, let me type it right, system.out.print. And in your parameters, instead of typing a string of text like this is a string, all we have to do is type the word or the name of the variable, such as tuna, and that would print tuna out on the screen. Don't believe me? Let me show you guys. Let's go ahead and run this, and as you can see down in our little run box, it has the variable 5.28. So that is how you write variables out on the screen using Java. And another cool thing that you can do with these variables is, in the last tutorial I showed you guys how to write strings of text on the screen. You can also combine these variables with strings of text. So let's say we want to write system.out.println, and get out of here, Hoss. And in our print line we're going to say I want, then go ahead and press space. Actually, this brings me to another point, which I will say right now. There's two different things, system out and print, and system out and print line. So let me show you guys what those do right now. System.out.println, and let's go ahead. So what's this saying right now? I want 5.28 what do you want? 5.28 movies. I want 5.28 movies. Makes no sense, but just deal with it. Now let me show you guys what this does, and I'll show you guys why it does it. Let's go ahead and run this, and it says okay, we printed 3 things, but it only is on one line. I want 5.28 movies. And let me show you guys why this is. There's two different print statements that you guys learned so far. A system out print, which you see in the first two lines, and a system out print line, which you see in the next line. What a print statement does, a basic print with no line, is it says, alright Java, we want to print this, but we want to stay on the same line. And it says, alright, so just stay on the same line, and then after this move to the next line. So after you have print line, what it would do is move the cursor to the next line. So if you printed anything after this, it would show up on the next line. Don't believe me? Let me show you guys. System out print, and we can even have a basic print statement right here. And let's have apples. Let me go ahead and run this, and as you can see, this one moved to the new line. So that's the difference between the print statement and the print line statement. Anytime you use a print statement, it stays on the same line that you're printing on, such as here. So this whole thing's on the entire line. As soon as you have a print line statement, what it does is when it gets to the end of printing it, it moves to a new line. So that's the difference between a print statement and a print line statement. And again, that's your quick tutorial on how to use variables. Again, this is called declaring a variable. This is called assigning a variable a value. Again, this is the name of the variable, and this is the value. This is the assignment operator right here. And anytime you want to use a variable to print out on your screen, just write system out print, and then write the name of the variable right there, and it'll print out on your screen. So again, that's your quick tutorial on variables and how to use variables in Java. So thank you guys for watching. Make sure to subscribe to my channel. Don't forget to check out my next tutorial. And again, thank you, and I'll see you next time. What's up guys? Welcome to your 6th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be showing you a real quick way to get input from a user. So one way that we can get input from a user is to use something that's already built into Java, and this is called a scanner. And what the scanner does is take information that the user types in from their keyboard and stores it in a variable. So let's go ahead and get the scanner first, and how we get it or tell Java where we need to use it is we need to import it. So go ahead and write import on your first line Java java.util.scanner, and this is how you're going to be importing stuff from now on. So just get used to that syntax. If you don't know exactly what this means, it's pretty much just getting the scanner and telling Java we're going to need it. So of course in our class we need that public method again. So in our class body, go ahead and type public static void main, and in your arguments type string args with your square brackets. Looks good? Good enough. Now in your body of your main, we need to actually get programming. So we need to make a variable that's going to hold the input from the keyboard before we use it. So to do this, we need to go ahead and write something called scanner, S-C-A-N-N-E-R. This means that we're going to use the scanner. Next, you need to give your variable a name, and I'm going to name mine Bucky. And then you need to set it equal to whatever they enter from the keyboard. So to do this, you need to follow along. New scanner, and in your parentheses right here, let me add my semicolon first, you need to type system.in. So here's what's going in right here, or excuse me, going on. We told Java we need to use the scanner, which is a way to get information from the keyboard. We have a variable, it's a scanning variable called Bucky, and the Bucky variable is equal to whatever information that's in the keyboard. And system.in stands for system input, and the only input we have in the computer right here is the keyboard. So this pretty much is short for whatever we type in for the keyboard, hold it in our Bucky variable, and we're going to tell you what to do with it right now. So now we have input, whatever that's going to be from the keyboard, and it's going to be stored in our Bucky variable. What we want to do now is just print it out on the screen. So you remember from the last tutorial how to do that system.out.println, and in your parentheses you need to type, pay attention, the first thing you need to type is the name of your variable, and that's going to be whatever you made up here. Again, this Bucky, you don't have to write Bucky, of course, you can write anything you want. Now press Bucky period next line. And what this is going to do is allow you to pause and wait until you get input from here. So again, let me run this program and I'll show you guys what it does. Go ahead and press OK. And now down here it's going to say hey now, press enter, and it's going to output hey now. So remember, it had a blank cursor, said hey now. Once you press enter, it just repeated it again. And I'll show you guys what happened right there. Again, one last time, we imported the scanner. If we didn't import it, we can never use it. Since Java doesn't really like to just gather everything, it only uses the things it needs. It's very, I don't know, noble, I guess. It only takes what it needs. A very courageous program language. But anyways, what we did in our main function, these are the only two lines you really need to look for. We made a variable called Bucky, and it's a scanner variable. We said we're making a new scanner variable that's going to be equal to whatever the user inputted. In this example, hey now. Now hey now equals Bucky, or Bucky equals hey now. So what do you want? So anytime you print out Bucky, it's going to print out hey now. So instead of system out print line with text in here, we actually changed that text for Bucky.nextLine. And again, what that did is pretty much take that hey now variable and put it in here, and that's why it printed out hey now. So that's your quick tutorial on how to use the scanner to set it equal to variable, and then to use that variable to output on your screen using the print line method. So that's your basics on how to gather input from the keyboard, and we're going to need this input to use in functions later on. Say we want to make a mortgage calculator or just a shopping cart. That's how we do that. So again, practice this. Just copy the source code as I do. Remember, you don't need to name your function Bucky. So go ahead and practice this, and thank you guys for watching. Hopefully you check out my next tutorial. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and thank you, and I'll see you next time. What's up guys, welcome to your 7th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be showing you guys how to make a basic calculator using variables and other things that we already learned so far. So in your last tutorial I showed you guys how to get input from a user using something called a scanner, and we're going to need that again, and I already imported it. So the first thing that we're going to want to do is go ahead and make a scanner variable. So let's go ahead and write scanner, and I'm going to name mine Bucky again, and again I'm going to set it equal to new scanner, and also I want to put system in so it knows where to get input from. So write system.in, and that's all you need to do for now. The next thing we're going to need is 3 variables. We need one variable to hold the first number, one variable to hold the second number, and our last variable is going to hold the answer. So they're going to be doubles, by the way. So you can go ahead and declare them by writing double fnum for first num. Go to your next line and write double snum for second num. Or here's a neat little trick. If you have many variables of the same type, and by type I mean double or int or something like that, since you have many double variables, you can write them all on the same line. It's a nice little shortcut. So write snum and answer. You can name your variables anything you want. I just usually have short variables since I don't feel like typing a whole lot. So the first thing we want to do on our calculator is just print a line of text that says enter first number so the user knows what to do. So go ahead, and you know how to write this: system.out.println. Println, and in your parameters you just go ahead and write enter first num, and then put a little semicolon right there if you want. And now we can go, once we have that, all this is going to do is put a line of text enter first num on the screen. Now what we want to do is have a way to enter a number and have it stored in fnum. So go ahead and put fnum equals Bucky, and remember this is our scanner variable, and write next double. And that brings me to another point. Now in our last tutorial I showed you guys something called next line, and it was right here, and that was for strings. Each data type in Java, you need to give it its own method, since you need to tell what you're going to be inputting in there so it knows how to save it. For example, if this was strings you're going to input in there, like hello, you're going to put next line, but since we're inputting a number, you're going to want next double, because double is a type of number. So now once we enter this number, and it can have decimal points, it's going to be stored in the variable fnum, and we're going to need that later. So now we have to do this exact same thing for the second number. So let's go ahead and copy this line since I'm too lazy to type it. Where's the copy? There you are at Haas. And next we want to print enter second number. And now we just need to do the same thing. Go ahead and copy this. And after that prompt pops up, you're gonna, there we go, you're gonna want to store this variable in snum. So the first number you're gonna type is going to be stored in the variable fnum, and the second number you type is going to be stored in the variable snum. This stands for first number and second number. Now what we want to do to get that answer that we have those variables is just add them together. So go ahead and write answer equals, and you're going to want to write fnum plus snum, and now we have whatever number that fnum and snum is going to be stored in answer. Now it's stored in there, but we need a way to output it to the screen to see what it was. So let's go ahead and write system.out.println, and in your parameters just write answer. And what this is going to do is output answer, whatever it was, to the screen. So go ahead and run this program, and hopefully I didn't get any errors. And here's our program right here. Enter first number. Let's do 34.6. Move my cursor out of the way. Press enter. Enter second number. 54.2. Press enter. It's going to give us our answer, 88.80001. And this is actually something that I want to talk to you guys about, and I will be talking to you guys about it in the next tutorial. Well, probably not in the next one, but this brings me to a good point, which we don't have time to talk about in this tutorial, but I will get to shortly. So basically what I did, enter first number, entered it, enter second number, enter it, and then it gave us an answer, pretty much. And again, to walk you through this one last time, what I did is import the scanner so I could use the Java scanner. And then I wrote everything in my main function, because that's where the computer looks first. The first thing I did was write a variable for the scanner just so we could use it. Next I made 3 variables that were double, which means numbers. First number, second number, answer. The first thing I did was have a little prompt that said enter first number, just so I knew what was going on for the user. Next I used that little scanner variable in the next double method to have whatever I typed in the keyboard to be stored in the first number. Then I just had something that says enter second number, and then I had it have the user input something else, and whatever they inputted that time is stored in snum. And then I just outputted whatever those two were added together, the sum of that, and I just printed it out on the screen. So that's a very basic calculator, and it had one flaw in it, and that was giving us many decimal points, and I'll show you why that is in the I don't know what tutorial, but it's going to be coming up pretty soon whenever I deal with numbers. But again, that's a basic calculator. That's how you build it, using a new method called next double that we learned, and also how to combine everything we learned so far and build a functioning program. So again, practice this, get good with it, make sure you understand everything we did up to this point, and once you do, you're ready to move on to my next tutorial. So thank you guys for watching. Hopefully I see you next time, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. So thank you, and I'll see you then. What's up everyone, it's Bucky. Welcome to your 8th Java tutorial. In this tutorial I'm going to be talking about a new type of data, and that's called an int. And what an int is pretty much not like double before, where you had numbers like 3.54, or you could use fractions or decimal points. With int, it stands for integer, and integers are whole numbers like 6 or 75 or 76, and you can only use whole numbers without a fraction and no decimal point. So another thing I want to point out is whenever you use int, like to divide and multiply and add and subtract, whenever you use two ints to do these operations, your answer is also an int. So even if your number comes uneven, like 11 divided by 4, that doesn't divide evenly. But when you try to do it on your computer with an int, you get an int as a result. So let me show you guys what that is. Let's go ahead and make three variables: girls, boys, and people. And let's go ahead and set these to some values. Let's go ahead and I'll start out with showing you all of the math operators. Girls equals 6, boys equals 3, and people equals girls plus boys. Now I showed you guys how to use this math operator in the last one, the plus sign, to get a simple sum. So now we can go ahead, and the sum of girls plus boys is now stored in people. So we put system.out.println, and in our parameter go ahead and put, what is it, people. And now if we go ahead and run this, we get 9, since 6 plus 3 is 9. And so that is how you can use addition with Java. But addition isn't the only thing you can use. You can use minus or subtraction to get the difference, which 6 minus 3 is 3. You can also do some other cool ones. In the symbol for multiply is actually the asterisk, which is that little symbol above the 8. So whenever you want to multiply, make sure to use that. As you can see, 6 times 3 is 18. Divide is a special one. Now whenever you do this, you're going to get 2. But let me show you guys something where if you divide it uneven. Say you want to divide 11 by 3. Let's go ahead and see what our result is. 3. Well, we all know that 11 divided by 3 doesn't equal 3. What it equals is 3 point something. 9 divided by 3 actually equals 3. So what exactly is going on here? Well, Java said, alright, you want to work with ints? Well, ints are whole numbers, so whenever you ask the question in ints, I'm going to give you an int. So if you want to get this number exact, you need to use double. So go ahead and press OK, and there's your answer, 3.66. So that's the difference between int and double. Int gives you whole numbers, and double gives you like a fraction of a number, or numbers with the decimal points. So anyways, there's one more thing that I can help you out with when using ints to divide, and that's something called the modulus. Now we all know that 3 goes into 11 3 times, and that will give you 9. But you have 2 things left over whenever you do that, and that's where the modulus comes in. The modulus pretty means, alright, when you divide by a number, you get a whole number, aka an int, but you also have some left over. So let's go ahead and run this and see what we get. It says 2. In the modulus, if you remember from math class, this is another way of finding the remainder. So again, when you divide by 11 by 3, you get 9. You get 3, which 3 times 3 is 9, but you have 2 left over. So that's where that 2 comes from. Whatever's left over is the modulus. So that's how you can use the modulus along with int to find the exact value. So again, let me give you guys one more example. This one might be easier. If you have 7 divided by 3, you're going to get the answer 2, but you're going to have 1 left over. So if you divide it by 2, such as this, you're going to get the answer 2. But if you have the modulus, you're going to get the answer 1, since you have 1 left over. Right there. And that, believe it or not, is going to be useful in a bunch of things that you won't even expect, like when you're finding random numbers and stuff that I'm going to be teaching you later. But for now, I just wanted to show you guys what the int variable type was, and also how to use different math operators. So thank you guys for watching. Practice this a little. I don't know what this program is. Girls and boys and people counters, I guess. And once you get good at all the math operators, you're ready to move on to my next tutorial. So again, thank you guys for watching. Make sure to subscribe, and I'll see you next time. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 9th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be talking to you guys about something called assignment and increment operators. Now, these are neat little tricks to have when you're working with Java. They're going to save you a bunch of time and help you out with numbers a little bit. So let's go ahead and make two variables. Make one called tuna and set that equal to 5, might as well. And make another one called bass in case we need it. I don't know if we are, but set it equal to 18. Now, what the increment variable does is allows you to add 1 very quickly to the variable, and you can do this by pressing ++ and then the name of the variable. So right now, by pressing ++ tuna, we changed tuna, which was 5, to 6. Now let me show you guys, just so we can have something. You don't have to take my word for it. Print line and go ahead and put tuna in there, and go ahead and run this baby. And as you can see, what was 5 now equals 6. So that's how you can use ++ to quickly change a variable's value by adding 1. Now, another thing that you can do is, instead of putting it in separate, you can throw this right into the system print line method, and as you can see, you still get 6. Now, this is called pre-incrementing, and what this does is it changes the value of the variable before it uses it. But I want to show you guys something else. Whenever you use post-incrementing, what this is going to do is it's going to use this variable as 5, and then it's going to change it to 6. So let me go ahead and press OK, and as you can see, once we do this, it gets 5 and not 6. So what this did is it changed the variable, but it didn't do it until after it already used it. So if we were to print it out again, it would get 6. So let's go ahead and do that. Save me some time by copying this baby. Where you at? Paste. There you are. So now that, here's what's going to happen. This is going to change the variable to 6, but it's not going to do it until after it already outputs it as 5. And now, once it's 6, it's going to show 6 right here. So let me show that. And as you can see, 5, and then it changed it to 6. And then we just outputted the regular variable. And this doesn't only work with addition. You can also use this with subtraction by pressing -. You can change it by subtracting 1 and getting 4. And let's see what else there is. What else is there? You can also do something else, and this is called an assignment operator. So now we can know how to use the increment operator using 2 plus signs and also using 2 minus signs to subtract 1. You can also use the assignment operator, let me get some space right here, to do it if you want to do more than 1. And instead of changing the value of tuna, and say you wanted to add 5 to tuna, you would put tuna equals tuna plus 5. And what this would do is take that number 5, add 5 to it, and give you the value of 10, which I will show you right here. 10. Now this is a pretty simple way. It takes the new variable and sets it equal to the value of the old variable plus the new number. But there's an easier way you can do this. What you can do, instead of tuna equals tuna plus 5, you can do tuna plus equals, let's get a new number, 8. And what this does is take the new variable you want to use, tuna, and just add 8 to it. So it's a lot easier way than typing all that. So now we should get the number 13, and we do, just like that. So that's called, I think it's called assignment operator, but I'm not exactly sure. It's how you can use plus equals to add this number to the old variable to get a brand new variable. And also, just like anything else, you can use this with subtraction to subtract 8 from it, even with multiplication to multiply 8. And if you do this, you should get the number 40, and you do. So that's how you can use basic increment operators to increment 1 very quickly using plus and minus for subtraction. and also assignment operators, so you can assign a value to a new variable very quickly without having to press tuna equals tuna times 8 or something like that. So those are just some nice little shortcuts that you can use. So get familiar with them, because if you do, it's going to save you a bunch of time, and if you don't, then you're going to waste a bunch of time. So thank you guys for watching my Java tutorial. Make sure to subscribe to my channel, and again, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 10th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be getting to the actual good stuff in Java. So in this tutorial, I'm going to be showing you guys what if statement is and how to use it to make a decision. There's going to be a lot going on in this tutorial, so pay attention. It's going to be sweet. What an if statement is pretty much how your computer makes decisions. You're going to give it a test, such as am I a boy or am I a girl? And your computer looks at this, and if it says you're a boy, it does one block of code, but if it says you're a girl, it does another block of code. For example, you could build a program to, if you're a boy, take you to a boy website, but if you're a girl, take you to a girl website or something like that. So what we need to do here is build an if statement, and to do that, go ahead and write if. Now after that, you have something in parentheses. Now what is in your parentheses is called the condition, but what the condition actually means, condition is just like the technical term, what it is actually a test. Whatever you want to test, you're going to have two choices for now. Say we have a variable called, let's just name it test, and let's make it int test is equal to 6. So now we have a variable that we can test. So let's go ahead and test this, and let's go ahead and say if test is equal to 9, and this brings me to another point. Your testing operators. There, let's see, probably 6 different ways off the top of my head that you can test. The first thing you can do is to see if something is exactly equal to something else. So this means if 6 is exactly equal to 9, remember you don't use one equal sign, because when you use one equal sign, that means you're assigning it to value. When you're testing it, you use 2, because you don't want test to equal 9, you just want to test if it is equal to 9. So that test, if the variable called test is equal to the value 9. If you want to test if it's not equal, you need exclamation point equal sign, and this means not equal. And of course, as expected, you got your less than signs. Is 6 less than 9? Is 6 greater than 9? Is 6 less than or equal to 9? Or is 6 greater or equal to 9? And those are all self-explanatory. I'm not going to show you guys exactly what those mean. But for now, I'm going to use the most basic one. And what we're going to be testing right now is if the variable called test is exactly equal to 9, which it isn't. Now, I told you guys that you have a test, and this test can either go it is or it isn't, and that's where your computer makes a decision. If it is, then after your if statement, you have something called a statement, your first statement, and this is also called the body. Now your first one is you need to tell your computer what it's going to do if the test is true. If test is equal to 9, then we want you to system.out.println that's right, yes. Just write something simple. Now the first thing you do is tell your computer what to do if test is equal to 9. And this is what it does if it is equal to 9. But as you can see, test isn't equal to 9, so what do we want to do now? Well, if that isn't true, then we give you one more option, and that's the else. And let's just go ahead and copy this. Copy and paste. Where are you? And let's go ahead and write this is else. So let me run this for you guys, and I'll show you guys what happens. Press OK, and our final result is this is else. So let me show you guys, clear things up, how an if statement works. How an if statement works is you write if, and then you have a variable. So it pretty much is the exact same thing as saying, alright, if test is equal to 9, I want you to print yes. But if it's not equal to 9, I want you to print this is else. So we're going to have you test one thing. If the test is positive, have this. Else, if the test is negative, have this. But say we had something else like if test was less than 9, which is true. Well, since this test is true, it's going to do the first option and not the second option. Again, it can't do both of them. It can only do one or the other. So let's go ahead and run this, and it's going to say this time yes. So that is how you can use different testing operators such as equals equals, less than, greater than, less than, equal to. And that's how you use a simple if statement to give your computer two choices. Again, it's just like saying if this test is true, do this first thing. Else, do the second thing. And don't forget to use your curly braces to do the body of the first thing, and then your else statement, and then your curly braces to do the body of your second choice. And I'll be clearing this up for you in the next couple tutorials, but I hope this is pretty self-explanatory. Just play around with it for now. It's the best thing to do to learn. So just copy this, throw in some new variables, and soon enough you'll get the hang of it. So thank you guys for watching. That's the basic if statement, how to tell your computer to make a simple decision. So again, thank you guys for watching. Make sure to subscribe to my channel, and don't forget to check out my next Java tutorial. So I will see you then. What's up guys, welcome to your 11th Java tutorial. In this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you guys how to use multiple tests in the Java program. Now in the last tutorial I showed you guys how to test the one thing, such as if let's say apples was less than 3, then do something. Well, there's actually a way to, in your if condition, test many tests in the same condition. So let me go ahead and demonstrate this point. Let's go ahead and make a simple dating website. So we need two variables, int boy and int girl. And let's go ahead, boy set him to 18, nice young buck as myself, and girl set her equal to 68, should be an old cougar. So let's go ahead and make a simple if statement. And in the test condition, as I told you guys before, we learned how to test one thing. So if boy is greater than 10, we would execute a certain block of code. So let's go ahead and do that. System out print line, and if he's older than 10, we'll write you can enter, since we can grant him permission. Else, if he's less than 10, then what do we want to do? Let's just copy this, save us some time. Copy and paste. There we go. You are too young. So let's go ahead and run this real quick and make sure everything's working. And since boy is greater than 10, it says you can enter. So that's what I taught you guys last time, how to do one test in an if statement. But there's a way where you can do multiple tests in the same condition. Now say you wanted to make sure that the boy is greater than 10 and the girl is less than 60, since we don't want any senior citizens on our site. No offense, but this is a site for younger people only. So what we would do is use something called the double ampersand, and this stands for and. And whenever you use this, that means that either test on either side of this has to be true for this to be true. So for example, if boy is greater than 10 and girl is less than 60, which is false, you want to print you can enter, else print you are young. And again, here's what and means. Whenever you have this little double ampersand, and that's a little symbol above the 7 on your keyboard, this test has to be true, and this test has to be true for this piece of code to execute. If either one of these are false, or if they're both false, then this code is never going to execute. So let's go ahead and change this to you cannot enter. So if the boy is greater than 10, which is true, and the girl is less than 60, which is false, 68, print this, you can enter. So it's not going to print that, it's going to print this, you cannot enter. So let's go ahead and run this, and as you can see, you cannot enter. So let's go ahead, and what if we change this to the girl was within the age limits, 40, and we ran that baby again. It would now say you can enter. So that is how you use something called multiple tests in the AND sign to make sure that two tests are true so you can execute a certain block of code. But there's also another neat thing besides the and that's called the OR. And to do that, you use two little pipe signs, and that's the key above your enter when you press shift. It's I think it's called a pipe. It's like a pipe or pipeline or something. But here's what this means. Two little pipes, this means OR. And what OR means is either this has to be true or this has to be true. Only one of these have to be true to execute this first statement. If they're both false, then it's gonna just skip that and go to this. So let's go ahead and in another point, in an OR statement, this one has to be true or this one has to be true, or they both can be true, such as right now. So let's go ahead and change this to girl equals 99. So only this one is true, but this one is false. Using the OR thing, you can enter should show up. So let's go ahead and we ran it and it said you can enter. And let me show you guys what happens if both of them are true. It should do the same thing. Girl equals 44. Run it. Again, it says you can enter. But again, the only way that this is not going to work is if both of them are false. So let's say if the boy was 8 and the girl was 99, it would say you cannot enter. So again, to recap one last time, if you want to do multiple tests in Java, there's two things you can use: an AND sign, and what this does is make sure both the tests on either side are true, and if it's not true, it does the else. And you can also use the OR sign. And unlike the AND where both of them has to be true, the OR sign makes sure only one of them has to be true. But if both of them are true, then oh well, it still works. So that is how you can use a multiple test in your Java program using the double ampersand and double pipes to test either and OR. So if you have any questions or if this is confusing at all, then you can just send me a message and hopefully I can clear things up for you. But I try to make it real self-explanatory for you. So that's all for this tutorial. I hope you learned how to do multiple tests and make a simple dating program. So thank you guys for watching, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I will see you next tutorial. What's up guys, it's Bucky. Welcome to 12th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you guys about something called a switch statement. Now what a switch statement does is test one variable, and depending on the value of that variable, pretty much, it gives you multiple choices. So before we learn the switch statement, let me show you what we had to do with our knowledge so far. Let's make like a program that tells you what kids do at a certain age. So say we have a program that has a variable called age, and the kid's age is 3 right now. What we would have to do right now is make an if statement for each age and put if age is equal to 1, and then we would have to put something like system, then we would put out and stuff like that, and it would just get a pain in the butt. And then we would have, after 1, we would put if age is equal to 2 and then do your stuff down here. And as you can see, we don't want to type all that stuff for each number, so I wish there was an easier way just to test age for a bunch of different things. Well, actually, you don't have to write 10 different if statements if you want to test age 10 times. You can only write something called a switch statement once, and it will give you many different options. So instead of writing 10 different if statements to see what a kid does from ages 1 to 10, let me show you guys what to do. What you do is write the word switch, and what switch does is find the variable value in the parameters. So what variable do we want to test? We want to test age. So after this, you just go ahead and write curly braces and give yourself a nice little switch body. Now instead of writing a bunch of if statements, all you would have to do is write, they're called cases. Now what case means is if the value of age is equal to 1, what do we want to do? And after case 1, go ahead and put a regular colon. And I don't know if you guys can see this, but this is a regular colon after the 1 and not a semicolon. So in the case of 1, let's go ahead and system out print line. So what can they do at 1? You can crawl. And then after this, you want to add something called break. Now what break does is it means, alright, if this is true and age equals 1, then we have no reason to go to the rest of the program, so you can just exit. And I'll be talking about that more later, but for now, just make sure you have it. So you can just repeat this for as many options as you want. So in the case of 2, what do we want to happen? Let's just copy this. Copy, save yourself some time. You can talk. So in the case of 2, if age equals 2, what do we want to do? We want to print you can talk and then break. And let's go ahead and make one more. In the case of 3, again, using lazy, don't feel like typing at all. In the case of 3, you can get in trouble. And I know I spelled trouble wrong, but just deal with it. So here's what you do. You put switch and then put the variable you want to test the value of. Then you put the values that are possible after the word case. Now after, in the case body, what you do is write, alright, if age is equal to 1, here's what I want you to do. If age is equal to 2, here's what I want you to do. If age is equal to 3, here's what I want you to do. And the last thing you have in every switch statement is something called a default. And to do that, you just write default. And what this does is if none of those values are true, it does a default statement. So let me scroll up a little bit so you can see. And again, you don't need a value for this like default 4 because it already knows, alright, if everything else is false, this is what you're going to do. So that's why you don't need a value. So let's go ahead and write, actually let me go ahead and copy this since I'm lazy. Copy. If default, let's go ahead and write, I don't know how old you are. I don't know how old you are. And of course, we have a break at the end of this as well. If I can get it right. Break. So let's go ahead and run this with age equal to 3. And let me show you guys what it does. It outputs you can get in tolerable. And it's supposed to be trouble, but I typed it wrong. So, and let me recap. Well, let me show you guys what default does. So if age isn't equal to 1, 2, or 3, say age is equal to 7, and I run this, it says, I don't know how old you are. So let me recap one last time what this switch statement does. A switch statement takes the variable, whatever's in its condition, and tests it. So then it looks through the cases to see what value that variable is equal to. If it's equal to the value 1, it prints this. If not, it doesn't do it at all. Then it looks if it's equal to the value 2. If it is, it prints this. If not, then it skips this as well. Then it looks if it's equal to the variable 3. If it is, it prints this. If not, again, it skips all of these. And then if it doesn't hit any one of these, then it goes to default. And what default means is I ran through all these options and none of them worked. So by default, I got to do something. This can't be just a waste of a program. So by default, I want to output I don't know how old you are. So that is how you can use the switch statement to test a single variable for many different values. And this will save you a bunch of time and keep you from writing a bunch of different if statements. And trust me, it's a whole lot easier than writing a bunch of if statements. So that's your basic on the switch statement. It will save you a bunch of time. So thank you guys for watching. Hopefully you learned a little something. Copy this, play around with it, and pretty soon you'll be an expert at the switch statement. So again, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I'll see you next tutorial. What's up guys, welcome to your 13th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial I'm going to show you guys how to do something called a while loop. Now what a while loop does is it allows you to execute a certain block of code multiple times but only write it one time. So it pretty much just saves you a bunch of time writing a code. And let me show you what the syntax is for this. The first thing that we need is a variable, and I'm going to name mine counter, and I'm going to set it equal to, let's go ahead and set it equal to 0 to begin with. Now the syntax for a while loop is just the word while, and this means begin your while loop. And what your while loop is going to do is whatever is in the body of your while loop or curly braces, it's going to execute this code. And let's go ahead and say system out print line, and let's go ahead and just print the variable counter. Nothing special here. So what this is going to do is it's going to execute this line of code multiple times. So you're saying, alright, how many times is it going to execute? Well, that is up to whatever you put in the condition. So let's write while counter is less than 10, we want you to output counter. So right now, here's what would happen. It says, alright, what's counter? 0, print counter. What's counter? 0, print counter. So this loop would kind of go forever. So we need a way to end the loop somehow. So we need a way to change counter. So let's go ahead and use the incrementing operator that we learned last time and just put counter plus plus. And let me run this real quick and show you guys what it does. Run, okay. And in our little run box we get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just what we wanted. Now let me show you guys one more time what this does. We had a counter variable to begin and it started at 0. The first time we told while is, alright, while this counter is less than 10, we want you just to write whatever number it is on the screen. So the first time it looped, it was 0, so it outputted 0, and then it added 1 to it, so then it was 1. So now it looked at it again. Is counter less than 10? Yup, let me put that on screen. Now it's 2. Is counter less than 10? Yup. And it did that again and again until it got to 10. And when it got to 10, is 10 less than 10? Nope. So I'm just going to not do anything. So that's how you use loops to execute a block of code many times without having to write it over and over again. If we didn't have this, we would have to write print our print statement 10 times, and as you can see, this saves you a bunch of time. So again, the syntax for a while loop is while, and then put your test condition in what are these called, parentheses, and then put whatever you want to execute in curly braces right here, and whatever you execute is going to do that however many times you say. So that's your quick tutorial on loops. This is a while loop. There are different kinds of loops where I'm going to be probably going over in the next tutorial, but this is your basic while loop. So thank you guys for watching. Hopefully you test this out a little bit and play around with it, and you'll be an expert in no time. So again, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I will see you next tutorial. What's up guys, it's Bucky. Welcome to your 14th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial I'm going to teach you guys how to use multiple classes. Now so far I've taught you guys how to build everything in one simple class such as this, but usually in like 99% of the time, if you're working for like a company or building a bigger application or program, anytime you want to build something that's bigger than something really simple, you need to know how to use more classes or multiple classes. And then you can use those all in your main class, or let me just show you guys how this works. So to get another class, hopefully you're using Eclipse, go ahead over to your source file, right click it, and go to New Class. Now go ahead and give this a name like Tuna or something like that, and you'll see why this is useful later on. So now we have, as you can see from our tabs, let me move this over, we have an apples class and a tuna class. Now it started out writing our tuna class for us. It says public class tuna. Now anytime you see public, it pretty much means that this class is going to be available to the public, or anything else can use it. So let's go ahead, and now that we have a class, before I show you guys how to use it, let me go ahead and write a little method in here. Now let's go ahead and write a simple method in this other new tuna class that we just built. Type public void, and again, public means anyone can use it. Void means that it's going to do something. This method's going to do something, but it's not going to return any data. So then go ahead and name your method. I'm going to name mine simple message, since I'm just going to be printing out a simple message. And that message is going to be system out print line, and let's go ahead and add something like this is another class. So now we have another class, and this is called public class tuna, and our method is public void. And don't forget to put a simple message in here somewhere. You can put anything you want. And now if we go ahead and try to run this, okay, nothing happens right here. And this is because I told you guys, anytime you run a Java program, it looks for the first thing that says main and runs it from there. As you can see, you don't have main anywhere in here, so it doesn't really know where to look first. So in order to use this class, we need to go ahead and use it in main. So here is our main function or method right here, and it's in the main class one. Remember, this is the main one that we used before. The other one is the new one that we built. So let me give you guys a little background. Whenever you use a method in another class, say we want to use this method, simple message, and it's in the tuna class, what we need to do is go ahead and create an object of that class. So the first thing we do is put the class name, which is tuna. Next, we need an object name, and you can name this anything you want. I'm going to name my tuna object. And what this object is going to allow you to do is use all the stuff that's in this class. Again, if you didn't create an object and you had like 5 classes, it wouldn't know what class you were talking about. So that's why we need an object. So we're saying, alright, we have this object because we want to use something from the tuna class. And of course, you need to set it equal to something. And you always set it equal to new in the class name with empty parameters for now. So now we have an object called tuna object that we can use to get anything we want from this tuna class that we just built. So let's go ahead and use it. What you do to use this is go ahead and put the object name, which is tuna object, spell it right, tuna object, and then after the object name, what you do is add a dot separator. And after that dot separator, you use the method name. So what was our method name? Simple message. So simple message. Empty parameters. And let me tell you guys why you use a dot separator in the method name. Because this class, even though we built one method right here, it can have as many methods as it wants. Since it can have a method named simple message 2, dimple message, bacon and cheese. But it says, alright, we have this object we want to use in tuna class, and we want to use this method. So if there are other methods, we want to use this one. So that is how you use a specific method in a specific class, by creating a class, an object of that class. So let's go ahead, and unlike before, when we run this program, we get the message that we just built. This is another class. And so this is how you can use different classes in your main program or your main method. So this is a way that if you own like a software company, you can say, alright, Tommy, we need you to build one class to do this. John, we need you to build another class to do this. Stephanie, we need you to build another class to do this. And then you, as the head programmer, would put all those classes together. And it's just a way that different programmers can combine all of their work without having to work on the same file. So this makes it a lot easier. Again, that's how you use a different class, such as this, an outside class, and call it into your main method or function. So that's your quick tutorial on using multiple classes. Follow this tutorial exactly and play around with it, and soon enough you'll be an expert at it. So again, thank you guys for watching. Make sure to subscribe to my channel, and make sure to check out my next tutorial. What's up guys, it's Bucky. Welcome to your 15th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you guys how to use methods with parameters. Now in this tutorial we're also going to be building a custom function where we're going to let the user enter their name in the outside class, and it's going to call it in the main class and just say like hello to whatever your name is or something. So if that sounds complicated, then I'll follow along, and I'll promise I'll make it easier. It's probably easier just to see than me to even say, so follow along. So again, we have our main apples class with our main function or method in here, and we have our outside tuna class with the method that we call. So let's go ahead and clear everything out of your public class tuna if you have anything in there, because we're going to be adding a new method. So go ahead and type as I do, public void, and we want our simple message again, and instead of just adding empty parameters, this time we needed to take an argument in our parameters, and let's go ahead and make a string variable and call it name. So again, anytime you have something in your parameters is called an argument. An argument or extra parameter data is pretty much any extra information that the method needs in order to work. So let me show you guys what this method actually does, and you'll see why it needs extra data. What it does is just system out print line. It just prints on the screen hello, and then it prints the name. So if you don't have a name, it would print hello and nothing. So again, an argument is any extra information that the program needs to run. So again, what this is going to do is print hello and then your name. So before we use it, we need to do a couple stuff to our main function. Of course, to enter our name, we need to import the scanner, or else we have no way of importing data to Java. So go ahead and import java.util.scanner, and this is going to allow us to use a scanner so we can give information to our program. Next, we need to make a scanner object. So let's go ahead, scanner, name it input, new scanner, and I believe that I taught you guys how to do this in the last tutorial, so you should know what I'm doing. System in, and that's that for that line. That makes that we can use the scanner. Next, go ahead and do what we did last time and create a tuna object, so we can use this object to get the information from the tuna class. We just need that empty parameters. Next, let's go ahead and print system out print line, spell it right, and we just want to write a prompt to the user so it knows what to do. Enter your name here. So this is pretty much the only thing that's going to go on right now. We now have text on the screen that says enter your name here. Now we need the next thing they enter to be stored in the variable name. So let's go ahead and make string name, so the variable name is equal to input next line. And I told you guys how to input integers using the scanners. Anytime you want to input a string, use this next line method. So again, anything that the user enters is going to be stored in the variable name. So now what it's going to do is look at name and say hello name. So if you entered Bucky, it's going to say alright, Bucky equals name, so hello Bucky. So now before we do that, we need to actually use that object to call the method. So tuna object, and go ahead and put your dot separator, simple message with your name parameters. And again, unlike last time where you don't use anything at all, you have to put the argument that it takes in here. And this says again that this isn't just a method that you don't need any extra information for. We're going to give you this extra information for something because we want you to do something with it. So go ahead and let's run this program, and then I'll show you guys what it does later. Enter your name here, Bucky Roberts, and then it says hello Bucky Roberts. And let me talk you guys through this one last time. We imported the scanner because that's how we how Java allows us to input stuff in the computer, like I typed in Bucky Roberts. Without this, I wouldn't be able to type in anything. Next, in our main function, we said alright, we want to put this just allows you to use the scanner after you imported it. We next made an object because without an object we can't use anything in this class, as I taught you in the last tutorial. Next, we just put a prompt on the screen. We learned this like in the first tutorial. Just showed what we needed to do. Next, we put, alright, we have a variable called name. We want this to be equal to anything we type in. And that's so if you have different users that are using this program, it doesn't just type the same message. You can use it for a bunch of different users no matter what they type in for their name. Next, we said, alright, in the class Tuna, use a method called SimpleMessage that takes an argument of name. So it's going to go look at all the classes, find the one called Tuna, and find the method that's called SimpleMessage, and do whatever it says to do. And what this method says to do is say, alright, take a variable called name, which we already had, we just gave it to it, and then just print out hello, whatever the name is. So it says, alright, hello, Bucky Roberts. So that is how you use a method with a parameter, and that's what parameters do. It's just an extra bit of information that you might need to run a program. So again, that's your quick tutorial on how to use methods with parameters in a different class. So thank you guys for watching, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel for all my latest videos, and also check out my contests. So again, thank you, and I hope to see you in my next tutorial. What's up guys, it's Bucky. Welcome to your 16th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you guys how to use multiple methods and also something called instance variables when working with classes. So let's go ahead and open up our Tuna class and clear anything out if you have anything in there. And let's go ahead, and the first thing I want to do is make a new variable called private string and just put girl name, because we're going to be making a program in this tutorial to output the name of our first girlfriend. So the first thing you probably notice is instead of public I put private, and this is because when you're working with classes, right now we have two types of variables, public and private. Public variables, any class can use that variable, but when you use a private variable, only the methods inside this class can use it. So the methods that we're about to build can manipulate and change and also access this variable. If we were in another class like this one over here, it couldn't use this variable in this class. So private means private inside this class. Only the methods can use it inside this class. So let's go ahead and make some methods. The first method I want to make is public void set name. And what this is going to do is set the name of whatever we put into it into the variable girl name. So of course we need a parameter string name. So now we have two variables, name and girl name. So let's go ahead and add some instruction for this method. We're going to put girl name is equal to name, and that's all. That's all we need for this method. And what this is going to do is this. Whenever we use this method in our main program, whatever we put in for the argument for this method, all it's going to do is make sure girl name is equal to name. So it's pretty much just putting girl name equal to whatever you typed in. Next, let's go ahead and make a method to access that. So let's go ahead and put public string, and this is the return type. Let me show you guys in a second. Again, we know public means access anywhere. The second thing after this is return type. And whatever your method does, it may or may not return something. This method is going to return a string. So that's why we need to put string. And if your method returns nothing, go ahead and put void. So now let's go ahead in our method body, let's go put return girl name. That's all. All it does is return girl name, which was made up here. Next, let's go ahead and make one last method, public void saying, and this is going to be our final output to the user. So all we need to put here is system out printf, and this is a new type of print if I didn't teach you before. What it does is take something like your make sure I'm spelling everything right. Your first girlfriend was %s, and whenever we use %s, it needs to know what string do I want to put in place of this. Well, we have a perfectly fine string right here in our get name, so let's go ahead and I won't copy that, I won't be too lazy. Get name. So it's going to say your first girlfriend was, and whatever girl name is as defined up here, that's what it's going to output. You'll see what it does later. But for now, let's go over to your apples one. Make sure you import your scanner and make a tuna object so we can access that class. And now let's go ahead and just put a basic prompt on the screen so we can tell the user what to do. System out print line, and what were we going to print? Just print something like enter name of first girlfriend here. Just any prompt will do, just so we're not lost, so the user actually knows what to do. And after that, go ahead and we need to make a temporary variable. So we need to put string temp. You can name yours whatever you want. I just name mine temp for fun. Input, and this is where we use our scanner variable. Next line with empty parameters. And again, whatever the user types in as their answer, it's going to be stored in the variable temp. So that's what this line does. This is just a prompt. This takes whatever they enter and stores it in the variable temp right there. Next, we need to do something with this. So let's go ahead and use our tuna object, and we need that to access set name. And of course, the parameters for this is going to be that temporary variable temp. So what it's going to do is take the name that they entered and set it equal to girl name right here. It's going to take it, which is name, set it equal to girl name. Now we need to do one last thing. Now that we got that name equal to girl name, all we need to do is do tuna object dot saying with empty parameters. And what this does is use the tuna object saying. What is this, you may ask? The saying just outputs on the screen your first girlfriend was, and it's going to be whatever they typed in for the name. So let's go ahead and run this, see if I got any errors. And I don't, so let's go ahead and enter the name of your first girlfriend. Mine was Kelsey. Go ahead and press enter, and it says your first GF was Kelsey, stands for girlfriend. She was a babe. So let me tell you guys what this does one last time. Import scanner, we know what all this stuff does. Enter your name. What this does is allow us to enter a name, and it's going to store it in that variable called temp. And what the next line does right here is say, alright, in your class tuna, take that variable temp and use it in the set name method. So now it takes that variable named temp, which was Kelsey, and stores it as girl name. So now girl name equals Kelsey. So it says, alright, now what? Well, next I want you to just use the saying method in the class tuna. So it says, alright, we know that girl name is equal to Kelsey now, so now we can use that saying, what you told us to do right here, and just your first girlfriend was Kelsey. And again, if you don't know what printf does, then check out my C tutorials and I go over this. This is the common print function in the language C. Also, you can use it in Java, but this is just another way to print, so don't let it confuse you. So that is how you use instance variables and multiple methods. So again, you can use multiple methods in the same class. And don't forget, whenever you have a variable that's outside a method, again, it's outside of these, but it's inside this entire class, it's called an instance variable. So that's where I get that name from. So I hope you enjoyed watching this tutorial. I hope you understand at least a little bit of it. So thank you guys for watching. Make sure to check out my next tutorial. I promise I'll be clearing this up for you. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I will see you next tutorial. What's up guys, it's Bucky. Welcome to your 17th Java tutorial. In this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you guys about something called a constructor. Now what a constructor does is it allows you to initialize variables as soon as you create an object. So for example, whenever you created this variable right here, as soon as you created your object, let's go ahead and do that right now. Tuna, let's make one called tuna object like before, equals new tuna, and of course we had empty brackets. As soon as we did that and tried to use our object, such as tuna object saying, and what we would do if we ran this, it said your first girlfriend is null. And this would be because whenever we try to use girl name, it didn't have a value yet. Well, what a constructor allows you to do is give this variable a value as soon as you create your object. So let me show you guys how to make a constructor, and then I'll talk you guys through it one more time exactly what it does. Now, how you make a constructor is pretty much exactly how you make a method. The only difference is the method's name has to be the exact same thing as the class name. So let's go ahead and write public tuna, and as you can see, since we're working in a class called tuna, a constructor method has to also be called tuna. So let's go ahead, and what I want this to do is assign a value to this string variable girl name. So let's go ahead and write string name, of course, and I'm gonna have this do the exact same thing as this set name did. So girl name equals name. The only difference is, instead of having to call the set name method, we can just do it all as soon as we create our object. So let's go ahead, and now we have a constructor object that we're gonna, well, let me just show you guys what it does. So instead of before, whenever we use empty parameters right here, we can use those parameters to pass an argument such as Kelsey. Now let's go ahead and run this, and it says your first girlfriend was Kelsey. So that is really a simple way of how you can use a constructor. Let me talk you guys through this one more time, and then I'll show you guys another neat little trick. And if you want to initialize a variable as soon as you create your object, such as this, all you have to do is create a method and name it the exact same thing as your class, and all you have to do is put whatever you want to initialize in here, and then whenever you create your object, instead of leaving those parameters empty, just put your argument in there, and that'll go to your constructor and initialize all those variables for you. So if you're saying, alright, why is building a constructor even remotely useful? Why couldn't I just leave those empty like before and use this little method right here later on? Well, say you had more than one object. So say you had another object called tuna object 2. And another thing I want to point out, I don't know if I told you guys this before, but every time you have an object, it has its own set of variables. So for example, say you have something in this one called Nicole. That was the name of my second girlfriend, appropriately named tuna object 2. And say you have tuna object 2. This variable that is, what was it called, girl name, this is an entirely different variable than this. These two objects, they can't see each other's variables. So that's the kind of beauty of creating object. It gets its own set of variables. So now this object can have output saying, and now you can also have a saying for tuna object 2, not 21, saying, and let's see what this one does right here. It says your first girlfriend was Kelsey, your first girlfriend was Nicole. So let me give you guys a rundown one last time. The first thing you did is create a constructor, and again you did that by naming a method the exact same thing as a class. What this constructor allowed you to do is allowed you, as soon as you created an object, and we created two of them right here, it took that value and passed it into girl name. And from there you can just use a girl name anytime you want to use that object. So it used girl name, which was Kelsey, in tuna object, and girl name, which was Nicole, in tuna object 2, and passed it into the method saying for both. So again, that's not as important as how to create an object, or excuse me, a constructor. And again, one last time, what a constructor does is it allows you to initialize variables as soon as an object is created. So that's your real quick tutorial on how to use a constructor and what it does, and we'll be coming across that later on, and it'll get easier and easier as I'll show you guys how to use it in a more useful application. But for now, I just wanted to show you guys the basics. So thank you guys for watching. Make sure to subscribe to my channel, make sure to check out all my contests, and I guess I'll see you next tutorial. What's up guys, welcome to your 18th Java tutorial. In this tutorial I'm going to be going over something called nested if statements and also else if statements. So I gave you guys a quick heads up on what an if and else statement was in a couple tutorials ago, but I'm going to give you a refresher real quick in case you forgot, and then I'm going to be getting into some more stuff that we're going to be needing later. So go ahead and make an integer. You can have it whatever you want. I'm going to name mine age and set it equal to something like, actually set it equal to 60. Next, let me remind you guys what if statement does. What if statement does is it tests a condition, and if that condition is true, so age is less than 50, it does a certain thing. So let's say if age was less than 50, which is not, we want you to print out on the screen. Let's make sure I got this typed right before I go any farther. If age is less than 50, then you're pretty young, so you are young. So it allows you to make a decision if a condition is true. And we also went over the else, and what this does is it gives it alternative unless that condition is false. So let's copy that because we're lazy, and let's put you are old. And let's go ahead and see what this does right here. It outputs on the screen you are old. So what this did, real quick, I'm not going to get in detail because I told you later, it looked at this variable called age and tested if it was less than 50. If it was going to print this, you are young. But it wasn't, so it printed this. And again, this is how you can give Java a way of making many choices or just one choice in this condition. But what I wanted to talk to you guys about in this tutorial is not the simple if-else statement. It's something called a nested if-else statement or a nested if statement. And what it is this. Instead of just having one action if it's true or one action if it's false, say if it was false, you wanted it to perform another decision. Well, actually what you can do is take this entire if-else statement and plug it in one of these things right here. So say the age is 60 right here. If the age is less than 50, then it's going to do this. Well, the age wasn't less than 50, so it's going to do whatever is in the else statement. So let's go ahead and make another decision in it. Alright, we already know that the age is greater than 50, so let's go ahead, alright, if in that case age is greater than 75, well, what do we want to do? We'll just print out you are really old. So if age is greater than 75, we want to print out you are really old. Else, in that case, age must be greater than 50 but less than 75. What are we going to print out? We'll print out something nice for him. Don't worry, you aren't really that old, with a bunch of typos because that's what they wanted. So let's go ahead and run this, and when we do, it says you are old, don't worry, you aren't really that old. And let me show you guys what happened right here. This entire thing is your main if else. This is what's going to happen if it's less than 50, and this is what's going to happen if it's greater than 50. Now if it's greater than 50, which it is, the first thing it's going to do is print out the statement you are old. And then it's going to say, alright, what else do I do if it's greater than 50? Oh, I got a whole nother decision I got to make. So aside from this entire decision, I got to make another decision. Is my age greater than 75? No, it's 60. Well, then I'll go to this one. Don't worry, you aren't really that old. So again, that's how you can embed an entire if-else statement inside another if-else statement. And you could have just as easily put this in the first one, but I decided to put this in else because that's where our decision led. So that's your quick tutorial on how to make what this is called is actually nesting. When you have one if-else statement inside another one, it's called nesting if statements or nesting if-else statements. So that's your quick tutorial on how to do that. In the next tutorial, I'm going to show you guys how to use something called else if. So make sure to subscribe. I'm looking forward to it, and I'll see you then. What's up guys, it's Bucky. Welcome to your 19th tutorial in Java. And in this tutorial I'm going to be going over something called an else if statement. Now what an else if statement is pretty much a way of giving Java many options. So in our last tutorial I showed you guys how to build an if statement such as this one, where we had a condition which if age was greater than 60, then we want you to do something like system out print line. I can copy that so I don't have to keep typing it. So if it's over 60, say you are a senior citizen. Let me type it right. There we go. So if statement allows you to give it one option. We also have something called else, which gives it another option. Say else if it's less than 60, you are a young buck. And when we run this, make sure we don't got any errors. It says you are a young buck. So again, a simple if statement, what this allows you to do is give it one option and an alternative option. But there's a way where you can do more than just two options. And you do this by, in the middle of if and else, you add something called a else if. And what this is pretty much a third option. So let's say, alright, if age is greater than 60, print this. Actually, let's put greater or equal to. Else, if age is greater or equal to 50, we want you to print you are in your 50s. And we can have as many of these else if statements as we want. So unlike last time where we only had one alternative, it tests to see if age is equal or where it stands in many different tests. So if it's greater than 60, do this. And if it's not greater than 60, then it must be less than 60. So else if it's greater than 50, do this. And we can do this all the way down. Actually, let's go ahead and just copy that, save us some time. Copy and paste, and let's change this to 40 and 40s. So let me put 45, and I'll show you guys why this does this. Go ahead and put run, and it says you are in your 40s. So here's what it did. It can only do one of these things. So here's what it does. The first thing it does, and remember our age is 45, it says, alright, is age greater or equal to 60? Nope, it's less, so I'm not doing this. Is age greater or equal to 50? Nope, it's not, so I'm not doing this. Is age greater or equal to 40? Yes, it is greater than 40, so I am doing this. You are in your 40s. So that's why it outputted you are in your 40s. And again, whenever you use the if statement, as soon as it finds its answer, it exits the whole thing. So it can only do this, 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 or this. And since it did this one, since age was greater than 40, there was no need to go to the else because it already found its answer. So that's how you can give a variable many tests using an if else statement. Again, the if is the main test, and the else if statements are alternative tests if these previous tests are false. So it's pretty much just a way to give it a bunch of different options when testing the same variable, or you can even test different variables if you want to be dumb. But that's your basic tutorial on an else if statement and how to use it in Java programming. Again, it's called else if, and it goes in between the if and else to give it more options. So in the next couple tutorials, I'll probably be clearing this up later and showing you guys why it's actually useful in applications. But for now, I just wanted to show you guys the basics of it. So thank you guys for watching. Make sure to subscribe to my channel, and don't forget to check out all my other videos. So again, thank you, and I'll see you in the next tutorial. What's up guys, it's Bucky. Welcome to your 20th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be talking to you guys about something called a conditional operator. Now, what conditional operators are is pretty much another way of using an if-else statement, but it's really compact and it's really small. So go ahead and create a variable called age and set it equal to 21, or set it equal to whatever you want. It's not going to matter. What a conditional operator is let me just show you. Make a simple print statement, system out print line, and in this print line, This operator is so small that we can write the entire thing as an argument. And what it is this. The first thing you need to do is give it a test. So if age is greater than 50, after you give it a test, you add a question mark. And what this means is treat this as a Boolean expression. So it's going to see if age is greater than 50, is it? Well, now you have to give it two options. If this is true, you're going to give it, it's going to execute the first option. If it's false, it's going to execute the second option. So since this is already in a print statement, all we have to do is add strings of text. So if it's greater than 50, put you are old. And how you separate the true from the false, you add a colon, not a semicolon. That's a regular colon. And if it's false, let's put you are young. So let me go ahead and run this and let me show you guys what it does. It says you are young in the run box. And let me show you guys why this is. Don't mind any of this. This is not what we're learning today. What it does is we asked it a simple question. Is age greater than 50? Well, you only have two choices, yes or no. So then after you do this, after the question mark, you need to give it what happens if this is true. If age is greater than 50 and this is true, we want you to do this. If it's false then and it's less than 50, then we want you to do this. So again, ask it a question. This is going to come true or false. If it's true, do this. If it's false, do this, in that order. And don't forget this question mark and also the colon right here. And remember, it is in a semicolon. So that's your real quick tutorial on how to use a conditional operator. And again, this is sometimes can be substituted for if-else statement. But I'm usually going to be writing just basic if-else statements. I just wanted to show you guys, in case you come across this, you actually know what it is and aren't lost. So that's it for this tutorial. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure to check out my next tutorial and make sure to subscribe to my channel. So again, thank you guys and I'll see you next time. What's up guys, welcome to your 21st tutorial. And in this tutorial I'm going to be building a simple application to average a bunch of numbers together. Now we already learned all the basic tools, but we haven't really seen how to combine them all and build a simple program. So that's what I'm going to be teaching you guys in this tutorial. Again, what I'm going to be doing is inputting 10 numbers into the program and it's going to give me the average. So the first thing we need to input numbers is the scanner. So let's go ahead and import it. Again, that's Java util scanner. And this allows us to import the scanner, but we also need to create an object so we can use it after we imported it. So let's go ahead and make scanner input. You can name it anything you want. New scanner with a parameter of system in. And don't forget, our system in is the keyboard, so that's why we add that. Now that we have a scanner we can use, we can begin making the variables we need for this program. So let's go ahead and make int total equal to 0, and this is going to be the total of all the numbers. Let's say we're inputting grades. Say we're like a teacher and importing grades. So next we need another one called int grade, and this is going to be the grade we enter. We have a next one called int average, and this is going to be after everything is done, we're going to average them all together, so we need a variable for that. And we also need the last one, that's int counter, and we're going to set that equal to 0 because we want to make sure our counter starts at 0. And I'll show you what that counter variable is right here when we're building our while loop. The counter variable is just the counter for the while loop. So you're going to say while counter is less than 10. So this while loop is going to execute 10 times. But what do we want to do 10 times? Well, since we're importing or inputting 10 numbers, we're going to want to put grade equals input next, excuse me, you need a dot since it's an object, next int with empty parameters. And what this does is this: it allows whatever number you input to be stored in the variable grade. So say you inputted a 3, grade is now going to be equal to 3, but that's not very useful unless we can add it to the total so we can average it later. So now we have total equals total plus grade. And what this does is take that grade and add it to the total of whatever it was before. And if you're saying, alright, how come you don't just put total equals grade? Because if you had like 30 in this before, it would now be equal to 3, and you want to add it to that 30, so it would be equal to 33. So that's what that does. Now you just need to do, spell that right, counter plus plus, and this will increment your counter each time, so it actually goes through the loop. So here's what we have going on right now. We inputted a grade, we added that grade to total, whatever it was before, and then we added 1 so we can actually get out of this loop. Now we have a while loop. What we need to do is find the average of the total. So let's go ahead and write average equal total over 10, and we know that it's 10 because that's how many numbers we entered. And now that we have our average calculated, let's just output it on the screen. So system out print line, and let's put something like your average is plus average. So let's go ahead and run this and see how many errors I got. And if nothing pops up in the run box, then you know you're good to go. So let's go ahead and enter 10 numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And it says your average is 5, which it should be. 1 through 5 average, 1 through 10 average is 10. So let me show you guys one last time how this simple program works. This and this is just a scanner, which you should know allows you to input numbers. You now have 4 variables. The total holds the sum of all the grades. The grade allows you to import numbers individually. Average is going to be used later to average them all together. And this is just a counter variable for the while loop, which you should know what it does. Next, you put input next int, and it's going to be temporarily stored in grade. And it's only temporarily because you change it with each loop. This total keeps a running tally of all the grades you entered. So total equals the old total plus the new grade. So this gives you a new total each time that keeps adding and adding up. After you have 10 grades entered, you take the average of the total, which is the sum of all the grades, and divide it by 10. And after all of that, you just give the user a nice little prompt. The average is, and it gives you the average. So again, this is how you can build a simple program using the tools we have thus far. And again, you can add some if statements in here if you want. It says if grade is less than 4, do this. If grade is higher than 5, do that. But we'll get to that later. I wanted teaching you some more advanced stuff before that. So again, that's how you build a basic program. I know you guys were itching to build something. So there you go. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And make sure to check out all my other tutorials and for all my latest Java programming, all that good stuff. So again, thank you guys. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next tutorial. What's up guys, it's Bucky, and welcome to your 20-second Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be talking to you guys about for loop. Now the last couple tutorials I've been going over while loops, and this was a different loop, but a for loop is something totally new. So let me show you guys what the syntax for this is. Go ahead and type for, and as you can see it pops up in purple, and that's why you know it's a built-in variable, or excuse me, a built-in keyword. And the for loop takes 3 arguments or 3 statements inside it. The first one is where you want the loop to start, the second one's where you want the loop to end, and the third one is how much you want to increment it by. So if you want step 1 at a time or 3 at a time. So let me show you guys. You need to use the variable 3 times. So the first statement, you want to initialize a counter variable, and let's go ahead and set it equal to 1. And this is because we want our loop to start at the number 1. The next one is the same thing you did in the while loop. It's the loop condition. So let's go ahead and put counter less than or equal to 10. So now our loop starts at 1, and it's going to go until it's less than or equal to 10. So it's going to go until 10. So next thing, we want to say how much do we want our counter to increment by. Well, we just want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so we want to increment it one at a time. So it's going to start at 1. As long as it's less than or equal to 10, it's going to keep going, and we want you to go one at a time. So that's the 3 parameters your for loop takes. So now let's go ahead and write something in our for loop. Let's just write system out print line, and we'll just print the counter. Now let's go ahead and run this, see if we got any errors, and we don't. And as you can see down in our run box, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And again, this happened because it started at 1, our counter variable. The next thing it did is ran until it was greater or equal, less than or equal to 10. Once it got to 11, it says, alright, am I less than or equal to 10? No, so I'm not going to do this loop anymore. And then I incremented it one at a time. You can also increment it like something like 3 at a time by pressing plus equals 3. Remember we learned that in one of the previous tutorials. Now, once you change the incrementer, instead of stepping by 1, it steps by 3 at a time. 1, 4, 7, 10. The next one's 13, which is outside our condition, so it proves false. But again, we can change the starting point. Say we wanted to start it at 6 and go until let's say 21. So now it starts at 6 and goes to 21 and steps by 3s. So let's go ahead and run this, and as you can see, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, and then it stops. So that is how you use the basics of the for loop. Again, it takes 3 statements or parameters. The first one is where you want to start. The second one's where you want to end, or it's going to run as long as this condition is true. And the third one is how much you want to increment by. So this is a variation. There's also the while loop and the for loop we learned this far. There's also a couple other loops that I'm going to be teaching you probably in the next couple tutorials. But for now, play along with the play around. There we go. Not play along with it. Play around with a for loop until you get good at it. And once you do, you're ready to move on to the next tutorial. So again, thank you guys for watching. Make sure to subscribe, and I'll see you next time. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 23rd tutorial. In this tutorial, we're going to be building a simple program. So now that we learned what the for loop was, I'm going to be building a program to calculate something called compound interest. And this is pretty much like interest if you put your money in like a savings account or something. It will allow you to see how much money you have in the future. What I'm going to be using it for is to see how many subscribers that I'm going to have in the future. So right now, if you're watching this tutorial, and I'm making this when I have about 10,000 subscribers, and I figured out that I gain 1% of my subscribers each day. So with that information, I'm going to be able to calculate how much subscribers, or how many I'm going to have in the future. So the formula for compound interest is this: A, which stands for the amount, and this is going to be what we're solving for, the future amount, equals P, which is the principal, which is 10,000, times 1 plus R. And again, R equals the rate, and all of this is to the power of, the power of n, and n is the number of years. So we want to solve for A, and what we need to do is find P, which is the principal, 10,000, times 1 plus 1% to the power of n, and this is the number of years. So if this sounds really complicated, let me show you guys how to do this using a for loop, and you will be substantially impressed, I promise you. So we need 3 variables: double amount, and we don't know what this is yet, so we're just going to leave it set to nothing. Double principal, and again, we're using double because we want to use decimal points. We can't use int because these aren't whole numbers. We need to use decimal points. So double principal we know what this is, 10,000, since that's how many subscribers I have to begin with. And don't put the comma there. 10,000. So we have the amount, the principal, and I told you guys the last thing they need is the rate. So double rate equals 0.01, since I'm gaining subscribers at 1% a day. So now that we have the amount which we're solving for, we have the principal, the value that I'm starting with, and the rate, 1% a day, we can go ahead and make a for loop to build this program. So go ahead, and all this for loop is going to do is say how long do you want to run it for. Well, let's go ahead. Int day, we want to start with the first day, and we want to go to day 20. We can go to whatever we want. Just put less than or equal to 20, and put day plus plus. And all this says is start on day 1. Give me all the information from day 1 to day 20. That's all this does. Now let's get to the good stuff. We want to solve for amount. So that's what we're going to be setting it equal to, since we don't know what it is yet. But we do know what the formula is for it. It's principal, and make sure you type these right, principal, and again you need to times this by something to the power, and this calls for an outside method that's math.pow. Now again, you can see right here that it takes two arguments. The first argument's what's in the parentheses, and the second argument's the exponent. So again, let's go ahead and add those arguments right here. The first thing what's in the parentheses is 1 plus rate. And what do you want to give the exponent? Year. Or let's see what it was, day actually. So now we have 1 plus rate, which is amount equals principal, which is 10,000, times 1 plus 0.01 to the day, and that day is going to loop. So now all we have to do is print this out on the screen. System out print line, and let's go ahead and print year, actually day. Again, whenever you use like compound interest and stuff, you usually use year, but no one really uses day unless you're looking at YouTube subscribers, so that's why I keep typing year. Plus, and add a couple spaces, amount. There you go. So let's go ahead and run this, and I'll show you guys what it does. So now we have a list down here that says how many subscribers I'm going to have each day. So on the end of the first day, or after one day, I'm going to have 10,100 subscribers. That sounds about right. That's 1%. And as you can see, at the end of 10 days from now, I'm going to have 1,146 subscribers and a couple half subscribers here. And at the end of 20 days, I'm going to have over 12,000 subscribers. So that is how you can build a program to calculate something like investments or your mortgage payments or something like that. Again, let me show you guys how this works one last time, as I always do. We needed principles. We needed 3 variables because that's how many variables are in this formula. You need to figure out the amount, which we don't know yet, but we do know the principal, which is the starting point, and the rate. We want to set the amount, which we don't know yet. It equals the principal times 1 plus the rate, which is 0.01, times the day. And this is where the for loop comes in handy, because this goes 1, 2, 3, 4 all the way to 20. And next, we just outputted it on the screen. So again, if you're watching this tutorial, then Google what the formula for compound interest is, and you'll be able to follow along easier. It's kind of hard seeing in this unless you're looking at the formula. But that's pretty much how you calculate compound interest. So thank you guys for watching my tutorial. Play around with this, and I promise after you do it one time, you'll be an expert at it. So again, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed building a simple application. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I'll see you next tutorial. So guys, welcome to your 24th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be teaching you the do-while loop in Java. Now, what the while loop did, if you remember, is it had a test condition, and whenever that test condition was true, it executed the loop body. But what the do-while loop does is execute the body before it even gets the test condition, so you're guaranteed to execute the body at least once before you even check to see if you should be doing it or not. So the first thing we need in order for me to show you guys how to do this is a variable. Just make a variable called counter or something, set it equal to 0. Next, let me show you guys the syntax for the do while loop. Go ahead and write do, and then write something to do in your body of your loop. I'm just going to put system out print line, and I'm just going to print that variable counter, but I'm going to spell it right. And next, I'm just going to increment the variable counter so this loop actually ends. And now after you're writing your loop body, then you write the while condition. So you want to do this while your variable counter is less than or equal to 10. So let's go ahead and show you guys why this works. As you can see in the run box, it goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oops. So we had a counter that was initialized to 0, and it did print it out while the counter is less than 10. And if you're saying, alright, this looks an awfully lot alike, wait a minute, it looks an awfully lot alike, there we go, like the while loop. So if you're wondering why is this even different, let me show you guys. It only does this loop while the counter is less than or equal to 10. So what if our counter was initialized to 15 or something like that? Well, what it would do, since it doesn't check the condition until after the loop, is it executes this first, so it would print out 15, and then it would see, alright, I'm only supposed to do this while it's less than or equal to 10, so I'm not going to do it anymore. So let me go ahead and run this, and as you can see in our run box, we get 15. So that is the difference between a while loop and a do loop. Anytime you want to do something at least once, you use a do loop. Anytime you want to test it first and only run it if the test is true, that's when you use a while loop. But again, a do while loop guarantees you at least one run of your loop, and a while loop only runs it when the test is true. So that is how you use a basic do combined with a while loop to form a do while loop. That's what it's called. So practice this, and after a while you get good with it, and I'll show you why it's useful later on. This wasn't really a useful application, but this does have many uses in Java programming, so I'll show you why when we build applications later on. But for now, just get familiar with the syntax with it, and once you are familiar with it, you're ready to move on to my next tutorial. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I'll see you next time. What's up guys, it's Bucky. Welcome to your 25th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial we're going to be going over different methods in the math class. Now let's see, it was probably like 2 tutorials ago when I built a simple compound interest calculator. We use one of the methods called power by using pow, and this allows us to use the power function, methods they're called in Java. But in this one I'm going to be teaching you about other useful methods. So the first thing we need to do is go ahead and make a print line out on the screen. So print line, and make it take an empty parameter for now. And in this parameter I'm going to be putting all the methods of the math class. So go ahead and type math, put your dot separator, and then the first one, first one I want to teach you guys about is called the absolute value, and that's ABS, and inside your parameter it takes one number. Now what the absolute value does is take any number, negative or not, and give you the absolute value of it. So if you have 26.7 and you go ahead and run this, it would output 26.7. This is pretty much, if you have a positive 26, it would give you 26. If you have negative 26, it would give you 26. How much away from 0 that this is. So that's what ABS does, absolute value. The next thing I want to teach you about is ceil, and this stands for ceiling. Any number you give it, it's going to round it up. So if you give it 7.4, when you run it, it's going to round it to 8. So even if it is really supposed to round down to 7, when you use ceil, it always rounds it up. Now since it has ceil, there's always something called floor. Again, this takes a number, say you have 7.8, it always rounds it down. So again, ceil always rounds up the number, floor always rounds down the number. So your floor, if you have 7.8, is going to be 7. Now that we learned absolute value, ceil, and floor, let me teach you about something else called max. Now this is the first one where in the last 3 we learned how to make a method that takes only one parameter, but max is the first one that takes multiple parameters in a single method. So what max does is you give it 2 numbers and it gives you the maximum of those numbers. So say you have 2 parameters, 8.6 and separate them with a comma, and 5.2. Whenever you run this, it gives you 8.6 because that's the maximum of the 2 numbers. So that's how you can get 2 numbers and find the maximum of those. And again, whenever you have a method like that, you also have the opposite, and this one is called min. What min does is take the lesser of the 2 numbers. So let's run this, and the lesser of 8.6 and 5.2 is 5.2, right down there. So now we learn absolute value, ceil, floor, max, min. Again, our power function, which takes power, and say you want something like 5 to the 3rd power, you would use 5 for your first argument and 3 for your next one. Again, when you run this was the same one we used in our compound interest calculator. It gets 125, since 5 times 5 times 5 is 125. And the last built-in method I want to teach about in the math class is something called square root. In SQRT, that's what it stands for. It only takes one parameter, such as 9, and it finds the square root of that number. So when you run this, the square root of 9 is 3, outputs 3. So that's how you use your built-in methods from your math class. Again, you want to notice that you don't need to create an object like you do when you're making your own classes. This is built in. So that's how you use math with your dot separator and then the method name, and then put however many arguments it takes. I just showed you guys, let's see, absolute value, ceil, floor, max, min, pow, square root. I just showed you guys the 7 probably most common ones, and those are the ones we're going to be working with from now on. So I just want to show you guys what those do because we're going to be using them, and I don't want you guys to get lost. So play around with those, throw them in your built-in methods, and you can make some pretty cool stuff with those. So for now, I just want to show you guys that. So thank you guys for watching. Make sure to subscribe to my channel, and I will see you next tutorial. What's going on, everyone? Welcome to your 26th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be building a random number generator. We're going to be importing that from a class, and I'm going to be showing you how you can use random number generators to, you guessed it, generate random numbers. So let's go ahead and pretend we were building a program so we could roll a dice, and whatever the outcome of the dice, it just outputted on our screen. So whenever we want to use random numbers, we need to import something like we did scanner, but this one is called random. So go ahead, put import java util, and the name for this is random. Ugh, got smoker's cough or something. So let's go ahead and import random, and now just like the scanner, we need to make an object for it. So I'm going to name mine dice. You can name yours whatever you want, and of course that's equal to new, not random, with empty parameters. So now that we got our dice object, we can use random numbers. So the other thing we need is a temporary variable called number. It doesn't need to be called number, but I'm going to call it number, and this is going to store the number that outputs on the dice. So for example, it's going to store 1 to 6 depending on what number you roll. So I just don't want to roll the dice once, I want to roll it 10 times. So for that, I'm going to need a for loop. So let's go ahead and put for int counter. Let's start it at 1. Let's say while counter is less than or equal to 10, and let's increment it by 1. So now we have a loop that's executing 10 times. So now we got to give it some instruction. Well, since number doesn't have a value yet, let's go ahead and give it a value. Now what you would usually do is use your object like this, number equals dice, and then put your dot separator next int because you're getting an integer, and then type in how many options you want it to have. And since a dice has options 1 to 6, I'm going to go ahead and put 6 right there. Now this would work right here, and let me show you guys what this does. Let's just go ahead and system out print line, and this is gonna work fine, so you can pay attention to this number plus, and we don't need that other one right there. So looks good enough. Let's run it and see what it does. It says 3 2 3 4 5 0 1 1 2 1. Those look like random numbers, but the problem is all of these random numbers, if you couldn't tell, they go from 0 to 5. And why is that? Well, I'm about to show you guys right now. Whenever you use this random number generator and you give it 6 options, the options that it takes by default are 0 through 5 if you use 6. Again, that's 6 numbers, but when it includes 0, it only goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what if instead of 0 through 5 is your 6 options, you wanted 1 through 6, which we do want since it's a dice and the dice doesn't have 0. Well, what you do in this case is simply put 1 plus and then use our dice object to call this. And what this does is it still uses the numbers 0 through 5 in this, but it adds 1 to them. So what it does is give the illusion that we're getting the numbers 1 through 6, excuse me. So now let's run this again and we'll see what we get. As you can see, there's no zeros and you get 4, 1, 6, 2, 2, 4, 3, 1, 1, 2. And all of these numbers are in the range of 1 to 6, and that's what we want. So again, if you want to do this, all you have to do is list however many numbers you want in your range, and if you put 6 by default, it's going to give you 0 through 5, since all computer counting starts at 0. But if we want the numbers 1 to 6, we have to add this little 1 addition sign, and that takes 0 through 5 and adds 1 to them, or increments them over, pushes them all over by 1. So instead of 0 through 5, you get 1 to 6. So that's your quick tutorial on how to import the random class, how to make a random object called dice, and how to use that dice object to go fetch random numbers for you, and also how to add 1 to give yourself kind of a starting point. So that's how in slot machines or any program that uses random numbers that they make that. And we'll be doing some more complex things with this, but for now I just wanted to give you guys the core basics of a random number generator, and that's this. So thank you guys for watching. Copy this code and play around with it, and soon enough you'll be experts at it, I promise. So again, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I'll see you next tutorial. What's up YouTube? Welcome to your 27th tutorial, and this tutorial is on arrays. Now what an array is pretty much a variable that can store many values in it. So it's useful when you wanna have a variable that has a bunch of related information. And the thing about an array is that it can only store values of the same data type. So if you want to store a string and an integer in the same array, you can't do that. So the easiest way to explain what an array is just to build it and show you guys how it works and what it does. So I'm going to do just that. The syntax for creating an array is simply, first thing you have to type in is what type of array you want to create. And I want to create an integer array to hold integers, so go ahead and press int. The next thing you do is name your array, and I'm going to name mine Bucky so it doesn't get confused. The next thing you do is put square brackets, and this is right between the P and the backslash on your keyboard. And this is just so the square brackets tell Java that you're going to be working with an array. If you did this, then it would just be a regular variable. But when you put the square brackets in, Java knows, alright, you're about to make an array. The next thing you do is set it equal to new, since it's a new array, int again, or whatever type of data you're going to store, and square brackets. The only thing different is, inside the second square brackets, you need to put a number in there. And this number indicates how many values or how many variables you're going to store in your single array. So I'm going to store 10 variables or 10 values, And if you don't know exactly what's going on, I'll show you right now. So now we created an array and it's named Bucky, and I told you guys that you can store 10 values in this single array named Bucky. And you're saying, alright, how do I do that? Well, since we created a variable, or excuse me, an array named Bucky, we have something called indexes for that array. And each index allows us to store a separate value. And those indexes begin with 0 and go all the way to 9. And again, your computer's kind of weird because even though you made 10 elements, it doesn't start 1 and then go to 10. It actually starts 0 to 9 because your computer loves to start counting at 0 for some reason. So our 0th element in Bucky, which is our first element, we can set it equal to any value. Let's set it equal to 87 so you don't get confused. Next, you go ahead and make your next index or your next element of your array and set this equal to some other value. I'll set it equal to 543, and you do this all the way until you get to the last one, which is 9. Let me just leave a couple out because I don't feel like typing them all. And now once you did all of this and you set all your elements of your array equal to value, you can use those elements in your array, and I'll show you how to use them. Let's just go ahead and make a system out print statement, print line, might as well. All you can do in order to use this array, instead of giving the variable name, you just give the name of the array and type whatever index you want to use. So if I used Bucky1 to print out, what it would do is say, alright, what's the value for Bucky1? 543. Let's go ahead and run this, and look in our run screen, 543. So that's how you can use an array. And again, an array is pretty much a single variable that can hold multiple values depending on what you typed. So for example, we made this array able to hold 10 values, so it was able to hold 10 things. I only made 3 right here because I was too lazy, but you can make 0 through 9, which would give you 10. And again, how you use it, just write the name of your array and then write this little subscript that's called an index inside, and that's how you reference it, just like you reference a regular variable. Now if you're saying, alright, an array wouldn't be really useful if we needed to type every single variable over and over again. Well, an array comes in handy. Let me get rid of this stuff right here. One of the neat things about an array is you don't have to type 10 variables when making your array. There's another way that you can do this, and let's just go ahead and get rid of everything. Let's tighten this up a little bit. That's what she said. Another thing you can do is make something called an array initializer. And what this does is it initializes all your arrays without having to type the array name, subscript value, array 1 subscript value, array 2 subscript blah, blah, blah. It gets hard to even say. So here's how you make an array initializer. Go ahead and type what type of array you want, Bucky, and again don't forget to square bracket so it knows we're working with array. But instead of typing new int 10, what you can do is just simply add those little curly bracket things and go ahead and begin typing numbers in here. 2, 4, 5, 7, 9. And what this does is instead of having to tell your array how many values you want to store in it, it automatically counts how many values you put in and assigns a subscript to each one of those. So instead of putting Bucky 0 equals 2, Bucky 1 equals 4, Bucky 2 equals 5, Bucky 3 equals 7, Bucky 4 equals 9, it automatically does that for you in this entire statement. So now whenever we use Bucky and say we wanted to use 2, again it would be Bucky 0, Bucky 1, Bucky 2. So Bucky 2 would be equal to 5. So let's see if we got it right. Run it, and as you can see, it outputs the number 5. So again, this is a different way that you can create an array using an array initializer. I don't even know what the first thing is called. I guess it's just called initializing or creating an array or something. But this is how most people do it, and create an array initializer, and then you don't have to go through the process of typing Bucky 0 equals yada yada yada. You don't have to do that a million times. All you have to do is type it in a nice little list, and it automatically does all the work for you. And again, whenever you want to use one of your values or variables in your array, just write the name of the array and the number. And again, the number is called the subscript or index. I usually call it the index or just number. So that is your quick tutorial on arrays and how to create an array, and also how to make an array initializer. So I hope you enjoyed it. Practice this a little bit, and in the next couple tutorials I'll show you how to use arrays in programs and how they're useful and why they're useful in applications. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to check out my next tutorial, and I'll see you then. So guys, welcome to your 28th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be creating just a basic array table to show you guys visually the index and value of each array. So let's go ahead and just make a header for our table using a system out print line statement, and I'm just going to put index and then put a tab, and \t is just a tab. It's like 5 spaces or something. I didn't feel like typing 5 spaces because I'm lazy. Just put \t, then put a value. Let me show you guys what this is real quick. This gives you this index value, and that's the header for our table. So now we have a header. I can go ahead and list the index and value of each array. But before we do that, we need an array, of course. So I'm going to make an integer array called Bucky, and I'm going to use that array initializer that we used last time, and go ahead and add like 5 or 6 values or something. Add like 32, 18, 54, and 2. It doesn't really matter how many values you add, as you'll see why later on. But go ahead and make an array and put some values in there. It doesn't really matter what they are or how many you have. Next, let's go ahead and make a for loop to loop through each index of our array. So let's go ahead and press for, and we want it to start. Let's make a counter variable before I keep talking. We want it to start at 0 because our array, our first index of our array is 0. Even though it might have 6 elements in it or 5, the first one is the 0th index. And you'll see why this is later on. And then the next thing you want to do is give it, how long do you want to go? Well, as long as it's less than however many are in your array. And this brings me to another point. Every time you make an array, your computer knows how many objects are in that array, and it stores it in something called the name of your array .length. And the only thing that's going to change in this is the first one. Whatever you named your array .length would be, in this case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So counter is less than 5. But if your array changes, you don't have to change this. So anytime you put your array name .length, that gives you the length of your array. It's built into Java. It's a pretty cool function. And now let's just make it increment by 1. And now that we have our for loop looping through 5 times beginning at 0, we can begin to use this. So let's go ahead and make a print statement. Out print line. Did I type it right? Hopefully. And the first thing we want to output is the counter. And what the counter is going to resemble is our index. It starts at 0 and it goes to 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is going to resemble the index. So this counter has the exact same value as the index. Next, let's go ahead and just put a tab, because I'm too lazy to put a bunch of spaces. And now our last value we want to enter, and this is going to be under the value tab of our table. We want to enter the value of the array. So Bucky, and in here we have the index, which is going to be counter. So let me run this and let me show you guys what this does. Hopefully I don't have any errors, and I don't. So here's what it does. As you can see, we have built a nice little table right here that shows us what index of our array is and what the value is. So Bucky 0 equals 32, 1, 12, and so on. And as you can see, Bucky 0 equals 32, 1, 12, 218, 354, 4, 2. And that's what this table did down here. There you go. Now let me show you guys, or explain to you guys one last time why this works. The first thing we needed to do was create a header. This is just so to make it look pretty much. The next thing we did was create an array initializer, and I taught you guys how to do this in the last tutorial. The next thing we did was make a for loop, and key here is you need it to start at 0, and this is because your first index starts at 0, so that's where we want this to start. As you can see right here, index starts at 0. After that, what you did is enter a maximum for how far you want your counter to go, and your maximum depends on how big your array is, and you can get this by the special length thing I told you about, and of course you want to go through it one at a time. After that, you just output it on the screen, counter, which was the index, which was cycled 0 through 4, this thing, which just gave you a bunch of spaces in between, and Bucky, and then the counter inside it, or the subscript inside it. And whenever you did this, it referenced, say you reference Bucky 1, it would give you this value. Bucky 2, this value. Bucky 3, Bucky 4, Bucky 0. So that is how you build a basic table to, it pretty much is just a nice visual so you can see the indexes and values of your arrays. So that's pretty much all that does, and I hope you understood that at least a little bit. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and hopefully I'll see you in the next tutorial. What's up guys, it's Bucky. Welcome to your 29th Java tutorial, and I'm going to make a real quick tutorial this time by a request. I'm going to show you guys how to sum all the elements in your array, or to use all the elements in your array in any calculation. So let's go ahead, and in order to do that, the first thing we need is an array. So I'm going to name mine Bucky as usual. I'm going to make the array initializer, so you don't need to add the number, it'll do it for you. Say you wanted to average the ages of people. Go ahead and write however many elements you want in your array, it doesn't matter. I'm going to have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. These would be their ages or anything. Once you have an array, and I just use object initializer, or excuse me, array initializer, go ahead and make a variable called a sum, or some variable you can use to keep your total of all your elements. And make sure to set it equal to 0, because that's what you want it to start out as. The next thing we need to do was, like last tutorial, we need to make a for loop. And this is going to loop through every element in the array. So of course, let's go ahead and make a counter variable. And since the first index of every array is 0, we want to start at 0. And then just do the little array length. So what's this? Bucky length. And this will give you the length of this array. That's the trick I told you guys how to do last time. And then go ahead and increment it by 1. After this, and you don't really need these curly brackets since it's only one line, but you want to take the sum and you want to add the previous number to it. So let's go ahead and do that. And what this is going to do is take whatever the value is and add it to the sum. So first it's going to take 21, add it to 0, 16 added to 21, 86 added to that, 21 added to that, 3 added to that. And it's going to go through and store all of these values added together in the variable sum. So then once we have all that, all we have to do is output it on the screen. So let's go ahead and put system out print line, or whatever print you feel like using, and then let's go ahead and write the sum of these, might as well spell it like that, numbers is, and then let's go ahead and write our sum variable, and this should be it. Hopefully it works. There we go. And let's go ahead and run this, and if it works, actually I forgot to put a space right there, but the sum of these numbers is 147 right there. And again, it displayed it like that because I forgot to put a space right there. And if I do, it gives us our correct. The sum of these numbers is 147. So that again, to recap one last time, go ahead and do your housekeeping like this. What you do if you want to use all these numbers in calculation, and again, you don't have to get the sum, you can multiply them together or anything like that. Just take a variable and just loop through your entire array using your for loop that I told you last time, and use your neat little math trick that I told you before to, in this right here, this will loop through each element in your array and get the value of it. So that is how you use this neat little summing of the elements of an array trick to get the sum or any other calculation you want when looking at your array. So thank you guys for watching. Hopefully now you know how to sum all of the elements in your array. I hope to see you next time, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. What's up everyone, it is Bucky. Welcome to your 30th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial I'm going to show you guys how to build a program where you can take array elements and store them as counters. Now we already built a little random number generator where we rolled a dice and we stored those numbers, but in this program I'm going to make it a lot easier and show you guys how to do it with an array. So we're going to be building a dice, rolling it like 1,000 times probably, and storing how often each number pops up. So of course we need a random number generator, so let's go ahead and import Java util random. And now once we imported that, we can use it. So let's go ahead and put random. I'm going to call my object rand and set it equal to new random, and we don't need any parameters for that. And now let's go ahead and make a frequency array. So just name it freak or whatever, not that kind of freak, this kind, and just set equal to new int 7. Now if you're saying, alright, there's only 6 sides on a die, why am I having 7 elements in my array? Well, we're creating 7 elements because remember the indexes go from 0 to 6. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Since 0 is included, that's 7 elements. And we're going to have an array index of 0 and 1 to 6 that we aren't going to use. We aren't going to use we aren't going to use 0, but we need 1 to 6. So that's why we need 7 elements, so we can get 1 to 6. If we only created 6, then it would go from 0 to 5. So now we can go ahead and make a for loop to roll the die 1,000 times. So let's go ahead and put for and just put int roll equals 1. We'll start at roll number 1, and let's put like roll, if you want to roll 1,000, just go ahead and put 1,000, and of course go ahead and increment it by 1. And again, this just loops this 1,000 times. So you should know that, but what I want to teach you guys is this. Anytime that roll pops up, actually let me go ahead and write the line of code first, and then you can see exactly what's going on. Go ahead and take your frequency array and go ahead, you want to add 1 to something. You want to go ahead and put your random number generator in this, and ours was named rand.nextInt, and of course we want, let's see, 6. Now let me show you guys what this does. This is the most important piece of code in this entire program, and let me break it down from the inside out. This is going to give you the numbers 0 through 5, as you should already know. What this 1 does is shift it all over so you get the numbers 1 to 6 instead of 0 through 5. So if you're saying, alright, what's this then? What this does is add 1 each time that this hits that number. So for example, frequency 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are all set to 0 to begin with. If this rolls and on the first roll it gets a 3, then freak 3 is going to equal 1. If it rolls again and it hits a 3, freak 3 is going to equal 2. If it hits again and again and again, freak 3 is going to equal 4, 5, and 6. And it's going to keep count of all of the indexes, and every time that it hits that number, it's going to add 1 to that index. So let me go ahead and well, you'll see what this does. So the first thing I'm going to add is a header so you guys actually know what's going on. Let's go ahead and print line, and let's just print something like face, then add tab, frequency. I don't know if I spelled it right, but it'll do, pig. That'll do. 4, and the last thing we need to build is just something to output our data. So the only thing we have outputted right now is a header that says face frequency. Next we want to make a table to show you guys face, here's frequency. So let's go ahead, and again we need to start at 1, or remember the first number on the dice is 1, so face equals 1, and face, let's just have it less than freq dot length. Remember I showed you guys that in a couple tutorials ago, and just increment it by 1. And now what do I want to do in this loop? Remember this loop's going to go 1 to 6, and it's basically just going to make a table that has the list 1 to 6. So I want to put system out print line, not print line. Can't get it. Print line. There we go. Finally. And let's go ahead and put face, because that's going to be the first variable we want output is just the face. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. The next thing we want output is just a tab to give some spaces, and then after that we want to output the value of each array index. So put your array, name your array right there, and put your indexes right there. So let me run this program, make sure I don't have any errors, and I'll show you guys what we got. We got a table that says face and frequency, and again we got that just by adding this face frequency, and then we have your array index number and your array value. Index number, value, index number, value. And again, if you're wondering, alright, I know right here we created an array with 7 and this equals 6. Well actually your array index, it starts at 0, but we just wanted output on the table 1 because we don't need 0 for anything. We could have added 0 right there, and when you ran it, it would give us this. It would give us 6 to 1, and it would give us 0. But again, since this dice doesn't have a 0, we didn't use it. So that's why 0 equals 0. So now you can see the number 1 rolled 160 times, the number 2 rolled 158 times, and after rolling the dice 1,000 times, here's the distribution of all that. So again, let me talk to you guys one last time and show you guys exactly what we did. Imported a random number generator right here. You guys know how to do that. We made an array called frequency, and we set it equal to 7 elements in that array. What we did right here was make a random number generator to roll the numbers 0 through 5, and we moved that over so it rolled 1 to 6. Anytime it rolled one of those numbers, it took and added 1 to that index or that value in that array. Next we just made a header right here, and right here what we did is we just made a basic table. We started it from 0, which we actually started at 1, but I just showed you guys. We went all the way to 6, and this just made 1 to 6, and then we just outputted the value. So again, we outputted the dice number, which was the index number, and the value. So that is how you create a basic using elements and storing them as counters in an array. So it's kind of confusing, but just play around with it and trust me, you'll get the hang of it. So thank you guys for watching my 30th Java tutorial. There's going to be a lot more to come, so keep an eye out. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and don't forget to check out all my latest contests. So again, thank you, and hopefully I'll see you next tutorial. What's up guys, it's Bucky. Welcome to your, 31st Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be talking to you guys about something called an enhanced for statement. Now, in the last couple tutorials, I showed you guys how to use a counter-controlled for statement to add up all the values in an array or just sum them all together. Well, actually, Java made a very easier way to do this, and they named it an enhanced for statement. So let me show you guys how to do it. First thing we need is an array, and I'm going to name mine Bucky as usual. I'm going to use my array initializer and just set it equal to like 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Good enough. Now let's go ahead and we need another variable to hold the sum of the array, and you can name it sum or total, whatever you want. And now let's get the good stuff, the enhanced for statement. Now this is kind of like a for loop, but it's different in a couple ways. It's different. Instead of taking 3 options, it only takes 2 different things that it needs in the parameters or parentheses. The first thing it needs is the type of data and an identifier. Now this is kind of like a counter variable in your regular for loops, but it's kind of different. This is of course the kind of data it takes, no surprise. In the X, what the X is it's going to store the values in the array as it's looping through your array. So the first time it loops through, it's going to store 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, then 7. And you just need a variable to hold all those values, so that's why this is called the type and this is called the identifier. Next, after that, the only other thing it takes is the name of the array. Now if you're saying, alright, why do I have to name this array? In case you have more than one array in your program, one named Bucky, one named Tunafish, one named Dogwood, it knows what array you're talking about. So now that we have our for loop, our enhanced for loop or for statement with our type, identifier, and name, we can go ahead and do something with it. So let's just go ahead and take that total and set it equal to X. And what's this going to do is it loops through, is add these numbers to total each time it loops. So the first time it's going to add 3 to 0, then 4 to 3, then 5 to 7, and it's just going to keep adding up till it gets the sum, and eventually total is going to hold the sum of all those numbers. So now that total holds the sum of all those numbers, let's go ahead and just print out system out. Come on, print line. There you go. Total. Now let's go ahead and just print it out. Make sure we don't have any errors, and we get the value 25. So let me show you guys what this did one more time. We went and we made an array called Bucky using an array initializer. We then went and made another variable named total and set it equal to 0, and this would hold the sum of our array. Next, we made this special enhanced for statement. The first argument it takes is the type and identifier, what variable you want to store the array values in. Next, you need to say what array you were working with, what array you want to loop through, and now you just did anything with those values, and we just decided to add them all to total to get the sum. Lastly, we just printed it out. So that's how you use an enhanced for statement. And remember, this is a for statement that's specialized to loop through all of the elements in your array so you can do something with them. So that's that for this tutorial. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and hopefully I'll see you next tutorial. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to your 30-second Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be teaching you guys how to pass arrays into methods. Now, I taught you guys how to make basic methods, and I also taught you guys how to use simple variables in methods, but arrays can be a little tricky, so that's what I'm going to teach you guys how to do this time. So before we start passing arrays into methods, we actually need an array. So let's go ahead and make one again called Bucky, and just make your array initializer and put 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, might as well. And that's that for now. So now that we have an array, we actually need to build a method to do something to this. So here's your main method right now. So go outside your main method, and again, make sure you're inside of your class by outside your main method, and go ahead and type public static void, and then name your method. I'm just going to name my change because I'm going to want to change my array. Now what you need here is the type and your local like how we built a variable last time. You want to do the same thing, but instead of having just a variable name, you want to put those square brackets over it, and that says that alright, we're going to be building a method here, and it's going to take a parameter of one array. So make sure you name a variable which is actually an array, and add those square brackets, and that's how you tell that you're going to be putting an array in here. Next, go ahead and let's add something so we can put in our method that we just built. So in this method, what do we want to do to change our array? Let's just say we want to take all the values in our array and add 5 to them. Just add something real simple so I can show you guys. So just add a basic for loop to loop through it. But int counter, let me make sure I spell it right. Set it equal to 0 because that's the first index. Counter is less than x length, and remember that's a built-in thing that Java knows. And then just add 1, and let's just put x counter and plus equal 5. And what this does right here is it takes all the indexes in the array and adds 5 to each value of them. So again, you should know what this does already. Don't forget to put it in a separate method aside from your main one. So now that we got a separate method built, and again, the most important thing probably in this tutorial is in this parameter, in this method, make sure to have an array instead of just a regular variable. So now back in our main method, what we want to do is just call the method. So how you do this is put the method name, and in your parentheses go ahead and write the array name. So mine is Bucky. And again, since Java already knows how long it is, you don't have to put how many elements, like 4 or 5. All you have to put is the name of the array. Since this is Bucky with this many elements, just put Bucky, and it knows automatically how many elements it's supposed to pass into your array. So now our array is changed. So we made an array, we changed it, so now we just got to print it out on the screen so we can see it. So let's use that enhanced for loop that we talked about in the last tutorial. And once I get my parentheses, int y, again this is called Bucky, and let's just put system out print line, and we'll print y. So that should work, I believe. So let's go ahead and run this, and as you can see, the original array was 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and our new array is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it added 5 to the array which we wanted to do. So let me show you guys one last time what this does. We made an array like we did a million times called Bucky 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We next said, alright, take that array Bucky and pass it into the method change, where it says, alright, where's the method change? Oh, it's down here. So I took that array. Now what am I supposed to do to it? Oh, take each of the values and add 5 to them. Alright, I did that. Now let's come back here. Alright, what do you want me to do next? Well, just print it all out on the screen, and we know how to do that from last time. So make an array, change it, print it out on the screen. And again, the syntax is a little different than making a regular method, so pay attention, especially that you don't need a number right here, and also that you need to define your array right here. So aside from that, it's pretty simple. So pay attention to that, play around with it, and get good at it. And then once you're good, you can move on to my next tutorial. So thank you guys for watching. I hope you learned at least some of this. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I'll see you next time. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 33rd tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you guys about multi-dimensional arrays. Now, people make multi-dimensional arrays whenever they want to do something like make a table in Java, or make something where you need coordinates. So again, or not again, for the first time, the syntax for making a multi-dimensional array is your array type, which is int in this case. First array, this is just the name of the array, and instead of just one square bracket, you actually add 2. The first one is for the row, and the second one is for the column. So how you create this is this, and this of course is a multi-dimension array initializer, and this is the easiest way to create multi-dimensional arrays. So you pretty much have your main array right here, But instead of just filling it with numbers 4, 5, 6, you actually fill them with other curly brackets where you can put something like 8, 9, 10, 11, and then anytime you want to go to a new row, just press comma, add new curly brackets, and put something like 12, 13, 14, 15. So what this would mean right here is you have an array with your first row being 8, 9, 10, 11, and your second row being 12, 13, 14, 15. So whenever these you want to call an element in your array, the first row, all of this, the first call is 0. So this would be first array 0, 1, first array 0, 2, like this. First array 0, 1, that's what I'm talking about when I say first array 0, 1, and this will point to this. And anytime you want to call something on your second row, it's first array 1, 0, first array 1, 1, first array 1, 2, 1, 3. So that's how you call elements in a multi-dimensional array. But what if you said, alright, I want to build a table, but I want it to have different column lengths. Can I do that? Sure can. So int second array, let's go ahead and create that. And instead of in your array having all the same row lengths, what you would do is this. Maybe in your first one you would put something like 30, 31, 32, 33, and then in your second row you would have something like 43, and then in your third row you'd have something like 4, 5, 6. So what this would do is create a table with 3 rows, 1, 2, 3. In the first row the columns would be 30, 31, 32, 33. In the second row it would only have one column, 43, and in the third row down it would have 3 columns, 4, 5, and 6. So again, how you would call or use the elements in this array, anytime you want to use this one, the first number you would put is 0, and then put the number of the element. So 0, 0, don't want to move that, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3. This one would only have, you would be able to call 1, 0, and this one you'd be able to call 2, 0, 2, 1, 2, 2. So that's how you call elements in a multi-dimensional array. And actually in the next tutorial I'm going to be building a program to output this so you can see visually what I mean and how you create a table with rows and columns. And once you see it, it's going to make complete sense to you and it's going to be really easy. So that is the basics of a multi-dimensional array. Again, in the next tutorial I'm going to show you guys visually how to do this so it'll make a lot more sense to you. So thank you guys for watching. Please check out my next tutorial and I will see you then. What's up guys, welcome to your 34th tutorial. In this tutorial I'm going to show you guys how to create a visual table with our multi-dimensional arrays that we made in our last tutorial. So let's go ahead and make a whole new method to do this since it will be a lot easier. And go ahead and write public static, spell it right, void main, and actually it's not main, give it a name like display or something since it's displaying your array. And in your parameters, since it's going to be taking in a multi-dimensional array, just have it take one parameter in a multi-dimensional array. Easy enough. Now in the body of this display method, we're going to need to write 2 loops. One loop is going to loop through the rows, and one loop is going to loop through the columns. And actually the loop for the columns is going to be inside the loop for the rows. So go ahead and write your first for loop and put int row or something so you can see that it's looping through the rows, and just set that equal to 0, and then put row is less than x length or whatever you used up here, and then just put increment them by 1. And now inside this for loop we want another loop to loop through the columns. So let's put for and put int column OLUNN, there we go, equals 0, since we want to start at the 0th index. Then you want it to be, let's see, column is less than x, because that's what we passed into it, row, and then we want just the length of that. So what this would do is loop through the exact length, no more, no less. That's a neat little trick. So anytime you're making a for loop to do this inside, instead of just x length, because you don't want the length of that, you want the length of the row. So that's how you would do this. So and then just put increment by 1, COLUMN, can't spell column, there we go. And this is your syntax for your inside loop. Set it equal to 0, have it go until the end of the row, and just increment it by 1. So now for the body of text we need for this is we just want it to output the rows on the screen. So system out print, make a simple print statement and not a print line, because we don't want to have it in rows, and we don't want a new line every time, or that would be a new row. So let's go ahead and just print x row column. And what this is going to do is take the index of row, which is going to start at 0, and this is going to start at 0 every time, and this is going to print out our rows. And so let's just add a little spacer in between, a new tab, and this will just give us some space between our numbers. So now that we have another row, let's go ahead and just make a new line. So let's put system out print line. So here is the end. I forgot a semicolon right there. So here's what this method does. The first argument it takes is the row number, and the second argument it takes is the column number. It loops through it, and what this does right here is it just prints a row. And what this does is when you get to the end of the row, it's going to move down a new line, so you print a new row. If I didn't have this, it would print everything all on one row, and I don't want that, so that's why I added this. So now we have a couple arrays, and we have a method to print out those arrays. Let's make sure I got my curly brackets in right. There we go, should be good. So now I have arrays, a method to print out those arrays. Now let's actually call that method. So all we would do, let's make a print statement so we see what's going on. Print line, and just put something like, this is the first array. And to call this, what you would do is simply put display, since this is the name of our method, and you want to pass it an array. So let's go ahead and put first array, and again, you don't need, I spelled array with 3 R's, yes I did. And again, you don't need to put any number of elements since it already knows. So next, let's just do our other one, system out print line, and then just write this is the second array, and then just display that too. Not display second array. There we go. Should be good. So now let me run this, make sure it works, and I'll show you guys. And take note, in my first array there are 2 rows. The first row has 8, 9, 10, 11. Second row has 12, 13, 14, 15. And in my second row I have 3 rows with all different column lengths. So now if we look at this visually, in my first array, what's actually at first array, spelled that wrong, has 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in this row. And again, that's this in the first row and this in the second row. And in my second array, let's see what I got. 30, 31, 32, 33, 4 values in the first row, this one in the second row, and 3 in the last row. So again, that's 4, 1, and then 3. So that's how you print out visually your table in a multi-dimensional array. So let me explain to you guys one last time how this works, and hopefully this will clear some things up. We went and we had ahead and made some multi-dimensional arrays using our 2 square brackets and kind of putting arrays in an array. That's what a multi-dimensional array is. This calls the function, or the method, excuse me. And what the method is, or how it works, is this. This is just housekeeping stuff. We want it to pass a multi-dimensional array. So we make a multi-dimensional array. We just name it X so we can use it in our method. So the first thing we do, this entire thing is a for statement right here, and this just loops through the rows, or the first ones. and inside that you need to loop through the columns or the second one, and then we went ahead and just printed it out with spaces in between, and once we got to the end of a row we just printed a whole new line. So that is how you do that. And again, what we did right here was called making a visual table using a multi-dimensional array. So again, just copy exactly as I did, and once you type it for yourself you'll understand it a lot better. But for now, that's all I got for you for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll probably do something a little bit easier but just as useful. So thank you guys for watching. I hope you subscribe to my channel, and don't forget to check out my next tutorial. What's up guys, welcome to your 35th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to show you guys how to make a variable length argument list. Now I showed you guys how to build methods using multi-dimensional arrays and also how to build basic methods, but each time you did, you needed to tell it what arguments it took. But sometimes you want to build a method and you don't know how many arguments it took. So for example, say you want to build a method to average a bunch of numbers. Well, maybe you don't know how many numbers you want to average first, so you don't know how many arguments to give it. Well, in this tutorial I'm going to show you guys how to make a method that takes however many arguments you want. So let's go ahead and build a method outside our main method. Let's build a public static int, since it's going to be returning integers, average. And I just named it average. You can name it whatever you want. Now go ahead, and it's going to take an argument of integers, but you don't know how many. So anytime you don't know how many, what you do is put an ellipse, and that's 3 dots, and then put the name of the variable you want to use. And instead of putting int x, int y, int z, you just put 3 dots, and what 3 dots means is, alright, I'm going to be throwing numbers in here, but I don't know if I'm going to be throwing 2 numbers, 5 numbers, or 500 numbers. So dot 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 means just do it, and I'm not going to tell you how many numbers. So now that we have that, that's a new thing I wanted to show you in this tutorial. Dot 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 means you don't know how many arguments it's going to take. Let's go ahead and build a simple function. Let's just total all these numbers, so it starts at 0 since we don't have any numbers yet. Let's make an enhanced for loop, set our variable equal to x, and it takes numbers in it, and let's just add all those numbers to the total. So total plus equals x, so it's going to loop through all those numbers and add them all to the total. So now after that we just need to return the average. So return total over numbers the length. So what this does, if you threw 5 numbers in here, it's going to return total divided by 5. If you only threw 3 numbers in here, it's going to return that total divided by 3. So number, which should actually be numbers, is what you passed into it, and the length of it is how many values. So that's how that works. So this is our method we just built. Now we need a way to output it on the screen. So go back to your main function so you can run this program, and just write system out, move my mouse, print line, and let's just print something like average, and then in here in your average method you can type however many numbers you want, 43, 56, 76, and 8. And let me go ahead and run this and show you guys. The average of this is 45. So that took 4 arguments, or 4 numbers right there. But let's say we wanted to add more, 65, 76, 2, and 31. Let's go ahead and run this. Does it still work? Yep. Interestingly enough, the average is only 44 for this. Interesting. So this is what this does. Anytime you want to build a method, this is the meat of this tutorial right here. Anytime you want to build a method that you don't know how many arguments it's going to take, so for example we pass like 4 the first time and 8 the second time, what you want to do is put what type it is, the ellipse, and then you just give yourself a variable that you can work with in your method. So again, that ellipse right there means I don't know how many it is, so I don't have to make it over and over again. So again, we just built the method right there and called it in our main function right there. So that's your quick tutorial on how to make a variable length argument list in methods that you build, so you don't have to write a new method each time you want to enter a different number of arguments. So practice that, and once you play with it a couple times, you'll get good at it. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and don't forget I'm gonna have this video able for free download. So make sure you do that if you want. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next tutorial. What's up guys, welcome to your 36th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be showing you guys how to build a time class. Now what a time class is it's pretty much a separate class that has a bunch of different time functions, and I'm going to allow the user to enter three numbers, one for the hour, minute, and seconds, and it's going to convert that into military time and regular time. And we're going to be needing this information for the next couple tutorials, so make sure you build this with me. So first, let's go ahead in our tuna class right here. Make sure you're outside your main class, and I'm going to go ahead and build three variables, and they're going to be private variables. So not private, same thing, right? And make sure they're integer variables, one for hour, and another one for minute, and another one for second. So just copy that because I'm lazy, and turn this one to minute, and turn this one to second. So now we got three private variables, but now they have no value. So what we want to do is give them a value, and we're going to do that by letting the user input the numbers. So let's go ahead and make a method to do this. So public void, since it's not going to return anything, and just name it set time, or you can name it anything you want. But this is also going to take three arguments: int h for hour, int m for minute, and int s for second. So it's going to take three arguments, but we just don't want to let them enter any number they want. Since the hour has to be between 0 and 24, the minute has to be between 0 and 60, since that's how many minutes there are in an hour, and the seconds also have to be between 0 and 60. So what we're going to do is check this data before we enter it. So let's put hour is equal to, and instead of just h, let's go ahead and check it. So let's go ahead and write, let's just do this. Wow, would you look at that? If hour is less than or equal to 0, and you have to make an and because it needs to meet two conditions, and my ampersand is on 7. I put a bunch of stickers on my keyboard for After Effects, so now I can't see any of my symbols. I have to look at my laptop for it. So, and now if hour is less than 24, so if it's between 0, what the heck just happened there? I have caps lock on or something? No, just a funky little thing. Alright, now hour is less than 24. There we go, didn't mess up that time. So if these two conditions are met, and the question mark, are these two conditions met? Then hour. If not, 0. And why is this little green bar right here? There we go. Must have been something with my screen recorder. So here's what we're saying right now. If hour is greater than 0 and it's less than 24, then you can go ahead and use that number. If it's not, then go ahead and by default just put 0 so we don't mess up our whole program just because they entered the wrong number. So now we need to do this for minute and second. So let's go ahead and change minutes and change this to m, and change this to m and this to m. And then go to, guess what we're going to do next, second, and change this to S, and this to S, and this to S. And make sure this HMS matches whatever you put up here. And now don't forget to do this. Instead of 24, go ahead and change these to 60. I know, you got to change all this. It probably would have been faster just to type it by hand, but, well, we didn't, so too bad. So now that we got them to enter a time, and what this is going to do when we call this method right here, they're going to enter three numbers as arguments. So what we want to do is we pretty much set the time right there, but we have no way to display it yet. So the first way I'm going to display it is through military time. So, and that's the time where you can use like 12 to 24. So you'll see what it is later. So public string, since it's going to return a string, since it's going to display something, obviously, to, make sure I had to spell military right, and it's going to take no arguments since it's just going to display, and in the body I'm going to return string format, and remember our format takes two arguments. Oh, they already put them in for us, how kind. delete those. Kind but not kind enough. Why don't you fill in the rest of it for us? It's going to take, and remember in here you need to put percent, and where's my percent sign above the 5, O2D colon percent O2D colon percent O2D. Make sure I got that right. And what this is going to do is display the first one at 2 decimal places and then add a colon, display the second number at 2 decimal places, then add a colon, then display the seconds at 2 decimal places. And after that, let's just go ahead and add what we want to put in: hour, minute, second. And now that they're set right here, we can display them down here. So now just add a colon after that, and now we built everything we needed to. So now we can go to our main apples method right here, or apples class, excuse me, and we can begin building our objects. Since this was the tuna class, we need a tuna object for that. So tuna object, and remember you need an object so you can use the crap inside the class. So equal new tuna, and first let's just go ahead, and even though we didn't set a time yet, we can go ahead and display the military time just to see what it has for default. So system out, and let's just go ahead and print line and put tuna object to, what was it, to military. There we go, to military. And so we didn't set a time yet, so whenever we run this, make sure I don't have any X's anywhere, it should give us all zeros by default. So yeah, save those, and look at that. By default, we get all zeros right here. So now that I lost my screen recorder, oh man, hopefully it's somewhere in there. Whenever I run this program, my screen recorder goes behind my Java, so I have no idea what's going on right now. Oh well. Anyways, that's really annoying. But anyways, let's go ahead and set the time now. So tuna, hopefully you guys can see this, object, and now we can go ahead and press set time. And of course this is going to take 3 arguments, and let's go ahead and press something like 13 for hour, and 27 for minutes, and 6 for seconds. And now once you run this, system out, well, we can just go ahead and copy this since we're lazy. Copy. Once after we set it, we can go ahead and run this again, and hopefully if I don't have any errors, we can go ahead and see right here. The first one was 0, that was before we set the time, and the second one, when we set the time right here, 13:27:6, what that did is converted it all to military time. And now I can see my screen recorder, but still behind. So now, dude, my screen recorder is messing up. Gotta remember, fix that somehow. So now, let me show you guys what we did. In our set time 13:27:6, we went right here, passed these in right here, 13:27:6. It checked if 13 was between this, it was. We checked if 27 was between this, and 6 was between this. Since it was, it used all the values and set them into hour, minute, and second. And that was when we put print to military, which was pretty much a display method. It pretty much just put them in this format and displayed them out to us, as you can see here. So in the next tutorial, I'm going to be showing you how to use not military time, regular American time, or I don't know what it's called, just regular time, I guess. So thank you for watching. In the next tutorial, you definitely want to watch, because we're going to need that information probably for the next few tutorials. So again, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next time. What's up guys, welcome to your 37th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be showing you guys how to use our time class to convert time to a regular string instead of military time. Since, you know, not everyone uses military time, some people just use normal time, like 1:30 p.m. So let's just go ahead, and I'm going to show you guys how to do that. So we first need to make another method, and I'm going to name mine public, but I'm going to spell it right eventually. There we go, right there. You got it, buddy. Public string, and let's just name it toString, since this is just a normal string. You can name it like toNormal or something if you want, but you know what? I don't. So I'm going to name mine toString, and now we got a new method built. And what we want to do here is just return a basic formatting string. So let's go ahead and return string, just like last time. Move my cursor out of the way. Format. Why am I not typing it right today? And now, once we do that, it's going to let us format this string how we want it. So the first thing that we need to do is, let me make sure I don't got anything messed up. String format. Looks good. First thing we need to do is give the format we want to put our time in. So for the first one, for the hour, we just want %d. For the minute, we want %02d. So %02d. And this is because the minute always has 2 decimal places. For the second, it's the same one, %02d, or 02d, excuse me. And for the AM or PM, we just want a string since it's just letters. So now, for the hour, we need to do something weird. We need to check if it's 0 or 12, then put 12. If not, then put the, well, you'll see what we do. So in here, go ahead and in your, well, just do as I type. If hour is exactly equal to 0, or if hour is exactly equal to 12, then what do we want to do? Well, let's just go ahead and put 12 for that. If not, else, if it isn't, then just go ahead and put hour modulus 12. Let me go slide this over a little bit. Maybe that'll be easier for you guys. So what we're doing here is saying, alright, if they put 0 or 12 for the hour, then go ahead and put 12. If they put anything else, then divide it by 12 and give our remainder. So if it's 13, put 1. If it's 8, put 8. If it's 14, put 2. Simple enough. The other ones are a lot easier, I promise. For minute, we just need to go ahead and type minute, since we don't need to do anything special with that. Second, just go ahead and type second, since minutes and seconds don't have AM or PM, only hours do. So now it brings us to my last point. We need to check whether it's AM or PM they're talking about. And there we go, right there. So how do we check if it's AM or PM? Well, we need to test the hour first of all. And if hour is less than 12, then what do we want to do? We want to go ahead and insert AM. Else, if it's not, let's go ahead and insert PM. So that's how we check for AM or PM right there. So now we got our basic toString, and we got a little error right there. And I forgot parentheses somewhere right here. I'll find it. I promise I will. I think I did. Oh, crap, this darn screen recorder is in the way. Let me pause this. Here we go. This was the one I forgot right here. Again, when you're doing your hour, make sure this one's enclosed right here, and make sure the entire thing is enclosed right there. But anyways, hopefully I don't have any more errors. Now that we got our basic string to string method built, we can go ahead and call it in our main function. So let's just go ahead, and right here we called the military one, and we can go ahead and copy this, and we're not going to use it again. I'm just too lazy to type toString. So the first one's going to call the military time, and the second one's going to call the string one that we just built. And by default, this is 0, and by default, this is 12. And if you're saying, alright, why isn't this 0, and why is it 12? Well, I'll show you right here. And right here, where we put, if hour is 0 or 12, then put 12. And it was 0, so it put 12. Since when you're looking at regular time, there's only 12 o'clock, and then it goes right to 1 o'clock. There is no 0 o'clock. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but yeah, jot that in your notebooks. There's actually no 0 o'clock. So now, let's go ahead and quit messing around with this crap and do what we came here for. We want to be able to set the time. So let's go ahead and put tuna. Actually, we probably want to put tuna object. And let's go ahead and use our set time function, and we want to enter 3 parameters. The hour, and we'll go ahead and change that to 13, which should be 1 o'clock in regular time. And then for minutes, we'll put like 27, and then for seconds, we'll put like 6 or something. Then go ahead and add a colon, and now we can go ahead and output these two again. And why type them again if you can just copy and paste them the lazy way? That's right, that's what I'm talking about. And now let's just go ahead and let's just go ahead and output it. Simple as that. So here's what we got. Here's our defaults that we got from last time before we set the time, and then we set the time. In military time, it was 13 o'clock. 1300 hours, 27, 6 seconds. In regular time, it is 1 o'clock or 1:27 and 6 seconds p.m. So that is how you use. Here, let me recap this one more time. What we did is we pretty much just outputted the defaults on the screen. Then we went ahead and called set time, passing the parameters 13, 27, and 6. So it took 13 hours and converted it to hours. What was the next one? 27 and stored it for minutes, and 6 and stored it for seconds. It outputted that in our military format, and then it outputted that in our regular string format. So that is your basics of your time class right there. And make sure that you copy all this and follow along with me, because in the next tutorials I'm going to be teaching you new stuff, not about time, but we're going to be using this code right here. So make sure you copy all this and make sure your programs are working, and if they aren't, then leave a comment on this video and I'll try to answer it for you. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. I hope you learned a little something, but not too much, and I will see you next time. What's up guys, welcome to your 38th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial I'm going to show you guys how to control access to different variables in other classes, and also what the this keyword means in Java. So let's first of all talk about access to these private variables right here. Now what private means is that these variables are private, meaning that only these methods have access to it. Only these methods in the same class, this tuna class, can use these variables. So what if we try to use these private variables in another class, like our apples one? Well, let's go ahead and try to do that right now. First of all, we already made a tuna object to use all the stuff in that class, but let's go ahead and try to use something like hour right here. If we go ahead and try to use hour and change it to like another number, we get this little error right here, and if we were to run this, we'd get a compilation error, so I don't want to do that. So what it says is the field tuna hour is not visible, and that is because instead of public it is private, again meaning that only these methods right here can use it. So if we want to change that and put it so these variables can be used in any class outside, we need to change that to public. And now you can see my little X went away. So now I can use a class outside to change the variables in another class. So let's go ahead and change it back to private, and make sure you spell it right, that's kind of important, and go ahead and delete this. And that brings me to another point, what the this keyword is in Java. So what if you're saying that, alright, I got 3 variables in this class named hour, minute, and second, but also in my constructor, or this doesn't even matter, it can be a constructor or just another function, or excuse me, method. I've been talking about C++ for too long. Changes the hour, minute, and second. So now we probably need to change these too, don't you think? Minute and second. So what if we were to say that these variables in this method inside this class were the exact same as these variables right here? So in other words, if the constructor or any other method uses names or variables identical to instance variables, then when you run the program, what's it going to do? Well, let's go ahead and see right now. I guess we don't need this anymore, but we'll keep it anyways. Let's go ahead and run this, and as you can see, we get 1 2 3 1 2 3, and then we set the time, which doesn't matter anymore. Then we get 1 2 3 1 2 3. So my point is this: anytime you have the same variables in a method or a constructor, which are the same thing, Java looks to these variables, the local variables, instead of these right here. So if we're saying, alright, that's good and all, and by the way, you should never name these variables the same as this. This is just for knowledge, but anyways, So what if we want to use these variables, the 4, 5, and 6 instead? Well, if a method contains a local variable with the same name as the field names right here, then the method is always going to look at the local variables instead. It's always going to look at these instead. And that is, there is only one way to kind of overpower this, and that is to use the this reference to refer to these variables instead. So, for example, you know we had 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Well, if we use a little keyword called this instead, then it's going to refer to these variables. So this hour, this minute, and this second. And this pretty much means this method right here that we're talking about. So anytime you use this, it says, alright, don't use all these, use this right here. And I'm sure that's a tone when he was creating this. Use this one right here. I'm sure he said that. So now if we go in our main apples program and go ahead and run it, we now get 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 before, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6. So that is using these local variables instead of these private ones right here. So again, anytime you want to use the variables in your method instead of the variables outside your method, if they're named the same thing, you need to use the this keyword. And that says, alright, use these ones right here, or use this ones, not here, that doesn't even make sense, but you know what I mean. Use them locally instead of far apart. So again, it's easier just to see and play around with it, and once you do, you're going to understand what this means. Wow, that's like a little joke. And anyways, hope you understand at least a little bit. In the next tutorials, I promise I'll be clearing this up for you. It's kind of confusing right now, but keep an eye out for my next tutorials. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next time. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 39th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be talking about overloaded constructors. Now, you guys already know what a constructor is. It's pretty much a method with the same name as that class, and whenever you create an object, it automatically calls that method or does that method. So I told you guys how to build a constructor, and I told you guys that you can build only one constructor with the same name as the class. But I didn't tell you guys that you can build multiple constructors, and depending how many arguments you have, it picks what constructor to use. For example, if you called that object with one argument, it would have a constructor for that. If you called that object with 3 arguments, it would have a constructor that took 3 arguments. So let's go ahead and do this right now. So we first need our 3 variables, private int hour, and then we need that same thing. Let me put a semicolon instead of colon. We need that same variable with minute and second. Minutes and second. Now let's go ahead and build our first constructor. And we do this by putting public tuna, since tuna is the name of the class, and I'm not going to have any arguments for this one. We're going to do one with 0 arguments, 1, 2, and 3. So when you put one with 0 arguments, what we want to do is eventually we want to give it 3 arguments. So what we would do is put this keyword, and what this does is pretty much invoke the constructor again, but give it 3 arguments this time using 0, 0, and 0. So now we need to build another constructor. So public, actually we can probably just copy this. Copy, we're lazy, and paste. Public tuna, but instead of 0 arguments, this one, if they pass in 1 argument, what are we going to do? Well, if they pass in 1 number, then let's just assume it's the hour. So we put this hour, so if they passed in object 5, it's going to be 5 o'clock, then 0, 0. So now let's build another one, and this one's going to have 2 arguments. This one's going to have an hour and a minute. So int hour and int minute right there. So now what we want to do is invoke hour and minute, and again what this is going to do is call this constructor again, but pass it 3 arguments right here. So now you're saying, alright, if we call this constructor again, it's going to look through this one, see where there's 3 arguments, look through this one, see where there's 3 arguments, and look through this one, see where there's 3 arguments. And that's why I'm getting an X right here. It says the constructor tuna is not defined, because we keep calling a constructor with 3 arguments, but we didn't build one yet. So let's go ahead and build one right now. Let's go ahead and put public tuna, and I could have copied that, but int hour, int minute, int second. And if you watch, all of my X's just disappeared. So you see they're now up, and then once we finally build one, it disappears. So now that we have a constructor with 3 arguments, we can go ahead and build something what it does. In fact, I'm going to build another, I'm going to have it call another method right here that sets the time to hour, minutes, and seconds. And we're actually going to be building this in the next tutorial. Actually, we can probably build it right now. We have enough time. But let me explain to you first what this one does. If a user was to create an object with 0 arguments, it would give it 3 arguments by default, so it can go down here to this constructor. If a user was to enter an object with 2 arguments, it would go to this one. It would use the first number as the hour, the second one is minute, and the third one is 0. And then it would call this constructor again with 3 arguments, and the only one with 3 arguments is this. In hour, in minute is second. And then what this constructor does is set the time in a set time method. And you're saying, alright, where the F is that method? Well, we're going to build it right now, so take it easy. Let's go public void set time. And as the arguments, again, what we want to do is take 3 parameters, int h, int m for minute, and int s for seconds. Now in the body, let me scroll up a little bit. There we go, not bad. In the body, what do we want to have to set the time? Well, actually, we're going to be building 3 methods for this as well. And I know it gets confusing, but set hour, and this is going to take an hour. Set minute, and this is going to take a minute. And set second, and this is going to take a second parameter. And now once we close this, it says the method set minute is undefined. And we're actually going to build 6 more methods, I think. We're going to build methods for setting each of the times. And why do we need a new method for set hour, a new method for set minute, and set second? Well, we can't just have any hour they type in. We need to build a method for it, like last time where we set the hour, we had to check if it was between 0 and 23 or 24. And set minute, we need to make sure this is between 0 and 60, and also for set seconds. And we're also going to make another method for get method, not get method, for get hour, get minute, and get seconds. And that's just going to return everything. But we're going to be doing that next tutorial. But if you still don't know why I'm having separate methods for these, it's so only these methods can access the hour. And down here, as I said in last time, we don't want any other class to have access to this information right here. So that's why we need to build a separate set and get methods for each hour and like hour, minute, and second. But anyways, that was supposed to be for next tutorial. That was just a little jump ahead. The meat of this tutorial that I want to tell you is right here. Let's see. Yep. These are all constructors right here. One with 0 arguments, one with 1, 2, and 3. And I just want to tell you that you can build different constructors depending on how many arguments you have. That way, you don't really need the user to enter one specific set of information. It varies, and then depending on how much information they entered, it does a certain task. So if you don't understand this, I promise in the next either 1 or 2 tutorials, this will make all sense once we finally build our program and you can see what's going on. But thank you guys for watching. Make sure to write this code right now. And again, like I said, by the end of these tutorials, you're going to understand why we did it and how this all works. But for now, thank you guys for watching my tutorial on overload constructors. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. It is the best channel ever. Again, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next time. What's up guys, welcome to your 40th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial we're going to be building the set hour, set minute, and set seconds methods. Now we already got the data from them, the data that we need in the last tutorial, so hopefully you watched that because you need this code anyways. But if you did and typed everything up, then that's good, you're good to go. So let's go ahead and build first the set hour function, or excuse me, method. The same thing as a function pretty much. I just been around C++ all day. So anyways, public void, since it doesn't return anything, and set hour. And what argument does this take? Int h. It takes just the hour, since again we're only setting the hour, nothing else. Now in this, what we want to do is check if the data is between 0 and 24, and if it is, it's valid. If not, we're just going to set it to default like 0 or something, and by or something I mean 0. So let's take that hour, and first let's make a simple if statement. Is the hour greater or equal to 0 and, where's my and? 7 right there. Again, I put stickers on my keyboard so it's kind of annoying. And is the hour less than 24? You're gonna say, alright, if that is true, then you can go ahead and use the hour. Else, if it's not true, go ahead and put 0. So again, this is a conditional expression, or it's pretty much just the same as an if statement. What this is going to do is check if the hour is between 0 and pretty much make sure the hour is greater than 0 and less than 24, and if it is, use it. If not, use 0. So now do the same thing for minute and second, except when we use this, we want to change hour, minute, and second, and we also want to change this minute and second, and we also want to change this minute, and don't use a capital, and second, and also want to change this minute, second, and instead of having, let me check this data real quick, minute, instead of having 24, you want to change these to 60. Since with minutes and seconds, it doesn't need to be between 0 and 24. It needs to be between 0 and 60. So that's why we do that. So now that we got our hour, minute, and second built, what's this say right here? Duplicate method, second, hour, and type 2. That's good. We're good to go. Hour, minute, second. What we need to do, this is what it was saying right here. Set minute and set second. So then, now that we got our check for hours, our check for minute, and check for second, what we can do now is write get methods just to get them. Since we write a set method to change data if need be, if it's bad, and we need a get method to pretty much when we're retrieving our data, this is what we need this method for. So let's go ahead and write public int, and the first one we want is get hour. So get hour, and this is going to take no parameters, and what it's going to do is, this is the easiest thing you'll do all day, get return hour right there. So what this is going to do is pretty much take this and return it. So let's copy this and keep up with me because it's going to be a little too easy. Get minutes, and this one's going to return minute, and get second, and this is going to return second. So now that we have 3 set statements and 3 get methods, set methods, get methods, we need one more method, and I promise this is the last one. The last method that we need is pretty much just a formatting method, and this pretty much just spits it all out, or a display method. So like last time, I'm going to put public string, since this is going to return a string, and after string I'm just going to name it, I'll put like to military time, since we'll do military time. Military time is a lot easier than normal time, and this isn't going to take any parameter since it's just going to return a string. So what we want to return is, let's go ahead and string format, And again, it tells us we need 2 arguments. And the first argument is, let me get rid of this, it annoys me. The first argument is how we want to format. So we want to format %02D, %02D, colon, %02D. So %02D, %02D, %02D. And this means the hour, the minute, and the second is each going to have 2 decimal places. So for the first one, for the hour, it says, what number do you want to use? Well, we want to use whatever number was returned in our getHour method right there. For our second one, for our minutes, we want to use whatever was returned in our getMinute method right there. And for our last one, of course, getSecond right there. So now these functions, let me double check this, make sure it's good. These functions are good to go. We built all the methods that we need. And again, whenever I say functions, I really mean methods. I'm just another language. Those methods are all we need. So now we can go in our main apples class right here, and we can begin building our objects. Now again, whenever we're going to go ahead and create 4 different objects because we had 4 different constructors. And actually I'm going to be doing that in the next tutorial. So as you can see, we have 1 constructor, 1, 2, 3, 4. So in the next tutorial, I'm going to be building 4 different objects, each to use these constructors in 4 different ways, and then I'm going to be summing up and telling you how this whole program works and actually what the heck we just did, and then you're going to understand it awesomely. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next tutorial. What is going on, people? Welcome to your, let's see, 51st Java tutorial, I believe. And in this tutorial, we're going to be talking about GUI some more. And unlike last time, where we built a GUI that looks the same on every single operating system, like if you ran it on a Windows operating system and a Mac, it will look the exact same. What we want to do is we want to build an interface that when you run it on a Windows machine, that it inherits all the look and the feel of a Windows program, and when you run it on a Mac machine, it uses all the buttons and toolbars and title bars and windows as a Mac. So the last one we built in the last tutorial was simple for, like, you know, a really easy one, but we're going to be going into some complex, and it's just a better GUI system of building interfaces. So that's what I'm going to be teaching you today. So the first thing that we're going to want to do, again, we're going to be working with 2 classes, the apples main class with our main method in it, and a subclass or another class called tuna right here. So in your tuna class, or not the one without your main argument, the first thing we're going to need to do is import a bunch of stuff to use. So the first thing we're going to import is, go ahead and type import java.awt.flow layout, and make sure you're capitalized like I am. And what this is going to do is it's going to import pretty much how things are placed here. That's how I can say it. What this is going to do is pretty much give you the default layout managing. It's going to say, alright, I'm going to put this here. When I build my next item, put it to the right of it. When I build my next item, put it to the right of it. And once you run out of space, just move to the next line. So this is pretty much the layout of our thing. And we don't want to have to program an entire layout, so that's why we're importing that. The next thing we're going to want to import is, go ahead and type import javax, don't forget that X, and we're going to import swing dot jframe. And there we go. What jframe is it pretty much gives you all the basic Windows features like the title bar, the minimize, the maximize, the X, to close, and it pretty much just gives you the basic window. So we want to use what we have already, so that's why we're importing that. And the last thing we're going to import in this tutorial is the J label, and this is what we're going to be building. And this pretty much, a label is pretty much just a line of text, and it also lets you do simple images. But let's go ahead and import javax again, swing.j label, and make sure it's capitalized just like that. So again, this is gonna, there, sorry about that, I had to take a little break, someone knocked on my door. But what JLabel does is it allows you to output text and images on the screen, so that's why we need to import that. So now we can go ahead and start programming this stuff right here. The first thing we want to do is use inheritance like we did before. Public class tuna extends extends JFrame. So we need this tuna class right here to inherit all the stuff from JFrame. And again, like I said, JFrame gives you all the basic Windows features. So now we have all of the title bars, the minimize, the maximize, the X button. That's what that does. Now that it inherited all those qualities, let's go ahead and the first thing we're going to want to do is build a variable, which is pretty much going to be our item. So let's make it private, and let's just go ahead J label, that's what type it is, and just name it like item1 or something like that. And this is pretty much just going to be the item that we're adding. I mean, you need to name it something, so why not item1? And now we're going to build a constructor. So go ahead and type public tuna or whatever your class name is and give it empty. It's not going to take any parameters. And the first line in our constructor, and I spelled tuna wrong, the first line in our constructor is the title of the window. So let's go ahead, and how you do that is you put super, and the only argument it takes is the title. So this was going to appear in the title bar. The title bar. Let's just go ahead and put that. So that is how you add a title to your window. The next thing we're going to want to do is set the layout, which is pretty much the default layout. So go ahead and put set layout, and all of these methods like super and set layout, these are imported whenever we imported everything. So set layout, and as a parameter for this, let's just go ahead and put new flow layout right there. And what this does is pretty much give us our default layout. So this adds a title, and this gives us the default layout. So now let's go ahead and start building the actual item that we wanted to build. So again, we already named it item1. So let's set item1 equal to new JLabel. And remember, labels are pretty much just text. So this is how we put text on the screen. And the argument for it is what you want to output on the screen. This is a sentence. Make sure you spell it wrong. And now we pretty much just have an item that says this is a sentence. All we have is text on the screen now. Now we can add some functionality to our item. One thing we can do is make a little scroll box pop up when you hover over it. And that scroll box is actually called a tool tip text. So we can take that item1 that we just built and set tool tip text like that. And now our argument is what's going to appear when we hover over it. So what do we want to appear? This is going to show up on hover or something like that. So now we built a line of text on the screen, and now when you hover over it, this thing's going to pop up, and we use that putting the set tool tip text method. A little tongue twister. And now lastly, the last thing we want to do is add the item to the window. We made an item, we have a window, but we didn't add the item in the window. So that's easy. All you have to do is add item1. So again, don't forget, it just doesn't automatically add it for you. You have to actually add it. Why they did that, I don't know, but that's what they did. So now we have an item in pretty much our tuna class is done. Now go over to your main apples class right here, and we can go ahead and start building the object for that, or calling our tuna class. So the first thing we're going to need to do is import one thing right here. Import javax dot swing, make sure you spell it right, dot jframe. And again, like I said before, this pretty much gives you all the basic Windows features. So now let's go ahead and start building an object for tuna. Tuna, I'm just going to name my object Bucky equals new tuna, or whatever your class is. Not going to take any arguments. And now you need to do a couple things to this object, which is pretty much the window with a line of text in it. What we want to do is set, and this is really important, set default close operation right there. And what we need to put in here is how we want our program to close. So put jframe.exit underscore on underscore close, all in capitals. And what this does is whenever we hit the X button, the program terminates. If you don't have this, then your program is gonna be messed up whenever you hit the X button. Is my screen recorder still running? Alright, just checking. Now what we need to do is set a size for that object or a window. So again, put Bucky.set size. Let me see how much time I got left. 2 minutes. So this is gonna go real quick. Bucky set size, and let's just put it like 275 by 180 or something like that. And now the last thing we need to do is Bucky set visible, and I'm gonna do this real fast. Set true, and this pretty much means so you can see it. Now let's go ahead and run this, and what we got right here is this is a sentence, and when you hover over it, it says this is going to show up on hover. So again, that's what we built right here. This is a sentence, put the title bar at the top, and when you hover over it, this is going to show up on hover. Now I only have 30 seconds left, so I can't talk you through how we did this all again, but make sure you watch the next tutorial. We're going to be putting more stuff in here, and I'm going to be explaining how we did everything. But again, like I said, I don't have time to do this tutorial because YouTube only lets you upload 10-minute videos. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you next tutorial. What is going on, people? Welcome to your 50-second Java tutorial. And this tutorial is probably going to be pretty long. It's probably going to be a multi-part tutorial, and we're going to be talking about event handlers. So what an event handler or event handling is in the last tutorial I showed you guys how to build a simple GUI or GUI. Well, what an event is anything that the user can do, like move their mouse, click a button, press enter. Those are called events in computer language. Now what an event handler is the code that responds to your mouse movement or button clicking. So the event would be click a button. The event handler would be the code that says, okay, when you click this, I want another box to pop up that says you just clicked the button or something like that. So the event is what the user does. The event handler is what the programmer makes when they do that event. And this overall process is called event handling. So I'll be talking about this later on, but you guys need to know pretty much. I just want to tell you, in this program or tutorial, we're going to be building a window on the screen, and we're going to be building some text boxes inside that window, and whenever the user enters text and press enter, the event handler is going to say, alright, I'm going to pop up another box. So let's just go ahead and get started. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then you'll figure it out eventually. Okay, I need a little break now. The first thing we need to do is import a bunch of crap that we're going to use in this tutorial. So I'm going to go ahead and type import java.awt.flow layout, and make sure your A is not capitalized, and go ahead and you can just copy this right here because we're going to be using something similar to it. So we imported java awt flow layout. The next thing we want to import is java.awt.event.action listener. Let me make sure I spelled listener right. Yep. And what this does, the flow layout pretty much gives you layout. The listener listens or pretty much waits for the user to do something like press enter or something. So now the last thing we need to import from the AWT is event. Come on, cursor. Seriously? awt.event.action event. And these are events which I told you about last time. Now we need to import 4 things from the swing. So let's go ahead and import JavaX. Make sure you have the X swing.jframe. And now we can go ahead and might as well copy that because we're going to import 3 other things. Copy, paste, paste, paste. We need to import JFrame, JTextField, And make sure that you got your capitalization same as mine with the T and the F capitalized. JFrame, JTextWord, JPassword field. And text field is somewhere where you can type text. Password is the same thing, but instead of showing the text, it covers it up in asterisk so you can't see. And the last thing is option pane. So now we imported everything that we need for this tutorial, and these pretty much are all the built-in methods and variables that we're going to use. So now what we need to do for our Tuna class is, just like before, we need to extend or inherit all the stuff from JFrame. And what this pretty much does is give us all, it pretty much lets us use a window. So now we created a window like any other program. Now we can start putting stuff in it. So we're going to put 3 items plus a password field in it, or pretty much 4 text fields. So let's go ahead and make variables for those. Let's make our first text field first. So private J text field, and you need to put J text field, and you can name anything you want. I'm just going to name my item 1, and I'm going to make 3 of these, so I'm just going to copy this because I am extremely lazy. Item 2 and item 3. And the last, sorry about that, I had to take a little break, help my roommate find his phone, but alright. So we created 3 text fields right here. Now let's go ahead and create our last password field, and we'll set that to private as well because, I mean, why not? J password field, like that. And let's just give this a variable, password field. Looks good. So now I did something, oh, no semicolon, embarrassing. So we created 3 items plus a password field. Now let's go ahead and create our window. So let's go ahead and create a constructor for this, and since my class is named Tuna, I'm going to have to create a method that's named Tuna. So I'm just going ahead and going to type public Tuna, doesn't take any arguments, and whatever I create in this is pretty much the window. So the first thing I need to do, or first thing I actually want to do, is add a title to this. And if you remember from the last tutorial, to do this you just put super, and then in your argument you put the title or whatever you want for the title. Not going to get anything fancy because I'm not creative at all. So now we're going to have to set the layout for this, which is pretty much how things are placed. And we don't want to have to code a new layout and place everything, so we're just going to grab a one by default. And how you do this, put set layout, and if you're wondering where all these methods are coming from, they're imported somewhere up here. All these built-in methods that I'm using, you just can't make set layout and put it in everything. You actually have to import it. So set layout takes one argument, and the argument for this is new flow layout, just like that. And that is a method in itself, so make sure you have that typed just like that. So now we have a title and a layout to our window, so let's go ahead and start adding those text fields right there. So the first thing we're going to add is the item 1, and we're going to set this equal to new J text field. And in the parameters for this, set the length of it as 10. And now we have an item, but we didn't add it to the window yet. So let's go ahead and add item 1, and this will add the item to our window. So now, although you can't see it, you pretty much have a blank window with just a little text field on the screen. Now we're going to go ahead and do that for the rest of our items. So let's go ahead and put item 2 and set this one equal to, and these are going to be a little bit different, just change things up a little bit. New J text field, but as your parameters, go ahead for this one and put like enter text here. Now what this is going to do is give you default text inside, and it pretty much is like a prompt. Now let's go ahead and add this one to the screen, item 2. So now we have pretty much an empty window with 2 things on our screen, 2 text fields. So now let's go ahead and change our item 3 variable to, yeah, you guessed it, new J text field. And for this one we'll go ahead and type, alright, let me think of something to do. There we go. Let's go ahead and type, we'll make this text uneditable, and we'll give it a default value of 20. And now we have a text field that says uneditable in it, and we want to make sure that the user cannot edit this. So what we're going to do is take that item 3, which is that text field, and how you set the editableness is go set editable, and what you're going to do for this is put false. And if you put false in that text field is not going to be editable, so the user is going to be able to change what's on the screen, read what's on the screen, but they aren't going to be able to edit it. And now what we want to do is just add item number 3 to that, and the last thing we're going to make is our password field. So just go ahead and write password field, and we're going to set this equal to new password field. Make sure I typed everything right, and as a default you can give get out of there, my pass or something, and this is going to show up in asterisk on your screen. So now that we have that, we can just go ahead and add the password field. Oh, don't want that. So now we have a screen with 4 things on it. We have 4 different text boxes, and each one of them is a little different. I just want to show you guys that changing the parameters does a little thing different to it, and you'll see this later on visually. But in the next tutorial, we're actually going to be adding an event and handlers to this. That means when you enter text and press enter, do this or do that. But for now, I just wanted to get our window set up, and in the next tutorial, we're going to start programming this baby. So I cannot wait. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next time. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 53rd Java tutorial, and this is pretty much a continuation of the 52nd one, and there's probably going to be a 54th one. But just a real quick review. What we did is pretty much already, if you didn't watch 52 for some reason, we just built a window and put 4 things in it. And that's pretty much it. And now what we're going to do is pretty much add some functionality to this. And what we're going to say is, alright, when you enter text in one of those text fields and press enter, what we want to do is pop up another box saying what you entered. Like when a user would type in something and it says like a verification or something. So let's get right to it. Now, what we need to do is, the first thing that we're going to need to do is build an action listener object. So what this means is, we have 4 text fields waiting on the screen, and they're pretty much dumb and they don't do anything right now. What we want them to do is to add some brains to them and have them waiting on the screen in listening, it's called. And when you listen, you're pretty much just waiting for an event to happen. So right now they just look pretty. They're not even waiting for anything. So what we want to say is, alright, text boxes, listen for something to happen, and when that happens, we want you to execute a bunch of code. So the first thing that we're going to need to do is we're going to build another class to execute the code, but this class, I'm going to build an object for this class before I even build the class. So the class name is going to be the handler, and we're going to get some errors right here, but that's fine. And I'm just going to name my object handler, and this is going to be equals new handler class. And if you're saying, alright, where is this handler class? We didn't build it yet, but I will, we promise. So actually, hold on, new the handler, there we go. And what this does is it pretty much builds an action listener object. So now we're going to make a new class later on that you'll see what this does later. But what we need to do is add this object to each of the items. So item 1, what we need to do is add action listener. And what this takes as an argument is the object we just created. So that's why we need to do that. And the object, you can see it is called handler. So handler, right like that. And we need to do this for each object. So let's go ahead and copy this. Copy and paste. Item 2, item 3, and of course our password, which is password field right there, and add action listener, and this is of course going to take the handler argument again. So now we have an object of the class the handler, which we didn't make yet, but that's what we're going to do right now. So once you let me make sure, here's JFrame, here's the one class, here's where one class ends, or pretty much our constructor. And now here's another thing I'm going to tell you. This pretty much whole thing is our constructor, which is pretty much a method for this tuna class. And you're probably thinking, alright, I'm going to build a new class, I'm going to build it on the outside of this. Well, actually, we're going to build another class, but we're going to build it inside this tuna class. And when you do that, when you build a class inside a class, the class that's inside inherits all the crap from the class that's outside. So that's what we want to do. So let's go ahead and make this private because there's no need to make it public. Class, and I hit insert, class the handler, or whatever you named it right there. And now we see we get a whole bunch of other error messages. Implements action listener, and I spelled there we go. Implements action listener. Now what we want to do is go ahead and build a body for this. And now what we have is our class. And why did we need to name it the handler? Because that's what the object was. And it implements action listener. And what this means is pretty much that this is going to be the class to handle the events. And you'll see why later on, but I know it's confusing right now. But what this action listener class is it takes one method. There's only one method we're going to be building in this class, and that's the method that's going to be called automatically whenever an event occurs. And to do that, type public void, and I know this doesn't make any sense to you right now. It's weird because you kind of have to build the whole program to see what's going on, but I promise by the end of this you'll see what's going on. Action, and you need to name this performed, and as a argument you need to take action event, and then you need to name your variable something like event, like that. And now, as well, let's go ahead and start building the body for this. So what happens in this private class right here is as soon as an event occurs, whatever happens inside here is gonna handle the event. So let's go ahead and type some stuff to pretty much just add a body to our method. The first thing we're going to do is build a string variable, and we're just name it string and set it equal to an empty string. And this is going to be the final string that outputs, but you know, we don't need to worry about that now. Now the next thing we're going to want to do is make pretty much a huge if statement, and you'll see why in a second. The first condition we're going to test if the event, and remember this is like an enter or a click, and in this case it's going to be, if the event is going to be when the when the user presses enter. So if the event equals get source, and the source pretty much means where it happens, if it's equal to item 1, and what this means is pretty much if they clicked enter on text field number 1, then what do we want to do? Well, the first thing we're going to want to do is take that string variable that is empty right now, and we want to set it equal to string format, and we would just use C style formatting, and we're going to want to set this equal to put something like field 1 %s, and put those in quotation marks. So what this is going to output is field 1 with a variable right here, and as our variable what we want to do is put event, and this is get action command. Now this is the last thing in this tutorial that's going to confuse you. What get action command means, after I add my semicolon, is get the text from that location. So if they type in Bucky in field 1 and press enter, what this is going to do is say, alright, your event source, or you hit enter at item number 1. So what I'm going to do is put field 1 equals Bucky, and you'll see why later on. But for now, just follow with me. The next thing we're going to do is build 3 else ifs. So else if, and just go ahead and copy this, paste, in event 2, field 2, and we'll get the action command for that. Now let's go ahead and just copy this one more time. Copy, Make sure my cursor's in the right spot. Oh, cool, it's messing up. Cool. And paste. If event get sorts equals from item 3, then we just want output field 3 equals that. And now what we want to do lastly is put else if, and let's go ahead and put event get source. Alright, if this event occurs on, what do we name it, password field, then what do you want to do? Set the string, why are you messing up, Haas? Set the string equal to string format, and let's just go ahead and do the same thing. The format is let's put password field is %s, and the arguments it takes is of course event get action command right there. So now let me make sure we're good to go. Don't have any errors aside from these. And what error are we getting right here? The method add action is undefined, which is we'll worry about that later. And the last thing we're going to want to do, actually I'm running out of time, so I'll do it in the next tutorial. In the next tutorial we will finish everything up. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you then. What is up, people? Welcome to your 54th and hopefully the last tutorial in this little 3-part series. And before I get started, I just want to tell you guys about one error that I did. I spelled listener wrong, like I always do, and just change that to T-E-N-E-R. And if you have more than 3rd grade education, you should know that, but I don't. So now we can go ahead and continue with the rest of our tutorial. So pretty much in this handling class, or the class that handles the event, what we did is we took a string variable and we set it equal to an empty string, or a string with nothing in it. And then we say, alright, if they type something into box number 1 and press enter, then we're going to say, alright, we're going to change that string to field 1 equals whatever you typed in. If they did it in field 2, field 3, or the password field, that's what we're going to do. So now all we pretty much did is we changed that string variable. So if they type Bucky for the string variable, this pretty much changes your string variable. And now the last thing we need to do in this class is pretty much output it on the screen somehow. So this is the last line, so don't worry. Just type J option pane. And why do we get to use this? Because we imported it up here at J option pane. And what this pretty much does is pretty much just a blank window. And what we're going to do is show message dialog. Make sure I didn't spell that wrong too. And it's going to take 2 parameters. The first parameter it takes is null. Don't worry about that. It has to do with positioning. And the second one it takes is your variable you want to output in that string. So now let me walk you guys through this one last time. We imported a bunch of stuff to use. That's not important. The second thing we did is we pretty much built a window using JFrame, which we did in the last tutorial. You should know how we did that. Now here we get to the good stuff. What you definitely need in order to handle events is pretty much an event handling class that implements action listener, and we built that class right here. Now once we made that class, we can create objects for that class, and we created a class, or excuse me, an object named handler. So anytime that you use this object, it's going to refer to this class right here. And after we built this class and we built this object, we're going to go ahead and add that object to each one of these items. Now we gave each of these items some functionality. So before they were just sitting there, and now once you press enter on them, they actually do something. And what it does has to do with this method right here. Now inside your class that handles events, you need this method and you need to call it action performed. This is a built-in method that has to do with the action listener class. This method gets executed automatically whenever an event occurs. So the event that's occurred is enter. So whenever they press enter, what's going to happen is it's going to create an empty string. It's going to test what you're going to want to change that string to, and then it's going to output it right there. So this is all the hard stuff we did right here. So copy that and do exactly as I did. Now that we made all the hard stuff, we can go ahead and just execute it like we always do. So my main thing is called apples. You can do anything you want. The first thing we're going to need to import, and the only thing, so don't worry, import javax.swing.jframe. And this just makes sure that we can use Windows in our main method right here. So now let's go ahead and start calling our object. So let's go ahead and create a new object called Bucky or whatever. And my class was named Tuna. You can name or whatever you can name your object whatever you want, but make sure, well, you should know how to do this right now. Equals a new object from the class Tuna, and the second line we want to put is the close operation like we did before. So we're going to take that object, which is pretty much the thing we just created, that window, and set default, there we go, close operation. I was too lazy to type it all. And the argument that this is going to take, what's all this crap in my way, is jframe dot exit underscore on underscore close. And like before, this just means that whenever we hit X, we want to exit the program. Why they don't do it automatically, I don't know, but you need to do it yourself. The next thing we're going to want to do is set the size of the window, and we do this by setting the size, and we're just going to set this to something like 350 by 100. I think, what the heck was that? I just had like a piece of skin in my mouth or something. Pretty disgusting. By the way, I got something really disgusting to tell you next tutorial, or if I have time at the end of this tutorial. But it's a disgusting story that I heard the other day, so I'll tell you then. And then last thing we need to do is set the visibility. So set visible. I need to learn how to spell. So, and we'll just set this to true. And now let me walk you guys through this one last time. So now make sure we don't have any errors anywhere, and go ahead and click OK, OK, and hopefully this works. And now here is what we built. Go ahead and type Bucky, press enter. It says field 1 equals Bucky. Enter text here. Go ahead and type Freedy. Field 2 equals Freedy. Uneditable. Look this. I'm typing. Can't edit it. So go ahead and press enter in that. Uneditable. And this password, by default, if you press enter, it's my pass. But you can go ahead and change that to something like that, and then it changes to GFGDS. So I'm going to talk you guys through this one last time how this works. If you don't want to listen to me, you can go ahead and watch my next tutorial, or watch some videos of like dogs doing silly things online. But for those of you guys who really want to figure out how this works, I'm going to tell you right now. Well, let's go ahead and just skip the good stuff right here. In order to handle events in Java, you need an event handling class, and that class needs to implement action listener. And what action listener allows you to do is put that listener on something, which means, alright, I'm gonna wait for an event to happen, and once it happens, I'm gonna do some code. And that, once we have this class, we can go ahead and create an object. And why do we need to create an object? Well, we need to create an object because this add action listener method, it takes an object as its argument. So that's why we needed to create an object. And the object it takes as the argument is how it wants to handle that event. So why can't it just automatically know what event to handle because of this class right here? Well, sometimes you have different events in different classes, so that's why. So now, once we have this class that handles the event and the object built, we can go ahead and add some functionality to this. So what this method does is get performed automatically whenever you call this class. It's kind of like a constructor, but kind of not. So, and what this does is take the event as the argument, which is in this case the pressing of the enter button. what this does is says, alright, if event get source, which means where the thing occurred, equals item 1 if it occurred in text box item number 1, then what we're going to do is set the string equal to whatever was inside that text box. If it occurred in item 2, set the string that was equal to in that text box. If it occurred in number 3, set the string equal to what was in that text box. 4, same thing. And now, once we set our string variable to something, depending on what was inside that text box, we're just going to output it in the J option pane, which was that little checkbox, that little box at the end that pretty much just said Greg or Bucky or whatever I typed in there. So that is your tutorial on how to handle events. I'm sorry it was really long, but it was also really necessary. So guys, I hope you understand pretty much the basics of what I did. We'll be going over this a little later, so if you don't, you'll probably figure it out. But thank you guys for watching. Thank you for supporting my channel and for all the awesome comments and some of the not so awesome ones. But again, I thank all of you guys, all of the people who watch my videos. So I can't wait to do the next tutorial, so I'll see you then. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 55th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial we're going to be getting into polymorphism a little bit and also talking about or building something called a polymorphic array to demonstrate why polymorphism is actually useful. And it's a pretty confusing topic, and trust me, there are going to be a lot of tutorials on this. So if you're not quite sure what's going on by the end of this tutorial, then I promise you in a couple tutorials you'll be a pro on polymorphism. So in order to demonstrate polymorphism, we first need to build a computer program that uses inheritance in one way or another. So what I did is I set up, and you can probably tell this if you watch my last tutorials, I'm going to have a superclass called food. In this tuna class and pot pie class, since they're both types of food, they're going to inherit all the methods and variables in this food class. So the food is a superclass and the tuna and pot pie are subclasses. I already put extends food, and what extends food does is use an inheritance to inherit everything from food. But you should know that already if you watch my other tutorials. Just for the people who just started, that's what I'm doing. So now let's go ahead and build a basic method called eat in food. So void eat won't take any parameters, and what it will do is pretty much go system print a line, pretty much system out print line, and it's gonna say, did I get that right? System out print line. This food is great. And now what tuna and pot pie does, anytime you call the eat method, it would say this food is great. Now that's nice and all, but another thing about polymorphism, and I'm just going to do this for demonstration purposes, we can overwrite the eat method. That if we put it in the tuna class and called it, it'll say this tuna is great now. And let's just do that one more time with pot pie. This pot pie is great. So even though it's inheriting the eat method from the food class, we overwritten it or overwrote it with putting a new eat method inside the tuna and pot pie class. So now when you call the eat method in tuna, it says this tuna is great, and now when you call the eat method in pot pie, it says this pot pie is great. So now let's get into polymorphism, now that we have a program that uses inheritance. What polymorphism is pretty well. First, let me describe to you how we built reference variables and objects before. We did something like tuna Bucky equals new tuna, and we didn't really think about what we were doing. We just did it because that's how we were taught. But if you're wondering, alright, why do I need to put tuna right here and tuna right here as well? Shouldn't I only have to put it once to know that I'm talking about that class? Well, the thing is, well, first let me go over what these are. This right here, Bucky, is the reference variable. That means whenever you refer to the variable Bucky, you are referring to controlling the stuff in this class or object, which is tuna. And this pretty much is the data type. So it can control the tuna data type, and this object is of type tuna. But another cool thing is you can do this. And this pretty much is the intro to Sorry. This pretty much is the intro to polymorphism. not only is tuna of the tuna type, but tuna is also of the food type. So what you can do is some pretty cool things. Anything that inherits from the superclass, which is tuna, or excuse me, the superclass is food, can be assigned to Bucky. For example, tuna, since it inherits from food, can be assigned to Bucky. Pot pie, since it inherits from food, can be assigned to Bucky. And you're saying, alright, that's nice to know, I can assign this, that, and the other thing, but why actually would this be useful in any kind of way? Well, to answer that, I will do one thing which you guys probably need, and that's an example. The quickest example and the most clear thing I can do is build something called a polymorphic array. And this stores objects of different classes in pretty much the superclass type. So let's go ahead and say we have food, and that's the type. And let's go ahead and make an array object named Bucky. And we'll set this equal to new food 2. So now we have an array, and it's called Bucky, and it's of the food type. And remember, like I said, since we have something of the food type, it can hold objects of tuna and pot pie. So for example, Bucky 0 can hold objects of new pot pie, just like that. And we'll set Bucky 1, which is a reference variable, and we'll set this equal to the object of new tuna. And you're saying, alright, well, that's still great. You have one variable that can hold an object and another variable that can hold an object. Yeah, these variables might be of the food class, but I don't see why this is useful still. Well, just wait a minute and trust me, you'll see why in a little bit. One reason for using polymorphism is to use polymorphic arrays, and that would be something like this. You loop through this array, and in essence what it does is it calls each method of this class right here. So let's go ahead and type for int x equals 0, and just put something like x is less than 2. You can also put array length, but you know, you don't want to. And do ++ x. And now what we can do is say something like this. Bucky x dot eat. And what this is going to do is loop through each one of these objects and call the eat method. So it's going to loop through the first object, which was assigned Bucky 0, pot pie, and it's going to call pot pie dot eat, which is say this pot pie is great. The next thing it's going to do is loop through the tuna object, which is tuna dot eat, and then it says this tuna is good. So then you save yourself the trouble of making a new object called tuna object, then you go tuna.eat, and then you have to make an object, and you have to call each method. And I just got rid of my curly brace right there. So what this pretty much does is loop through each of your objects and calls the eat method for each one. Don't believe me? I'll run it right here. It says this pot pie is great, this tuna is great. Bam. How easy is that? So that is pretty much your basics, the polymorphic array. You can assign different objects to variables as long as this reference variable is of the superclass type. And that way, instead of having to build a new object for each one of your having to build a new object every time you want to use a method from that thing, you can build one reference variable of the superclass and assign it to objects of the subclasses and just loop through them with a polymorphic array. So how cool is that? And I know it's really confusing at first, but once I show you some other examples aside from polymorphic arrays, you're going to understand exactly how to use this, how it works, and you'll be a pro at it. So for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and if you have any questions, just leave me a comment and I'll try to answer them. So thank you guys for watching again, and I will see you next time. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 56th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be talking about more about polymorphism and how you can have polymorphic arguments and also return types and a bunch of boring stuff like that. but I'll try to make it a little exciting, and maybe I'll tell a funny story. Maybe I won't. I guess you guys are gonna have to wait and see. If you've been following my tutorials, the first thing you probably noticed is I made a new class called Fatty, and we need to build this class to demonstrate what Fatty can do to food, tuna, and pot pie. If you haven't guessed, he's gonna be eating these classes, cause fatties love food, tuna, and pot pie. Trust me, I know firsthand. I'm fat. I love them. So we made this fatty class. Now let's go ahead and make a simple method in here. It's going to do public void digest, which pretty much means eat. But we can't have eat tuna because eat is already method in here. So we're going to have digest, and as a parameter, it's going to take a food object. So let's go ahead and type food x. And now we can go ahead and do something with that object. Let's tighten that up a bit. That's what she said. So now we're going to pass in a food object, and when we pass in a food object, we're going to take that object, which is now named x, and we're going to call the eat method to that, and bam, that's all we're going to do. So here's what we can do right now. For example, if we had a food object named Bucky, we can pass in the name Bucky, and then it's going to say, alright, whenever we call Bucky.eat, it's going to say this food is great. So whenever we pass in a food object, it's going to call that food method, which is eat right here. But what you didn't know, or maybe you did if you know Java, what you didn't know is anytime you can pass in a food object, you can also pass in objects of its subclass. For example, you can pass in tuna and pot pie. So since this object, or excuse me, this method has the privilege of accepting a food object as its argument, it can also accept any subclasses such as tuna and pot pie. So, oh, what'd you say? You don't believe me? Well, let me just go ahead and prove it right here. Let's go in our main apples method, and let's go ahead and start making some objects. Let's go ahead and make a fatty object, and we'll name it Bucky because that's me and I am fat. We'll say equals new fatty with no parameters. So what we did here is we created a fatty object named Bucky. And let's go ahead and now, once we can use this fatty class, let's go ahead and give us a way to use the food objects. So let's go ahead and create food. We'll create FO for food objects equals new food. And why do we need to create a food object? Because, first of all, put your semicolons. Get out of my way, box. That's what he said. And I crack myself up sometimes. And why did we need to create this object for food? Well, because this method takes an argument and that's a food object, so that's why. So now let's go ahead and call this. With our fatty object, which is Bucky, because I'm fatty, we'll put Bucky.eat right there. And now let's go ahead and as our argument, remember, or excuse me, that's digest, isn't it? And as our argument for the digest method in our Bucky object, it takes one food object. So we only have this object right here, FO. So let's go ahead and pass that in and see how it works. Okay, run that baby. And it says, this food is great. Wow, that food must be great. Wonder what it is. Probably double cheeseburgers, you fat piece of oh, sorry. And anyways, now you pretty much know how you can pass in objects into methods. But wait, Bucky, you said that you can pass subclasses in as well. Well, I didn't lie. Anytime you can pass a food object in as a method, as an argument, you can also pass the subclasses, which are in this case tuna and pot pie. So for example, we have this fatty digest method that takes a food object as its argument, but food also has the subclasses of pot pie and tuna. So let's go ahead and make a food. Let's name it PO equals new food. Get out of here, and bam, just like that. So not only can we pass in this superclass of food object, we can also copy this because we're lazy, and we can also pass in this object PO, which would be the pot pie. So let's go ahead and run this, and it'll be new pot pie like that. And let's run it and see what we got. this food is great, this pot pie is great. So what point am I exactly trying to make? Well, what we did right here is this. We created an object named Bucky so we can use all the stuff in this fatty class right here. And the only thing is this digest method, so we don't have a whole lot to work with here. We also created a new food object because this digest method, it took a food object as its argument. Now after that we created a pot pie object. Now this pot pie object is a subclass of this food superclass. So anytime this digest method can take a food argument, it can also take a tuna or a pot pie argument as well. So then I proved that to you guys because I know I'm a liar and I had to prove it to you guys. I called that Bucky object with digest is the food object is my argument, and I also called the pot pie object is my argument. So that is pretty much a way that you can have polymorphic arguments, and you can also have polymorphic return types in the same way. So we just went over arguments right here, but you guys can figure out just return any other one if you want. So that's that for this tutorial. Hopefully you guys learn. If you didn't, then I don't know what else to do. Watch the rest of my tutorials, I guess. Oh, disgusting story. I told you guys that. I'll tell you. One of my friends, she went to well, I don't want to say the name of the restaurant, but she went to a fast food restaurant before, and she got this chicken sandwich, and she bit into it, and it was like creamy in the inside, and she's like, oh cool, like a new cheese on the inside. Must be like a cheese filling or something like that. It tastes like blue cheese or something. Well, anyways, she ended up getting food poisoning, and they found out that in the center of the chicken, it wasn't a filling, it was actually pus in the center of the chicken. So when she bit into it, pus burst out, and she thought it was filling, and she just ate it anyways, and yeah, she got food poisoning. So if you think that's disgusting, leave me a comment, and if you never want to eat a chicken sandwich again, then I don't blame you. But it wasn't from McDonald's or Wendy's, so you guys are still good to eat there. So in any way, thank you guys for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed my disgusting story and my tutorial. So I look forward to teaching you some more, so I will see you next time. Oh, by the way, don't forget to subscribe. What is going on, people? Welcome to your 57th Java tutorial. And this tutorial is going to be not a lot of coding, actually. It's going to be pretty much clearing up a whole bunch of concepts dealing with polymorphism, and trust me, you're going to have a huge a better understanding of polymorphism by the end of this tutorial. So I just want to go over overriding a method real quick, and something I didn't tell you about. We built this superclass called food and two subclasses called tuna and pot pie. We called a method in food and we called it eat, and we overrode that method in tuna and pot pie. Each of these had an eat method that overrode it. So one thing I didn't tell you about overriding a method, anytime you override a method, you must take the same arguments as in the superclass method. So since this eat argument didn't have any arguments in it, it didn't have like an integer, this tuna can't have like an integer argument for this, and this pot pie can't do the same. Whenever you put an argument in here, this is called overloading, and that's totally different. But again, if the main eat method doesn't take any arguments, which it doesn't, tuna and pot pie can't take any either. And also, in that same path, it has to return the same thing too. So for example, if you returned an integer in here, it would have to, if you returned an integer in the superclass, it would have to return an integer in the subclass as well. And if you're saying, alright, why do I have to do this? Why do I have to not take any arguments and return the same stuff if I'm overriding it and in essence doing a whole nother method? Well, it's so that you can have consistency, and that is just so anytime you can call the eat method in any of your other scripts, then it pretty much guarantees that you can use any of the subclasses as well. So if all of these methods take the same arguments and return the same things, then they're pretty much interchangeable, and that allows you to use a subclass in substitution anywhere you can use a superclass. So that pretty much then you know what to expect. And another thing I want to talk about, anytime you override a method, so for example, we have this food method in our superclass and we overrode it with tuna, we cannot change the scope of this. So for example, this food is public right here. We can't put private void eat. See, we're getting an error already. This changes the visibility of it, and why would you override it with a private anyway? So, you just don't want to do that. And as I talked about, overloaded method is not the same as override. What overloaded method is, if you hear anybody talking about this, an overloaded method is a method with the same name, but it has different arguments. So for example, we can do this in I and not get an error, but this is a whole nother complete method. So if someone calls eat with a single argument, then this method is called. But for now, I just want to tell you guys that overloaded and overridden are two totally different things, so don't get them confused. So now that we got that out of the way, in essence, I pretty much just want to tell you that whenever you override a method, you have to take the same arguments and same return types. There, I said it. I just said it in like 3 minutes the other time. So let's go back to our fatty class right here, and let me refresh your memories. We know we can do something like have a tuna reference and set tuna object equal to like new tuna. And as you know, this is the tuna reference right here, and this is the tuna object. And we can do this since tuna is a tuna. And we can also do something like food object equals new tuna, and we can do this because tuna is a food. And those are the things we learned in the last tutorials. But what have we not seen so far? What we haven't seen so far is food object equals new food. What about that? Well, this is a problem for many reasons. Tuna and pot pie we wouldn't have a problem with. And this is because when we put variables in here like color, shape, tuna has a color. Tuna has a shape. Pot pie has a color. Pot pie has a shape. Food is too general. It doesn't really have a color. It says what color is food? I don't know. What shape is food? I don't know. And if you say, alright, I can eat a tuna, I can eat a pot pie, but I can't eat a food. Food is really too general. And I know that there might be some exceptions to this, but for the sake of programming, there are some classes that are just too general that you don't want to create objects on. And this food class is one example. So if we had a food class, we wouldn't want to give it any variables like color or shape, because food in general doesn't really have a color or shape. So alright, that's nice and all. I kind of knew that already, Bucky. So why are you telling me this? I mean, I'm not giving you guys a tutorial to tell you guys that tuna has a color. But what I am teaching you guys, it says, even though we can't create food objects, like right here, we need this food class still for inheritance and polymorphism. But when we create this class, we want to make sure other programmers can't create food objects either. So how can we make this food class right here, and how can we kind of bulletproof it to make sure that no one creates an object and they only use this class for inheritance and polymorphism and stuff like that? Well, luckily, the cool people who invented Java gave us this keyword, and it's called abstract. And how you make a class abstract is type abstract, abstract, right before the class. And what this does is mean, alright, you can use this class right here, the class of food, but you can't create any objects from it. Oh yeah? Wanna bet? Look at this. Food object equals new food object right there. Oh, I did it. Oh, look, I got an error. I guess Bucky is right. I can't instantiate the type food, and that pretty much means you can't create an object anymore. So if we take that abstract away, look at this. The error, it goes away, and now we can create an object. So again, what abstract means is that you can't create an object from that class, but you can use that class for things such as inheritance and polymorphism and stuff like that. And that is so when you have a broad class that you only want to use for those kind of things, then it kind of bulletproofs your programming. And in the next tutorial, we're going to be going over the two different types of classes. Abstract, we went over in concrete. And I'm going to be showing you guys an example of why it is useful and also what abstract methods are. So this next couple tutorials is more of general ideas, and then we're going to be building programs to use these ideas and put them to use. Use them and put them to use. Did I say that right? Hey, good enough. But thank you guys for watching. Hopefully you guys understand that anytime you override a method, you need to take the same arguments, and also the beginning of what an abstract method in abstract class is. So again, thank you guys for watching. Please check out my next tutorial, and I will see you next time. Oh, by the way, don't forget to subscribe. Alright guys, welcome to your 58th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be talking about the two types of classes. And in case you didn't already know, we already talked about the two types of classes. I just didn't tell you the technical definitions of them. Now you guys already know what an abstract class is from the last tutorial. Might as well put that back there. So an abstract class is a class that you can't create objects from. So it's only useful for polymorphism and inheritance and stuff like that. In these other classes that aren't abstract, even though they don't have a name, people call these classes concrete. And a concrete class is a class that's specific enough where you can make an object, you can make an object from it. So even though it doesn't say concrete, that's what people call it, just because they have to call it. They just don't want to be like not abstract. So again, food, you wouldn't want to create something because it's too broad a topic, but tuna and pot pie, those are pretty specific, aka concrete. So you can create objects from concrete classes but not abstract. So again, let me demonstrate this by saying, alright, whenever we try to create a food object, it's too broad and abstract, so it gets an error. But if we go ahead and create, we can have this food reference, but if we create it from the class like new tuna, since this isn't abstract, we don't get well, if I got rid of that, then we wouldn't get an error right here because tuna has no restrictions. We can create objects from this. Now let's get rid of this and move on to our next topic. And so you know what an abstract class is, and it pretty much is useless unless you extend it or it's inherited from something. And as you can see, tuna inherits food and pot pie inherits food. If nothing inherited food, it'll be useless because you can't create objects from it. So that's what an abstract class is. But just to make things more confusing, I want to tell you that methods can be abstract too. And what exactly is an abstract method? Well, an abstract method is a method that must be overwritten. So for example, we created this method in food, and since tuna and pot pie inherited food, we created a method eat in tuna and a method eat in pot pie, and both of these overwrote food. I mean, this wasn't necessary that we created these methods, but we did it anyways just for fun. So again, an abstract method is a method that must be overridden. In a sense, it must be overwritten, which means you need to create a body for it. Then this body in the main food class right here, this is unnecessary whenever you're creating an abstract method. So let's go ahead and create an abstract method right here. Let's go ahead and get rid of everything in our food class. How would we create an abstract method? Pretty much the only thing you need to do is add the head and a semicolon. So do public, we'll make it public, abstract, since it's an abstract method, void eat, since it doesn't return anything and it's named eat. And now you can see this is a method, but it doesn't have a body. And if you're saying, alright, I never created a method without a body, well, since tuna needs to overwrite it, pretty much it needs to create a body for it, and pot pie needs to create a body for it as well, then that is why in your declaration right here, you don't need a body right here. So again, an abstract method in your superclass, it doesn't need a body. So another thing I want to point out anytime you have an abstract method in a superclass, that entire class needs to be labeled abstract too, right there. So you can't have like an abstract method and you can't have this class be not abstract, or else you're gonna get an error like that. So someone's knocking on my door, I think. Hold on. Oh, I'll let them keep knocking. I'll get it after this tutorial. And another thing I want to point out is when we declared this public, remember I said I can't change the scope when we override it, so we need to make these public as well. So make that public, and if you see that little error right here, multiple markers can't reduce the visibility, that is why. Anytime you see an error with the word visibility, you probably need to change public to private or private to public, or add one or the other. So again, like I was saying, anytime you have an abstract method, you need to make the class abstract too. But here's the thing, you can have an abstract class but have abstract or non-abstract methods inside it. So again, and this is we're getting an error because of something else here, because anytime you have a non-abstract method, you need a body. But anyways, I just wanted to point that out. Anytime you have an abstract method, it needs to be inside an abstract class. But anytime you have a non-abstract method, it can be inside an abstract class. Well, you just heard it. I don't need to repeat myself. So the last thing I need to point out is, let's go ahead and make this method abstract again, just like this. Anytime you have an abstract method, you need to implement it in in any of the subclasses that extends to the superclass. Now I know that sounds confusing, but listen to this. Alright, this tuna class and this pot pie class both inherit from this main food class, and this food class has an abstract method of eat in it. That means this tuna class and this pot pie subclass, they both need to use the eat method, or in other words, they both need to implement or override this eat method. If you don't have this eat method, then you're gonna get an error in your class, just like this. Type pot pie must implement the inherited abstract method food.eat. So again, anytime you have an abstract method in a superclass, then the subclasses need to override that method. And that's like making a promise. This food says, alright, you want to inherit from me? Okay, I'll let you. But I'm telling you, I have this abstract method, and if you inherit from me, you're going to need to override it. And Papa's like, alright, I promise, I'll override it. Since you have an abstract method, I promise, if you let me inherit from you, I will override it for you. So, if like the classes could talk to each other, that's kind of the conversation they would be having. And if you're saying, alright, if I need to override this method anyways, what's the point of even having it in here? Well, it's pretty much for consistency and some polymorphism, and I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but in the next tutorial I'm going to be building a program to demonstrate everything I went over in the last two tutorials. These last two tutorials were pretty much the rules and concepts that you have to follow, and I couldn't just skip over it because it's incredibly important for what we're going to be learning in the next couple of tutorials. And this is pretty much the core of polymorphism, these rules. So in like 5 tutorials ago, when I called a class, or excuse me, it was an interface and I implemented it, that's what implemented means. Implement means pretty much you need to override the abstract methods. So that's enough for this tutorial. I probably should go see who's knocking on my door, but thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. Oh, I got like phlegm building up in my throat. But anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next tutorial. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 59th Java tutorial. And if you've been watching the last couple tutorials, then we pretty much learned all the really basic concepts of polymorphism and inheritance and stuff like that. So in this tutorial, we're going to be putting all our knowledge to use and building a program that pretty much gets a class and puts objects in an array. And it sounds confusing, but you're gonna see what it is eventually. But before I get into programming, I want to show you guys that I got rid of all my other classes because I'm gonna need a better example, and I thought that this would clearly or better demonstrate. So I made a new dog class, and I made a new class called fish, and I made a new class called animal. And since dog is an animal and fish is an animal, then I had them both extends or inherit from the class animal. And I didn't want to do that just because it took time, but I pretty much just made these classes and I have nothing inside of them. So if you want to go ahead and do that, you can follow along with me. So then, here's a scenario. We made these three classes called dog, fish, and animal, and our boss comes in and he's like, alright, Bucky, I need you to program something for me. I'm like, what is? He's like, I need you to make a new class called, we'll name it dog list or something like that. And in this class, I want you to have an array that we can add dog objects. So like I said, an array can hold many things. It can hold numbers, it can hold strings, it can also hold objects. And this comes into use, well, we're going to be finding out why a little later. But in this tutorial, we're going to be building a new class and a new array to hold dog objects. Why? Because our boss told us to. So let's go ahead and do it. The first thing I want you to do is go ahead and under your package, under your source, right click it and click a new class. I know you probably can't see it, so I will move it down. Source, new. Wow, now you really can't see it. But anyways, if you click a new and class, you get this thing that pops up. And just go ahead and put dog list or something like that. And now let me move this back, so there we go. Now we have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 classes, and we have this new dog list class. And in this class, we're going to be building an array to hold objects from this dog class. And the fact that it extends animal is irrelevant for now. So we have this dog list class, and our boss wants us to build an array. So let's go ahead and do that first. Let's go ahead and make it private because no need to make it public. Dog, and we're putting dog, and we'll name the array the list. And we'll set this equal to new dog with a parameter of 5, or an array length of 5. And we put this dog and dog, even though we named the array the list, we put dog and dog right here because that is what objects it's going to be holding. It's going to be holding stuff from the dog class. So now that we have an array named list, let's go ahead, and the only other thing we're going to need to work with our array is a counting variable. So let's go ahead and name private I equals 0. You can set equal to x if you feel more comfortable with that, but what's this error saying right here? Alright, we need an int. Private int I equals 0. So now we have an integer that's just a counting variable that's going to help us work with our array. So now let's go ahead and build a new method to add dog objects. So again, or not again, we need a method named public void. We'll name it add. You can name yours whatever you want. I'm just going to name it add because it makes sense. And as a parameter, whenever we call this, it's going to take a dog object, and we'll name it D for now. Short and sweet. And the first thing we want to do in this method is do an if statement. So let's go ahead and make if, and we'll put I, which is our counting variable that's 0 now, is less than the list.length. And what this pretty much does is check if your array is full or not. So if I, the counting variable, is greater than 5, then your array is already full. So it would just, the method would run, but it wouldn't add another one to array because this can only take 5 elements. So if it were 7 and we tried to add one, then it wouldn't do anything. So if it is less than length, which means if it still has room in our array, what do we want to do? Well, the first thing that we want to do is put the list in I, which would be 0 now, and we want to set it equal to D. So we're pretty much just going to loop through the array, and every time we call this method, add an object to that array element. Then just give us a little system out print line on screen, something that says like dog added at index space, and we'll put I right there. Come on, there we go. And we'll just, looks good right now. So now we have just a little something on our screen that we can see visually because, we want some feedback here. So next we'll just increment through I. So here's what this method is doing. It pretty much checks if your array is full or not. If not, it adds that object at that index, and then it says, just gives us a little message on the screen, and then it goes to the next counter so we don't keep adding it in the same index in our array. So now we built this class just like our boss said, that has an array named the list, and it's going to loop through, and every time you call this method it's going to add a new object to the array. So let's go ahead and do this in our main method. I named mine apples. I don't know why, but I did. So now let's go ahead and make a dog list object. So let's go ahead and put dog list. I'm gonna name mine DLO. You can name your object anything you want, and then just put equals new dog list. So yours should look the exact same as mine, except if you didn't want to name it DLO, you don't gotta. So now we can go ahead and create a dog object, because I mean we need one as our parameter. So we create dog D, or if you don't have a dog class, then whatever you have, and we'll set it equal to new dog object, just like that. Doesn't take any parameters because it doesn't even have any constructors or anything. Now what we have to do is pretty much call the method in our dog list. So use that object DLO. Whoa, embarrassing. DLO, that's where I meant to type it, and we have a method called add in there. Remember, that's what our method was called, and it takes a parameter of an object, a dog object, and we have a dog object right here, dog D. So let's go ahead and put D as our parameter right there, and that's it pretty much. Just run this baby, click OK, and now if everything goes right, it should say dog added at index 0. And if we added another one, it would say dog added at index 1, and it would go 2, 3, 4, and it would go all the way, and that is because we set this equal to a length of 5, which means index 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's your real basic tutorial on our how to create an array to add objects into it. But then, what if our boss comes in and says, yeah, come in, boss. Hey Bucky, I got a little problem. What's that, boss? Alright, you know how I told you to create a dog list to hold dog elements? Or excuse me, dog objects? Well now, the people we're working for, they said, alright, I want it to hold fish elements too. So how are we going to fix this problem? Well, that is a problem for the next tutorial, and that's what we're going to be doing. And trust me, you don't just add another entire class called fish. What we're going to do is making this bigger and better, and you know, it's just going to be awesome. And you're going to learn a lot in the next tutorial, so thank you guys for watching. And another thing, my 500th video that I add, I have like 491. My 500th video is going to be the best video and the biggest surprise for you guys ever. So you do not want to miss this 500th video. It's probably being released this weekend, but it is going to be incredibly awesome, and trust me, you guys are definitely going to want to see it. So for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next tutorial. What is going on, guys? Welcome to my 60th Java tutorial. And in the last tutorial, we went ahead and we built a new array, and in essence we built a whole new class to create this array to hold dog objects. But then at the end of the tutorial, we got a little knock on our door, and our boss was like, alright, you know how you created that for dogs? Well, actually I need you to create one for fish as well. And you know, that's nice and all. So what can we do? What are our options? We can go ahead and create a new fish list and do this all again, or you know, then we're gonna have, if he comes back again and tells us to do it with dolphins or cats, we're gonna have to keep doing that again and again and again. So instead of just having to create class after class after class, I wish there was a way where we can only create one class and it could hold fish objects and dog objects and any kind of animal that we want. So then when our boss says, alright, I need you to actually create one to hold birds, we're gonna be like, oh, you know what, already done, because we already built a sufficient and effective program to hold all classes of animals, even the ones that we didn't even know that were created yet. So how would we do that? Well, this dog list is nice, but let's go ahead and delete that right now. delete, and OK. So instead of just creating a bunch of different classes to hold objects, let's go ahead and make one final thing, and we're going to name it animal list. So let's go ahead and we can delete everything out of our main apples or whatever your main method is. And now let me get rid of that error. And now let's go ahead and create a new class by right clicking source, new class, and we'll go ahead and name this animal list. And this is going to be pretty much, let me run this little X is annoying me. There we go. And this is pretty much going to be the class that has our array to hold any type of animal, whether it be dog, fish. If you decide to create a dolphin class later, if you decide to create a hermit class later, it's going to already be able to hold that. So the first thing that we're going to want to do is create an array to hold type animals. And remember, these dog, fish, since they extend animals, all of these are type animals already. So let's go ahead and put private animal. Animal, and we'll just name it the list equals new animal 5. So what this pretty much means is we created an array named the list, and it can hold 5 objects of type animal right there. So after this, let's just go ahead and make our counting variable private I equals 0, and now we can go ahead and build, I always do that, int I equals 0, and now we can go ahead and build our method, and that's public void, we'll name it add still, but we have to spell void right, add, and we'll put animal A. So now it takes one parameter, which is an animal object, and now we'll just do that test again. If what do we name it? The list, or actually we want to do if I is less than the length. If I is less than the list dot length, so it would be 5 in this case, but just in case you change this, then you won't have to change it each time, so that's why I'm doing that. So if I is less than the list length, what do we want to do? Let's go ahead and do the exact same thing we did last time. The list, the index for that, which would be I, so at first when it would assign the list 0, set it equal to A, which is the animal object. Next, let's just give us a little prompt on the screen like system out print line, and we'll just have animal added at index space plus I. So this pretty much just gives you a little message on the screen, and the last thing we want to do is increment I, because if we don't, it's just going to keep adding to that same index over and over again. So each time this runs, it's going to change that counter variable that allows us to move to the next element in our array. So now that we got this animal list, it's going to take any animal object we have, and let's go ahead and I'll show you guys that right now. So in your main class, whatever you named it, I named mine apples, still don't know why, we can go ahead and create an animal list object from this animal list we just created. So let's go ahead and put animal list ALO, you can name it whatever you want, new animal list, bam, just like that. Now let's go ahead and create a new dog object, because remember that method takes an animal object as its parameter. So go ahead and actually, you know what I'll do? I'll create a new dog object and a new fish object. So dog, we'll just name it D because it's short and sweet, equals new dog, just like that. Then I'll put fish from our fish class, create an object from here, F equals new fish, like that. Now we can go ahead and call the add method in our ALO.add. First of all, we'll add that dog, and now we'll do ALO.add, and now we'll add that fish object. So now if we go ahead and run this, you can see, alright, animal added at index 1, this is the dog object, and animal added, animal added at index 0, this is the dog object, and animal added at index 1, that's the fish object right there. So again, what we did, real quick overview, we created an object so we can use the methods from this animal list class. We created 2 objects of dog and fish, which were both animal type, and we go ahead and we just called the add method So it first added that dog element to index 0 and add the fish element to index 1, and we can call that 5 times, and then that's it. Then our array is full. If we call it after that, then it's gonna run the program, but it's not gonna add it to our array because it's already full. So this is a much smarter array than we built last time, because now if someone wants to create a new class that was like hermit crab, like I said before, all they need to do is put extends animal, and it's automatically an animal type. So that way we don't have to create a new array for dog, fish, hermit crab, dolphin, gopher, woodchuck, beavers. We just needed to create this one class right here, and it took care of all those problems. So if you think this array is pretty smart, just wait till the next tutorial. We're going to build this computer program even smarter and better than this. And if you didn't think that is possible, then trust me, just wait till my next tutorial. And one other thing, and I know you've heard me before if you watched my last tutorial, my 500th video is going to be amazing, and it's going to benefit no one but you guys. So a couple of you people might already know what that means, what I'm hinting at, but trust me, it's going to be the best video for you guys ever. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next tutorial. What's up guys, welcome to your 41st Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, as promised, I'm going to be building 4 different objects, and these objects are going to use this tuna class, and depending on how much information they have them, they're going to use a different constructor for each one. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So let's get some spacing right there so you can see it good, adjust my headphone, and bam, I'm good to go. So in order to make objects, let's go ahead and name this tuna object, and we'll set this one equal to new tuna, and this isn't going to take any arguments at all. So if we go look in our tuna class right here, and you know that it has no arguments because nothing's in here, we look at which one of these constructors has no arguments. Well, this one has an hour, this one has an hour and a minute, that's 2 numbers, this one has 3 numbers, but this one right here has no arguments right here. So what it's going to do is insert 3 arguments and call this constructor again. So then it's going to go down here where this one takes 0, 0, 0. It's going to set the time to 0, 0, 0, and then set the hour to 0, and minute to 0, and second to 0. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and build some more objects, but this time let's give them different parameters or different arguments. So let's go ahead and copy this and paste, 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 and we'll name this tuna object 2, 3, and 4. And we'll give this one, tuna object 2, we'll give it 1 parameter. We'll give it an hour of 5. We'll give tuna object 3 2 parameters. We'll give it an hour of 5 and a minute of 13. And we'll give tuna object 4 an hour of 5, minute of 13, and seconds of like 43 or something. So for example, this one right here, it has 2 arguments. So it's going to look at this constructor right here. Is this constructor good for me? No, this has 0 arguments and I got 2. So I'm not using you. What about is this constructor good for me? Well, I got 2 numbers, and this one only lets me insert 1, so I ain't using you. What about this one? Well, this has 3, and I only got 2, so I don't think so. Oh, bam, the last one's just right. I got 2, you got 2, let's use it, baby. So that pretty much what happens with these objects. That's what's going on right now. But now that we got these objects, let's go ahead and actually use them. And so let's just go ahead and print out the time. So system out printf, we'll just do a simple print format, and again this takes 2 arguments. The first argument is how you want to format it, and I want to format it, and since we're going to be using this right here, public string to military, this returns a string, so we probably want to put percent string with a new line right there. And actually, new line goes this way, I believe. That would have been embarrassing. And so this one returns a string, so now we can use our tuna object and then put something like 2 military with no arguments. And what this is going to do is going to return our tuna object with no arguments right here. So let's go ahead, and you might as well do the other ones right now while we got this nice and copied. This is tuna object 2, 3, and 4. Now let me run this and make sure I don't have any errors, and hopefully it runs right, and bam, look at this. Now the first one was object, it was just tuna object, and we didn't enter any parameters. The second one, we entered a 5 for the hour, and it filled in 0 for the rest. The second one, we entered a 5 for hour and 13 for minute, and it filled in the rest to 0. And this last one, tuna object 4, it filled in all of them for us. Or actually, we did it ourselves. So let me see if I can position this right, since my screen recorder is messing up again. And now let me go through one of these and show you guys exactly what it did. Not dud. Why the heck did I say that? So anyways, let's just pick one that you can understand easy. And how about tuna object 3? Right here, we made an object that had 2 parameters right here, 5 and 13. So it went to tuna, where it creates everything, and it went to our constructors, and it says, alright, which one of these constructors has 2 arguments? This one has 2 arguments right here. So I'm going to use this one. This one has 0, 1, and 3. So I'm going to use this one that has 2. Well, what it did was plugged in, what was our numbers? 5 and 13. It used the 5 for hour, the 13 for minute, and it used the default of 0, and it called this constructor again, but this time it used its 3 new numbers. So whenever you use the 3 numbers, it uses this constructor right here, and what this constructor does is set time. It calls the set time method. So now it says, alright, I'm going to send you to the set time method. So let's scroll down and see what the set time method tells us to do. Well, it tells us to do 3 more methods right here. Set hour was pretty much check if it was between 0 and 24, which it was 5. Set minute checked if it was between 0 and 60, which it was, and set second, that was that 0 it plugged in for us. That we didn't have to do anything for that. So then we said, alright, we're good there. So then when we finally called the to military method, what did it do? Well, it pretty much just said, alright, we want to use this method for that object right here. So what we're going to do is get that hour, which was 5, get that minute, which was 13, get that second, which was 0 by default, and I'm just going to return them all to you in a nice, pretty looking string format right here. So that is why whenever we called this to military, it just outputted this string right down here, 5130. So that is, of course, a very complicated way, but again, you need to know it, on how you can use overloaded constructors to, let me scroll down here, to make a bunch of different constructors based on how much information you enter. And in that example I just told you, since we entered 2, it picked this constructor, and that is how you can pretty much use different objects with different amounts of information in it. So this will be clear when pretty much we're building more programs, and this was just an example, so it might be a little fuzzy right now, but you'll understand eventually in the next couple of tutorials. So thank you guys for watching. Hopefully you understand at least the basics of overloaded constructors and how they are useful when creating objects with different argument lengths. So again, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I will see you next tutorial. What's up, people? Welcome to your 40-second Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be going over a built-in method that Java has. It's called the toString method. And I'm going to show you guys what it is and why it's useful. And we're also going to be building part of a bigger program. This is probably going to be a 2-part tutorial, so pay attention and it's going to be sweet. So the first thing that we're going to need to do is get 3 variables, and they're all going to be private, and they're going to be month, day, and year. So private int month, and just go ahead and copy and paste that. Take advantage of our laziness. Control V, int day, and private int year. So now we have 3 variables right there. So let's go ahead and do something with them. The first thing that we're going to want to do is build this PotPy. Again, you can see in my PotPy class. So I'm going to build the PotPy constructor. So go ahead, public, and just go PotPy. And it's going to take 3 arguments. It's going to take int m for month, int d for day, and int y for year. Again, you can name these anything you want, not important. But remember to set your variables, which were your private variables, like month, equal to whatever you corresponding letter. I just put M, D, and Y for obvious reasons. So that private day variable is going to be set to whatever we pass in for D, and that private Y is going to be set to whatever we pass in for Y. So now we got our constructor, but we want our constructor to do one more thing. We want it to print out a string. So, and we just want it to print out so we can know that our constructor worked or didn't work. Make sure you put an equal sign right there. So let's go ahead and system out printf. We can just print format, and I already started filling them in for us. So let's go ahead and print out a string. So let's put come on, Haas. Let's put the constructor. Make sure you spell it wrong. For this is, and then we'll go ahead and put %s, and that means string. And then go ahead and put a new line if you feel like it. If you don't feel like it, you know, you don't gotta. And now, as you can see right here, our C style format, it takes one string argument. So in our second argument, just go ahead and write this. And when we write this, what it means is this, the keyword this, what's highlighted right now, this is just a reference to whatever object we just built whenever we call this class. So it's going to say, alright, then what the heck do you want me to put for a string? Well, that's what we're going to be going over in this tutorial right now. Anytime that you need a string representation of an object, Java built this thing called a toString method. So let's go ahead and write public, and we're going to be building that right now. Public string toString. And I know most of the time you can call your methods anything you want, but you can't. You have to say toString in this case. And go ahead, and it takes empty parameters, and in your body of your method, go ahead and return whatever format you want. So return string format, and then go ahead and percent. WTF does that mean? Go ahead and put this. I mean, you can write it in whatever format you want, but just follow along. %d, %d, %d. That's the common date format. And that has the month, day, and year. So the month / day / year /. So this is what this is going to do. Well, let's go ahead and finish our tutorial, and then you can probably see what it's going to do. Then I'll talk you through it one more time. What we need to do is go ahead and create an object now, and I'll call it PotPy, and I'll just call it like something like pot object. That pot object is not important. You can name whatever. New PotPy, and I know I should have like proper months and days and years, but I should have 4, 5, 6. 6 seems like a good year, a long time ago. So now that we go ahead and create this object, we should get a nice little string at the end if I didn't mess anything up. And it says the constructor for this is 4, 5, 6. So now let me take you guys through exactly what I did. What I did is create an object using the parameters 4, 5, 6. So let's go ahead and look what happened when I created that object. It said, alright, since the first thing I'm going to do is this constructor, I'm going to pass the parameters 4, 5, and 6. And for month was equal to 4, day was equal to 5, and year was equal to 6. What the constructor also did is say, alright, every time I create an object, I want you to print out this string. But we had in the string variable, instead of an actual string, we had a reference to an object. And anytime you reference an object, and it needs something in the string format, it looks to this method right here. What this method says is anytime you need a string representation of this object, you look to me. I'm toString, I'm built in Java, that's what I'm for. So that's why it outputted this right here. The constructor for this is 456. This is where that format 456 comes from right here. And in the next tutorial, if this seems kind of confusing, I'll show you guys a useful way why toString is actually used, and not only, you know, it might be a little confusing to understand. I mean, this is just an example, it doesn't really do anything, but in the next tutorial I'll show you guys like one example where we would actually need it and use it. But for now, hopefully you get the main idea. Again, the key points is the probably two things you're going to be confused upon is this. I mean, what's highlighted right now. Anytime you use that keyword, this, it's a reference to the current object. So it's going to say, alright, just reference the current object. So it implies that it needs a string. So since it needs a string, it says, alright, I need a string here. It says, oh, I see. That's why it gave me this toString method. So anytime I need a string, I know where to look. So, makes sense. And if it doesn't, it will in the next tutorial. But for now, thank you guys for watching. Hopefully you understand the basics of a toString method. And don't forget to name it toString. That's very important. So again, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next tutorial. What's up guys, welcome to your 43rd Java tutorial. And in this tutorial we're going to be building the rest of our program, and I'm going to be teaching you guys about something called composition. Now what composition means is that it means that a class, and this is the one we're going to be building today, instead of just variables and methods, it can also have references to other objects for other classes. And it could, well, I'll show you guys what it means. So go ahead in our Tuna class. Again, in the last tutorial we built this PotPie class. In our Tuna class, just clear everything out, and we're going to have two members for now. Go ahead and type private string, and this is a new one, name, and that's going to be used just to store my name or something. And we're going to also have a reference to another class, the PotPie class. So go ahead and type private PotPie and type birthday, since this program is just going to output my name and the birthday, but it's going to do it in a cool way. So now that we have two members of this class right here, we have a new name variable and we have a reference to a PotPie object or object. So let's go ahead and, well, let's use it. So the first thing we want to do is build our constructor. So this class is named Tuna, so we have to name our method Tuna, and that's constructor. What this constructor is going to take is two arguments. It's going to first take that string variable that we have, and we'll just name it the name so we don't forget. And we also want a reference to our PotPie date object. So let's go ahead and put PotPie, and let's go ahead and write the date, or you can write the birth date or something like that. And now in the body of our constructor, let's just go ahead and set name, set it equal to the name, and let's go ahead and set birthday that we declared up here, and set it equal to the date. So now we are in sync, we are good to go. But what we want to do now is go ahead and make another toString method. So let's go ahead and put public string toString, and just like we did in the PotPie class, in this method it's going to take no arguments, and for the body we want to return a string, of course. So string format, and for a format, I don't really like when it fills it in for you. You know, I want to do the work myself. And in our format, just go put my name is %s, and that's going to fill in your name. And then let's go ahead and put my birthday is %s. And here's where it gets kind of tricky. Name birthday. So now, if you guys can understand the next thing I'm about to say, you'll understand the next thing I'm about to say. Sounds easy enough, but you'll understand the key concept of this tutorial. So now, whenever we need a string representation of this, what we're going to do is this. It's going to return my name is, and it's going to look right here to see what it wants to fill in for name. Well, the name was up here, and it's going to be whatever we gave it, passed it in. But for birthday, there isn't a really string named birthday. Birthday is just a reference to the date object. And again, what this means, since it's a reference to an object and not a string, anytime it needs a string from an object, it's going to say, alright, anytime you need a string, and I'm only an object, I'm not a string, maybe I can help you out. Well, I'll go to my class, and I'll go to the toString method, and then I can give you the information that you need. So when I put %s right here, you don't necessarily need to pass in a string object, or excuse me, a string variable. What you can do is pass in an object instead, and whenever it looks in that class, it implies through via the toString method that this is the string you're looking for. So again, you can do two things when you're using this. You can either pass in a regular string, which is just like a bunch of letters, or you can pass in an object, and whenever you do pass in an object, it looks in that class and it looks to the toString method of that class. So that's two different ways when you're using the print format that you can do that. So now that we got a toString method, which is pretty much the string representation of an object in the Tuna class, and we got a string representation of an object in the PotPie class, I think we're ready to build some actual objects now, put them to use. So go over in your main Bucky, or I don't know, whatever you named it, and let's go ahead and build some more objects. One more to be exact. So now that we already built one from PotPie, we probably don't even need that anymore, but we'll keep it up for good looks. What we want to do is build one for Tuna. So tuna, ooh, got the hiccups. Tuna object, make sure I typed everything right, got the hiccup in between there. And new tuna, and now we need to pass in two variables. Again, this is going to take two parameters, because look, our constructor takes two parameters. It takes a name and it takes an object. So for the name, let's go ahead and pass in Greg, and for the object, let's go ahead and pass in pot object that we just built right here. So in order to see what parameters it takes, look in your Tuna constructor, and you can see it takes a string and it takes an object. Well, our string is Greg, that's my real name, and our object is pot object, and we just built it up here. Now everyone knows my real name. Oh great. So now let's go ahead and just output what we did. So system out print line, and let's go ahead and just write tuna object, but we have to spell it right, and we better change that to Bucky for good looks. And now let's see, I should be good to go. So let me run this, see how many errors I got, and then I'll talk you through one last time what we did. And it says my name is Bucky, birthday 456. You got it? So in the first line, in line number 3, we built a constructor. In the second line, we built a tuna object. Well, I guess we built objects in both lines, but here's what it did. You guys already know what this one did from last tutorial. For the tuna object, when we built it in the constructor, we passed in two arguments: my name and this object right here. It took the name and set it equal to name, and it took the object and set it equal to birthday, and then it says, alright, just return it in a string format. Well, my name is Bucky, easy enough. My birthday is this object, and it says, alright, how am I going to turn an object into a string? Well, anytime I want to turn an object into a string, I just go to that class and go to the toString method. So again, I'm going to repeat it. Anytime you want to turn an object into a string, it looks to that class in the toString method. So that is your quick tutorial on what the toString method is, and also again, like I said, this is called composition, and that's referring to objects. Let me show you guys. That's referring to objects in other classes as members. So this was composition right here. So thank you guys for watching. Let's see how much time I got. Oh, just in time. So thank you guys for watching. Make sure to check out my next tutorial. Get out of my White House. And make sure to subscribe to my channel because, you know, it's the best channel ever. So I'll see you later. What's up guys, it's Bucky. Welcome to your 44th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial I'm going to be going over something called enumerations, or enum. We learned about them before, I think. We might not have. If we didn't, you know, no big deal. We're about to learn it today. But the first thing that we're going to do, well, let me tell you what enumerations are. They're pretty much kind of like classes, but you're going to use them to declare constants, at least in this tutorial we are. So let's go ahead, and anytime you want to do this, instead of public class tuna, you put public enum, E-N-U-M, and now you can use this in a specific way. So like I said, the first thing we're going to want to do is declare a bunch of constants of the enum type. So let's go ahead and make some constants, or these are pretty much going to be like variables that never change. So I'm going to make like 3 names, Bucky, and these are in essence objects. So let me give these a few parameters and then you'll see why later on. Bucky, let's give the first parameter a description word of the object, and I'm going to put nice, since, you know, I'm doing this tutorial, might as well say something good about myself. And then let's just go ahead and put a string about like how old they are or something. I'll make it interesting for the other 2 ones. Now let's think of a next person. Let's think of we'll do constants of my first girlfriends. So my first one was Kelsey, and she was a cutie. It was 5th grade. She was pretty cute. And let's see, when I went out with her I was 10 years old. And now I'll put a comma because we're not done with our entire enumeration list. And then the next girl I went out with was, well, it wasn't really a girlfriend, but we had a thing. It was Julia. She was a big mistake, and I was 12 years old when I went out with her. So now we're done. We got 3 constants. Let's go ahead and end this statement with a semicolon. Now what we're going to do, since we just made objects, and again, each constant is an object, and it's going to have its own set of variables in this entire enumeration. So let's go ahead and give it 2 variables that we're going to use later. Private final, since we don't want them to change. String, since that's what we just made, since we're in quotation marks. And we'll put DSC for description. And we'll copy this entire thing. Copy, paste. And we have description right here, and what's a good name for this? Year or something. Year. So now we have 3 objects, which are actually enumerations, we'll call them, or constants, and they each have a set of their own variables, 1 for description, 1 for year. So now what can we do? What do we usually want to do when we create these? Well, the first thing that we're going to want to do is create an enumeration constructor. So let's go ahead and do that by, of course, typing the name of your class, and then you probably want to put your 2 variables in. Put string, description, and make sure, since this is we're gonna use this, make sure this is different than this, and you should know why. And then just put string, and let's put birthday or something. It isn't their birthday, but I don't want to get confused at all. I can't put YR or something because it would just confuse me, you know? I'm easily confused. Got something to say about it? Didn't think so. So now let's put DSC, or whatever you declare it up here. Just put it equal to description statement, and then go ahead and put birthday year equal birthday. And now what do we got? Anytime, here's what's going to happen with Bucky. It's going to say, alright, with the object Bucky, give it 2 variables, a description and a year. For the description, pass in nice. And this 22 we're going to see is birthday. So set year equal to birthday. So now we can work with DSC and year. Good enough? But now that we have a constructor, we just pretty much set these variables equal to where they need to be. We have no way of getting the variables yet. So let's go ahead and create two methods that we can get the variables. So public string, since it's going to return a string, and put get description or get des if you're lazy, which I am, so hey, it works out. And then in this one we want to return the DESC. That's just going to return a string of the description. Easy enough. And guess what we're going to do in this method? Public string get, I'll put get year. Seems like a good name. And this one is just going to return year. The only problem with this, it's a little too easy. So now this is all we need to do with enumerations. Again, enumerations are constants that are also objects, pretty much. And so we needed two variables to represent the two arguments. And then once we have those two variables, we can build a constructor. And then this constructor allows us pretty much to set these variables equal to each other and return the information we wanted. So let's go ahead and, well, let's just go ahead and use that information right now. So what we want to do pretty much in our main class right here with our main method is build an enhanced for loop. So let's go do that right here. For, and the first parameter you need is of course the class name and the variable that you want to use in your for loop. Like we used like description right here. This is just a variable that we just made up. This is going to be the variable that we just made up right here. And that's the first, like, it's pretty much what you want to call your objects when you loop through them. The next argument is you need an array that you need to loop through. And let me tell you a little bit about this because this might be kind of confusing. Anytime you make an enumeration like this, Java automatically makes, it takes this constant, these constants, and makes a built-in array. And the array is called whatever your enumeration is called, and since I named mine tuna, it's called tuna. And when you write values like that, this is a built-in array of the constants right here. So if we're saying, alright, I need an array, bam, you got an array right there. And again, you can't change this keyword values. This values is called a static method, and again, this is how you get a built-in array. So this is going to loop through each of the constants. First it's going to loop through Bucky, then Kelsey, then Julia, and it's going to assign them to people. Well, you'll see what it does. So now we just need to make a print statement. So let's go ahead and put system. And why do we need to make a print statement? So we can actually see what's going on. System out printf. And let's just go ahead and make our two arguments. The format is going to be %s, and let's put a tab, add some spacing, %s, add a tab, %s, and a new line. So it's going to write our name, our description, our age, and then it's going to go to the next person. So now we need our arguments. The first thing we want is people, because that's what the object is pretty much. So in the first one, it is just going to loop through our name, which is this, Bucky. In our next argument, what we need is to take that people object and use the method get, wait, what do I name that method? People.get description. And what that is going to do is it's going to return a let me find my screen recorder, see how much time I'm at. I got a minute 30. What it's going to do is return a string of our description, and this last one, people.get year. And what this is going to do is, first of all, I need to get, it messed it up for me. People.get year. And what this is going to do is return a string of the year. So let's go ahead and make sure I have a semicolon at the end of that. And 1 second. And make sure I have this. And let's go ahead and run it. So run this. Okay. And look at my results. I got the object the description, and the year. Object description year, object description year. So what it did, again, see if I can get it, was it looped through the entire array of people, and for the first argument it gave us the object name, the description name, and the year, whatever year I assigned to them. So in the next tutorial we're going to be going over this some more, but thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next tutorial. So people, welcome to your 45th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to show you guys how to get a range of constants. Now this is going to be about 8 times as easier than the last tutorial, so just suck it up, pay attention, and I try to make it interesting for you. So since we need a range of constants and we only have 3 right here, it's not going to be very exciting, first of all. And what kind of range can we get with 3? So let's add a couple more of my ex-girlfriends to the list. I had one girlfriend named Nicole, and let's find a description word for her. She was Italian, and I dated her when I was, I don't know, probably like 13. So I'm gonna put 13, and don't want that semicolon. And my next girlfriend after this, I would have to say, is Candy. This is when I moved to my new school. She was my first girlfriend. And let's say she was, let's put this nice, she was different. And, let's see, how I was in 8th grade, so what's that, 14? Maybe I'm wrong, but we don't have time to think. We just have time to do. And let's see, after Candy, I got one in 9th grade, but what's the fun in that? There's this girl named Erin I had a huge crush on, but I never went out with her. But you know what, I'm gonna add her to my list because I wish I went out with her. So I'm gonna put I wish, because she's like the one that got away, and I had to be like 16 by the time. I had a crush on her for a long time. Erin, what could have been? Oh, anyways, so now we have a longer list of constants right here. So what we can do now is go back in our main method right here, and we'll just keep this one right here. This is what we did in the last tutorial. But let's see. Let's go ahead and make a new line under this for loop. I mean, we might as well keep this for loop. It's not hurting anything. And in case you're just joining us, this for loop pretty much printed out a list of all the constants. So let's go ahead and just print out a line so we can separate this for loop from our other for loop. So system out, did I spell system right? System out print line. And let's just go ahead and print something like new line. Whoa, what's going on up in here? Alright, let's just put, and now for the range, the hit caps locks, embarrassing, of constants. So now we pretty much got this for loop right here, and we just got a line saying, and now for the range of constants. So, well, we just want to be able to see it easier. So now let's get to the meat of the tutorial. And this is an enhanced for loop to go through the range instead of the entire thing. So the first thing that we're going to need to do is at the beginning of our class, before our class, we need to import something. We need to import the enumSet class. So java.util.enum, enumset. And what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to use a built-in method called range to, well, you'll see what it does later. I mean, it's the best way to learn, right? Just to see. So let's go ahead and build our enhanced for loop now, just like last time. It's going to take 2 parameters. The first one is what you want to name your things. I'm just going to name them people, what you want to name your objects. Now the second one is that method. Now we could just plug a regular array in here, but we want to have a range of the array. We want it to start at, let's say, Kelsey, and we want it to end at Candy. So, I mean, we can start and end anywhere. So, whenever, like I said before, Java automatically gives you an array of constants in the order that you did them in. But in order to get just a specific set out of there, or range, what you need to do is this. enumSet period range, and the range is the method, and it takes 2 parameters. From is the first one, so let's just go ahead and write tuna, which is the class, Kelsey, and what's going to do is look in tuna class and find this first constant Kelsey, and that's going to be your starting point. And for 2, let's just put tuna.candy. And let's just go ahead and show. So now we have Kelsey to Candy and everything included. That's what that does. It gives you a whole new array. So now once we have that, we can pretty much just copy what we have up here. Copy. Thank you for that. And we'll paste it out here. And so now instead of an entire array, which was tuna values, we have a specific set in the array, which goes from all the constants from Kelsey to Candy. So now let me run this and see what we got. Let me I won't expand it. What's the fun in that? So now we have our first array right here that has all the information Bucky to Aaron. That was the entire array. And then we says our line, and then we goes, and now for the range of constants, and we cut out Kelsey, Julia, Nicole, and Candy. So using our enum set class and the method in that called range, we were able to provide it with 2 arguments, where we wanted to start and where we wanted to end. And this entire thing right here, it gave us a new array. So instead of looping through the old array, we were able to loop through this new and improved array to get only a specific set of data. So that is your quick tutorial on my former love life, and also how to loop through a specific range of an array using this range method right here. And again, don't forget to import this class or else you're not going to be able to use it. So thank you guys for watching. Now you know all about enumerations, constants, and how to loop through them and all and whatnot. I know, how exciting, right? So in the next tutorial, I don't know what we're going to be talking about, but I promise it's going to be awesome. So you might want to subscribe, just a little hint. So thank you for watching, and I will see you next tutorial. What's up guys, welcome to your 46th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial I'm going to be going over what static variables are and how they're used. So usually whenever you have a class that has objects, each of the variables, each object has its own set of variables, like first name, and I can make an object called Bucky, and it would have its own first name Bucky, and I could have another object named Tommy, and it would have its own first name of Tommy. But sometimes you want all the objects to share a single variable. For example, if you're going to make members of a club and you're going to like have the club count, how many members were in it. For example, if I was in the club, it would be 1. If Tommy was in the club, it would be, if me and Tommy were in the club, it would be 2. If me, Tommy, and Megan were in the club, it will be 3. And we each don't need to see that. We each don't need an updated variable or a separate variable for 3, since the members in the club is all the same. So, for example, there's some variables that you just can share, and you're saying, alright, why don't you just write a separate variable for each object and update it? Well, that takes a lot of time and space, so you'll see what static is by the end of this tutorial, and it's one of the most useful things that I actually taught you so far, so listen up. In this tutorial we're going to be building a club, of course, and the club is going to be of hot girls that I would like to go out with. And yes, they will be famous. And no, I will never go out with them. So let's go ahead and make a couple regular variables first. For each object, it gets its own private string. And let's go ahead and put like first for first name. And then go ahead and put private string and last for last name. And now we need to give them a variable that they can share. So go ahead and put private and put static, and that static keyword means that every object shares the same variable. So when this one changes, it changes to all objects. And before, if you change one object's first name, that only that object's first name changed. But when you change a static variable, they change with all objects. So if I change this to 4, then all objects would see 4. Got it? Good. So static int, and we'll have members of our club, and we'll initialize it to 0. So without building anything, we have 0 members in our club. So next, let's go ahead and make our constructor. So public, our class name is Tuna, and it's going to take 2 arguments: string first name and string last name. This is how we're going to insert members into our club. And in our constructor, just put first equals first name, last equals last name, and let's just go ahead and put something like members plus plus. So each time we add a member, it adds 1 to our members variable. So after we add our first member, members will equal 1. When we add our second member, members will equal 2. So next, let's just go ahead and system out print format, and our format will be something like, again, you can be creative with this if you want, constructor for, make sure you spell it wrong, %s, so it will be a constructor for Bucky Roberts, and then we'll have members in the club, and then put like colon %d, and then a new line. So we're gonna have like constructor for Megan Fox, members in the club 1, constructor for Natalie Portman, members in the club 2. Easy enough. So now we need to put first, of course, last, and members. And I spelled that wrong. members, members. That's a pretty catchy tune. Alright, now let's go ahead and write some more methods that are going to come in handy. First, we need something to get their first name. So, public, actually, let me think about this. For this tutorial, I'm teaching you is constructors, right? So we probably don't even need these yet, but we sure do in the next tutorial. So let's go ahead and in this apples, and in our main function right here, let's go ahead and make some members. So let's go ahead and make member 1 tuna, because it's in tuna class, member 1, and we'll set it equal to new tuna, and of course it takes the arguments. Again, you can see what arguments it takes by this constructor over here, a first name and a last name. So the first name can be Megan, and the last name of girls I want to date club can be Fox. So now what we should have outputted on the screen is, well, might as well just do it. Constructor for Megan Fox and members in the club 1. Easy enough. So let's go ahead and make another one now. Tuna member 2 will make another object equals new tuna, and we'll have something like Natalie and then Portman. You don't know who she is? Definitely Google it. And let's go ahead and make one more for fun. Tuna member 3 equals new tuna, and let's see. Let's get Taylor. She can join the club too. And Swift. She is babe with a pretty voice, hottie with body, cutie with booty. Anyways, so we made 3 different objects. Each one, well, let me run this, show you guys that it works, show myself that it works. So we made 3 different objects right here. One for Megan Fox named member 1, one for Natalie Portman named member 2, and one for Taylor named member 3. Each of them has their own set of variables. Let's look at this one, Natalie Portman, member number 2. For every object, they have their own set of variables right here. Natalie has her own first name right here, and she has her own last name of Portman right here, but they all share this members variable, and they can, like Megan Fox, this object, she can't see what Natalie's names are, but she can see the members in the club has changed it too. And when Taylor Swift joins the club right here, since it's static, it means all of these objects share the same static variable, so they can all see that the members of the club has changed to 3. So that's why static variables are useful, since, you know, sometimes you just need, and again, if you didn't have this on a new train of thought right here, you would have to have a function to update all of these each time. But, you know, why update 3 separate things, 1, 2, 3, and then when a member leaves, you would have to update 3 separate things, 1, 2, 3, when you can just have one variable, call it static, and update it one time. So that's your quick tutorial on what static is and why it's useful. It pretty much, instead of having to update it many times, you just call it static, and all members or objects can see it. So thank you guys for watching this tutorial. If you don't understand, you will in the next tutorial, because we're going to be going over static some more. But like I said, thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next time. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 47th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be finishing up talking about static members, and also I'm going to be showing you a nice little trick that you can use when accessing static members. So go ahead and in your tune class, or not the class with not your main method in it, class without your main method in, there we go. And let's go ahead and under this constructor, let's go ahead and build 3 other simple little methods. We're just going to have one to return the first name, return the last name, and return the member. So public string, and let's just name it like get first. It's not going to take any parameters, and we're just going to have it return first. Simple enough. And now let's go ahead and make one for last name. Public string get last. And guess where we're going to have this one too? Return last. Oh, you guessed that? Oh, not bad. And now let's have one more, and we'll name it let's say public static. Remember, this method needs to be static. Static int get members. I know I could figure out how to spell members. Get members. And then what are we going to have this one do? Let's just have return members. So now we have 3 variables up here: a private first, a private last, and a private members, which is static. This method returns first name, this method returns the last name, and this method right here, it's going to return the variable members. So now that we have 3 objects made, go back in your main apples class or whatever you called it. Let's go ahead and let me show you how each member has its own set of data. So let's just go ahead and for housekeeping sake, put system out print line, and let's just go ahead and print an empty line right there because it'll just be easier. Now let's just go ahead and copy that because we're going to be using it. Oh, I didn't know we could do that, did we? And let's just go ahead and put, what do we want to print on our first line? And it's really our first line because this one's just an empty line. Well, what I want to show you that is, even though they all share that variable called members, they each have their own set of data. So let's go ahead and put member 1, which is our object 1, which was Megan Fox, and we'll put get first, and then let's do this with last. Copy get last, and what was the last one called? Get members. So get members. So here's what's going on now. Let me make sure it's going to print out. Yep. So anytime you call this one, it's going to have Megan Fox, and this is unique to its own object. But it's going to look at get members and see that it's static. So it's going to share this variable with all the other ones. So depending on how many members are in this, then that's what it's going to print. So let me go ahead and run this. Click OK, and we have, again, we have our other data up there if you're wondering where it went, but it says Megan, which is unique, Fox, which is unique, and 3, which is shared among all objects. So now let's go ahead and change that to 2. Member 2, member 2, member 2. Now let's go ahead and run this, and now you can clearly see Natalie, which is unique, Portman, which is unique, and 3, again, that 3. And that 3 is because this private static int. Static means, alright, this variable is shared between all objects. So we don't need to, why would you make a separate variable if it, like, let me think how to put this. Why would you make a separate variable that is going to be unique that we're going to have to update in every object if it's the same value no matter what object it is? So, I mean, you don't need to. So we're not gonna. So that's where static comes in handy. And now let me show you that trick I was talking about. Since the static variables don't change between objects, static information is available even when you don't have an object. So for example, say forget about all these objects right here, and we actually can't just delete them, but we'll delete these right here. and we can just add it in this print line. Really, instead of calling a separate object, like an object and then your dot separator and then your method, like that, what you can do with stack is just put the name of the class and put your dot separator and then put your method. Get members, like that. Now let me run this, and you can see the 3 right here. Can you guys see that? The 3 right there. So before, we were never able to do this. We had to get an object and build an object anytime we wanted access to any of these members or any of these methods right here. But with a static, it's a little bit different because it's not going to change from object to object, since no matter how many objects you have, the variable is the same. So that's why Java lets you, instead of having to have an object, which you can do by the way, what we just did, you can also just put the class name and put the static method ahead of that. So again, anytime you have a static method that uses static variables, you don't have to have a separate object. You can just put the class name and then you can just put the method. And that's how, like in stuff like math functions and math constants, that's how they do that. So that's just a nice little tidbit of information. So don't forget that static variables are shared among all objects, and that you don't have to access static methods with a specific object. You can just do it with a whole class, since it's the same. So thank you guys for watching. I think I confused you enough for today, but like I said, thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next tutorial. What's up YouTube? Welcome to your 48th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial we're going to be going over instance variables with the final, like when you have like public final or private final int. That's what we're going to be going over. So unlike static, I'm going to be showing you guys what final means. So let's go ahead and in your Tuna class right here, and this is the one that's not your main. Apples has my main method. So go into another one. I name mine Tuna. You can name yours whatever you want, as long as it's a fish. That's key. It has to be fish, or this program won't work. I'm just kidding, but you know, just a little joke. And let's go ahead, and the first thing we're going to want to do is make a variable that's going to be private as well. But you got to spell it right. That's key. Private. There we go. I know I'd get it eventually. Int sum. And what this is going to do is hold the sum of our numbers that we're about to add up. Now let's begin the tutorial. What we want to do now is make a variable with the type final. So private final, and it's going to be an integer variable. And I hit button there. Embarrassing. And let's just name it number or something. And go ahead and put it in caps because it's going to be a constant, so we know that the constants are in caps. K. There you go. K. That's how you can remember it. So now the key, or what final is whenever you write final in front of a variable or a constant, it means that you can't modify this no matter what. So we just declared it. Whenever we set it equal to something, whatever we set it equal to, we can only set it equal to it once. So if we put number equals 2, then that number is going to be 2 for the rest of your life. You can't change it no matter what. But another thing is we declared it right there, but we didn't initialize it, which means we didn't set it equal to anything. So we're going to have to do that in our constructor. So again, you can either do it right here or you're in your constructor. So let's go ahead and make a constructor. Put public Tuna and just put int x. This is going to be a temporary variable, and then put number equal to x. So whatever we pass in for our argument, that's what number is going to be equal to. And again, don't mess it up, because you can't change this. You can't later in your program write, alright, we're set it equal to 2 here, but we're going to set it equal to 15 later on, or 18, or 32. You can't. You can only set it equal to something here, and it stays like that forever. Now let's go ahead and build another method. So let's go ahead and write public void, make it called add, because what's it going to do, it's going to take that sum that we have up here, and it's going to be 0 default, and let's just add the number to it. So again, the sum variable is going to change, but this number is always going to be like 10 or whatever we say it is. And now let's just build one more method so we can actually see what's going on. Public string to string. So again, you learned what toString method did last time. Whenever you need your object in a string format, it returns it. So let's go ahead and return string format, and it already started filling out for us. The format's just going to be put something like sum is equal to %d, and then put like a new line for good looks. And then for your arguments, just put sum. So this is going to change because it's the number that stays the same and not the sum. And how do we know that? Because number variable is final and sum is just private. Sum can change. So now that we got that, look it over and make sure it's the exact same as mine. We can go to our main class, which is apples in this case. So go ahead and let's create an object. So tuna object equals new tuna, and let's go ahead and put something like 10. So now what this is going to do, since we passed in 10 to our constructor, it's going to take 10 for x, put 10 for x right here, and set number equal to 10. So now for this object, number equals 10 no matter what. We can't change that. So anytime we use number, like add number to sum, we add 10 to sum. Simple enough. So now let's go ahead and make a for loop using this object. So let's just put for, and let's make a simple loop. Put like int I equals 0, if I is less than 5, and I plus plus. So it loops 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, yep, loops 5 times. It really doesn't matter what you have inside your for loop. This isn't important. Just had to make something real quick. Now we can go ahead and say, what do we want to do 5 times? Well, let's go ahead and add, let's call this method 5 times. So the first time it's going to be 10 when it adds it. The second time it's going to add another 10 to it, so it's going to be 20. Then it's going to be 30, 40, 50. Simple enough. So let's go ahead and add tuna object, and how you use it is add right there. So now we did our method 5 times, but we can't really see anything because this method right here, it doesn't return anything, so we need to return it right here. So let's go ahead and put system out. Let's go ahead and let's do a print format, and let's just go ahead for the format. We'll put something like, let's keep it simple, %s, and for the arguments, let's just go ahead and put tuna object. So let me go ahead and run through this and show you guys the results. Sum equals 10, sum equals 20, 30, 40, 50. So now let me talk to you guys one last time why this happened. Make sure, hopefully I'm in my screen recorder. Good enough. So what we did is we made 2 variables. Well, let's just go ahead and do it this way. We made an object called new tuna, or tuna object was the name of our object, and we passed it the parameters 10 for the constructor. So it took that 10 and set number equal to 10. Alright, simple enough. What's next? Well, we looped through this 5 times. So what did we do 5 times? We did this add method 5 times. So first, for add, it took that number 10 and added it to sum. So now sum was equal to 10. Then it just spit out 10. And then the next time, on round number 2, it took that 10 and added it to 10. Then we got 20. So now it spit it out 20. Then it took 10 and added it to 20, which was 30. Then it added it to 30, which was 40. Then it added it to 40, which was 50. So now that that's all done, so that is pretty much your really detailed tutorial on a really simple explanation that whenever you make a final variable, you cannot change it. So for example, if we say down here tuna object dot number equals 15, look at this right here, we get an X right here. The field tuna number is not visible. That means that it can't change pretty much. So that's pretty much all in all, I could have skipped this whole tutorial and said, alright, when you write final instead of a variable, it means you can't change it, but I didn't. I decided to give you guys the whole spiel instead. So thank you guys for watching, and hey, if anyone wants to do fantasy football with me, leave a comment and let me know, because I want to do fantasy football with someone. So thank you guys for watching, and don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next time. What's up guys, welcome to your 49th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be talking about inheritance. Now what inheritance is pretty much inheriting stuff from another class. So why is this useful? Well, say we have two classes right here, Tuna and PotPie. And in the Tuna class we have a method like public void, we'll just name it eat. And let's say in this method all it does is go system out print line, and then it just prints something like I am the eat method. And say we had a bunch of different little food classes, and every single food class had this method. So Tuna had it, and PotPie had it, and say we had a bunch of other ones like chicken, liver, ham. They all had the same exact eat method. So then your boss comes in and tells you, alright, you know when you wrote the eat method and said I'm the eat method? Well, we actually want you to say I am the eat methods with a S. So now you got to go in every single different class and change that one method and add a S on the end. And you're saying, alright, I wish instead of having all these copies that I would have to maintain, if I could just have one single copy. So that's what exactly inheritance is. Instead of having all these copies in different classes that you have to maintain, you can only have one single copy that you have to maintain, and each of these classes can inherit that. So let's go ahead and copy this, and since Tuna and PotPie are both foods, I made this new food class right here. And what this food class is going to do is it's going to store all the things that Tuna and PotPie have in common. And right now they have this eat method in common. So we can go ahead and get rid of this method right here and get rid of this method in here. And instead of having all these separate methods and all these classes, we only have to maintain this one method in the food class. So how exactly does this work, and how can we only have one method to kind of take care of? Well, this is what inheritance is. Instead of having a bunch of different methods, what this Tuna class and PotPie class can do is it inherits everything, the variables and methods, from this main food class. And whenever we do this, the kind of methods that inherit the stuff, those are called the subclasses, and the stuff that they, or the class that they inherit from, is called the superclass. So again, these two Tuna and PotPie classes are going to inherit all the stuff that's in the food class, and the food class is called the superclass, and the Tuna and PotPie class are called the subclasses. So how exactly do we inherit everything? Well, instead of say inherit from, what Java said is it gives it a new keyword named extends, EXTENDS. And whenever you write extends, this means inherit from. So if you say public class PotPie extends food, this means alright, in this class PotPie, we're going to inherit everything from food. So we're going to inherit any variable that would be inherent in all the methods. So let's go ahead and do that same thing from Tuna. So public class Tuna, this class EXTENDS, it extends food. So now anything that's in food is inside PotPie and Tuna. Even though we can't see it, that's what we mean. So let's go ahead and let me show you guys that right now. So say we go, or wherever your main method is right here, let's go ahead and make an object. So I'm going to make my Tuna object, and let's just go ahead and put new Tuna. Let's just go ahead and make the same thing with PotPie. So PotPie, pot object, I'll be JCT. I know I figure it out eventually. New PotPie. So now we have a Tuna object and a PotPie object. Make sure I didn't mess anything up. So now even though we have no methods in here, they inherited all the methods from food. So we would use those methods just like we would anyone else. So this method is called eat, don't remember, and it's in pot pie and tuna, even though you can't see it. So let's go ahead and put tuna object.eat and pot pie, or what's it called, pot object.eat, and see what happens. And we're getting a error right here. Oh, we forgot an equal sign. There we go. And now when you run this, we see I am the eat methods, and this one came from tuna, and this one came from pot object. So that's how you can inherit all the methods from another class using the extends keyword. But what if you're saying, alright, you know, I have a bunch of different foods, and I know we only have 2 foods right now. This is just to demonstrate, but if you're saying, alright, I have a bunch of different foods, like tuna, pot pie, chicken liver, but I have this one class called tuna, and I want to inherit all the stuff from food, but I want to change this one method right here. Well, what you can do is override certain methods, and in order to override certain methods, you just put the method into the class, the subclass, and you recreate it. So then, if you say, alright, I am the new method of tuna. So make sure you spell a couple things wrong there. And now, whenever you override something, you inherit everything from the food class, but the methods that you recreate, they're going to override or overpower the methods that you inherited. So now if we go ahead and run this, we see this. Let me get it up for you. There we go. I am the new method of tuna, and this is the method that we overrode. And again, it's the easiest thing in the world. Whenever you want to override something, all you have to do is pretty much just create it again. And then you don't have to worry about, you know, well, it's pretty much as simple as that. I can't explain it any better. But that's how you override something. In pot objects, we didn't override that method, so that's why it got the default food method. And the last thing, or the last couple things I want to talk about real quick, if, say, tuna extends pot pie, and pot pie extends food, then tuna inherits all the stuff from pot pie and food. It's like a little hierarchy. So let's go ahead and delete this. And now when tuna extends pot pie, it inherits all the stuff from pot pie and food. And the last thing I want to take note of is that only, let's go ahead and get rid of one of these objects. Let's go ahead and get rid of the pot object. Only the public methods can be inherited. Let me see how much time I got left. 2 minutes. Only public methods can be inherited. So if you have a private method in the superclass, again, the superclass is the one that the subclass inherits from, and we want to change that to food. So right now tuna is inheriting all the stuff from food, but food has this method in here that's private. What private means is, alright, you can't inherit this from me. In order to inherit it, it needs to be public like we did before. But when we put private like this and try to run this right here, we get a little error right here, and it says the method eat is not visible. So whenever we try to run it, I'll show you the syntax error down here, and it pretty much, this is saying, alright, this isn't visible because food has a private thing that you try to inherit and use, and you can't. It's private, it's not public. So that's your real quick tutorial on inheritance. And pretty much anytime you want to inherit crap from another class, just write extends. And extends is just a real fancy word for tuna inherits from food, or tuna inherits all the methods and variables from food. And again, well, that's it for this tutorial. I already filled your brain with enough. So that's your real quick tutorial on inheritance. I hope I made it simple. I hope you guys can understand. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you in the next tutorial. What is going on, people? Welcome to your 50th Java tutorial. And I know it's been a while since I started making Java tutorials, but hey, we're going to get back on track and start learning some more Java. So actually I had planned out that we're going to learn polymorphism, but I think I'm just going to skip right to GUIs because it's a lot funner, and it's better if we know how to make an interface before we start getting into some other stuff. Plus, when we have an interface and stuff, you can see what everything does, and you're not just typing random code that you're like, alright, what is this, the matrix? Because, it's time we started building an application that the user can interact with and see. So if you don't know what a GUI is, or some people call it a GUI, it's a graphical user interface. And just like this right here, it has a title bar at the top, menu, drop downs, it has a whole different range of buttons. And that's what we're going to be making instead of this right here where it's like the Matrix style, because, I mean, come on, it's 2009. If you're watching this tutorial in 2009, that is. So let's go ahead and get started. Now the first thing you need to know is that all GUIs are built from GUI or GUI components. That means there has to be a component for a menu, a dialog box, scroll bars. You have to add each one of those individually. So how do you just go ahead and get these components? Well, actually, Java has a built-in class that stores all the components you need. You just need to tell it where to put it and what to do with it. And they are created using different methods. And the methods you use to create this in the class is called the JOptionPane class. Now, like I said, this class is built into Java. So anytime you want to make a button, all you need to do is call it from the class. And there are different ways to do this, but this is the easiest way. So in order to get all those buttons and toolbars and everything, we first need to import the entire class. So let's go ahead and before your even class right here, just go ahead and put import javax dot swing dot j option pane, and make sure you type the J and the O capital option pane, and just like that. And now we're getting a little error that says the import Java JOptionPane is never used. So let's go ahead and fix that by using some stuff right now. So now we imported the class, which means we have access to all the crap in it. So let's start using some of that crap. The first thing we're going to want to do is set two variables. By the way, I'm going to build a program where you enter a number in one box and then click OK. You enter a number in another, click OK, and the end box, the third one, shows your answer. You'll see in a little bit. So we need to set this equal to a string variable and set it equal to first number, and I'm just going to write fn, or fn for first number. Now what you need to do is call the class, which is JOptionPane, use your period or dot separator, and the method for an input dialog is show input, if you couldn't tell by these 100 pop-up things that pop up, dialog. And it's going to take one parameter right here, and this is the message. Now what this is the message or the prompt which you want to tell the user to do. So we just want to put in a string, enter first number. So now whatever they enter into that first number is going to be stored in the variable fn. So now we need a second number, so let's go ahead and copy this, press enter, paste it, and let's just set string second number, and we'll just put enter second number right there. Make sure I got my whatever it's called, semicolon. And let's go ahead and move this over here because just because I feel like it. Now here's a little thing that you need to know. Every time they enter something in here, show input dialog method only is able to get a string. So we can't add strings. Strings are pretty much letters and numbers that it doesn't see as a number. So we need to tell Java, alright, instead of viewing this as a string, we want you to view it as an integer so you can do some math with it later on. So what we need to do is convert these variables to integers. So this has nothing to do with JOptionPane. This is just Java right here. So Java int num1 equals integer dot parse int. And what this does is convert whatever I type into here and stores it as an integer in num1. So I want to put fn, and what this does is take the string, which say it's 5, and converts it into the number 5. So now let's go ahead and do this for num2. Num2, we want to take the second number we typed in and convert it to a variable called number2. So now the last thing we need to do is just show the sum. So before we even do that, let's just add the sum. Int sum equals what do we put, num1 plus num2, no spaces. And now we got the final answer in the sum variable right here. Let's tighten that up a little bit. That's what she said. And now we can go ahead and display this. Now the box that you use to display is something called show message dialog. So let's put J option pane dot show message dialog. And this is a little different than show input dialog. Inputs for inputting, messages just for displaying. Now this method takes 4 parameters. The first one is it's a parameter where to position it, and if you put null, it positions it right in the middle of the screen. The second one is what you want to say, like for your prompt, but it isn't prompt, it's just a message. So let's put the answer is, and let's just put add sum. So it's going to be like the answer is 5 or something like that. Now the third parameter is what you want to appear on your title bar. So let's put like the title or something easy like that. And the fourth parameter you need is the message that's going to pop up. Now I'll go over this later if I got time, but for right now just put J option was it pane, then put plain underscore message, like that. And you don't need to put this last thing in quotation marks. So again, well, that's pretty much it. Let's just go ahead and run this program. I'm tired of waiting around. So let's go ahead, click OK, run it. Enter your first number, 3. Okay. Enter your second number, 5. Okay. The answer is 8. And now I can talk you through this one more time. So now once we go ahead and run this, what we're getting is this very first thing, the show input dialog, and it says enter your first number, and we're going to go ahead and enter 4, press OK. Now once we press OK, it stores that 4 in fn variable right there, and also it allows us to move on to this other show input dialog. It doesn't move on until you complete the show input dialog. So enter your second number, 6. Okay. So now what it did right here is it took that 4 and converted it to a number, and took that 6 and converted it to a number, so that you can add the 2 sums right here. And lastly, it took that show message dialog, which if I can get it back right here, and it says that null, which means position in the center of our screen. The answer is sum right here. And again, that third parameter was the title, which appeared on the title bar. And that last one, you have the option of putting icons on your GUI or user interface that we built, but we're not going to put icons on here now, mostly because they're stupid. If you want to have something like an error, you can put X on there, a warning, you put like a, I don't know, they're stupid, but we'll probably put them in next time because I'm stupid too. So but that's a real quick tutorial on how to use J option pane to make a simple graphical user interface, aka GUI. So in the next tutorial, we're going to be building our GUIs and adding some more function, add some more cool buttons and stuff like that. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next tutorial. What's going on, guys? Welcome to your 61st Java tutorial. And this tutorial is probably going to be the last tutorial for now on polymorphism. Swine flu. So in the last couple of tutorials, I told you guys about the concepts of polymorphism, and I showed you guys how to do some pretty cool stuff with them, but we never really put it into a program, and we never really got to see why this was really useful. So in this program, I'm going to show you pretty much the core heart of polymorphism and what you can use it for. So let's go ahead, and in this program, I'm going to make a method in each one of these classes that's just going to say, I don't know, I'm going to have like a line for fish that says make a noise. I'm going to have a line for dog that says make a noise, and by line I mean method, and also one for animal as well. So let's go ahead and make the same method in animal, fish, and dog. And I probably should have made an animal that makes a noise besides a fish, but you know, fish don't really make noise, but that's not important. You'll see what this tutorial is about. So let's go ahead and make a method in here for animal, and we'll put public void noise. And since animals don't really make a noise, let's just have something on the screen, because this method is actually never going to be called, but I just want to make a method to show you guys it's not going to be called. So system out print line, gotta learn to type, print line, and we'll say like animals don't make noise. And this is pretty much the point of inheritance and why we have this class right here, because fish and dog are each, since they extend this, they can both overwrite this method right here. So let's go ahead and copy this in the fish one. Let's go ahead and put the same method in here. Again, we don't change the name of it, it's just the noise one, but it's coming from the fish class now. And what kind of noise does a fish make? Put like glurp, slurp. That's what noise I would make if I was a fish, so you know, it's good enough. Dog one should be a little easier. We'll put a method in dog called noise as well, and we'll make this one go rough. Not Russ, rough, right like that. So now we have this method called noise in animal, and we also have a method called noise in fish, even though fish don't really make noise, but this fish says glurp slurp, and we have one in dog called noise called rough. So we have this main method in animal, and it gets overwritten when you call it in dog and fish. So now that we have three methods named the same thing, let me show you guys the core heart of polymorphism. One of the main aspects of polymorphism is that if you can put objects into an array like we did last time, but we didn't really do anything with it, we just added them into the array. The cool thing is that you can put objects in an array, and you can loop through that array and call the same method for the objects. The thing is, you can automatically call noise for dog, and when you call noise for dog, rough prints out, and when you call noise for fish, glurp slurp comes out. And if we had a bird and you call noise for bird, it would be chirp chirp. If we had a class called cow and a method called noise, it would do moo. So it's pretty cool in the sense that you can loop through an array of objects and call the same method name, but each method, since it's in a different class, it does something a little different. And this is my virus protection right here, so I will renew that later. Get out of my way. Get. So let me go ahead and show you guys how to do this. Go ahead and make an animal type object, which is actually going to be an array. So go ahead and write animal, and we'll name it the list, and we'll set it equal to new animal 2. And again, the concept, if we have an array of type animal, then not only can we put animal objects in it, but also fish and dogs, since they extend animal. And that's one of the concepts I taught you guys before. Now we can actually put it to use into something useful. So now we go ahead, this is going to be an array of objects, of 2 objects. So actually this is 3, but let's go ahead and make a dog object and a fish object to use it. I can go ahead and change it. Well, it's good. So dog D equals new dog with empty parameters, since it didn't have a constructor or nothing. So fish F equals new fish, no parameters for that either. So now we have an empty array in 2 objects, D for dog and F for fish. So let's go ahead and use those right now. We'll just do this the easy way, the visual way. So at index 0, which is the first element, let's just go ahead and set that equal to D for dog, and at the list and at index 1, which is the second element, set that equal to F for fish. Now let me get this out of the way, this is annoying. So now we have an array, and we have 2 elements in it. And again, if you watch the last tutorial, you can see that you can populate this array using an add method, but this is just a really easy method for demonstration. The next thing I'm going to do is write one of these enhanced for loops. And in case you forgot what an enhanced for loop was, it pretty much is a special loop to loop through an array. So first you put animal, and then you give it a new variable, what's going to use X. It's kind of like the counting variable in the for loop. And then you write the array name. So now it's going to loop through the array the list, and every time it loops it's going to treat the index as x. So we can do things like this. X, which is the object now, since we put object in the array, so this would be substituted for D, the first loop, and F, the second loop. And then you should be X dot noise. And what this is going to do, in essence, it's going to loop through the entire array, and it automatically knows the length of it, so you don't got to worry about counting variables or anything. The first thing it's going to do is say, alright, what's the first element in the array? It's dog. So I'm going to put dog dot noise, and I should have rough print out on screen. Alright, done with that. Now next element in the array, it's a fish element. So I'm going to put fish dot noise, and the fish noise is glurp slurp. And then I'm done, and that's it. So let me go ahead and run this to all those, and you see rough glurp slurp. So that, like I said, is pretty much the core essence of polymorphism, in the sense that you can automatically create an array of objects and loop through that array and call each method with the same name in that object, and you don't have to create a bunch of objects. You don't have to be like D dog F fish. This is a real quick way if you had like an 100, or excuse me, an 100, why do I keep saying in 100 objects, so you don't have to call 100 lines of code. You can just make this and it loops through. So in the next couple tutorials, I don't feel like doing any more polymorphism because it's kind of annoying, but I needed to teach you guys what like implements and abstract classes were, so that's why I did this, because in the next tutorials we're going to be getting the GUIs more and some awesome visual stuff. So thank you guys for watching this tutorial. Don't forget to subscribe. The next tutorials are going to be awesome. So again, thank you guys, and I'll see you next time. What is going on, people? Welcome to your 60-second Java tutorial. And in this tutorial we're going to be getting back to what everyone loves most, and that is GUIs. So as you can see, I already created a new class called GUI, and I already went ahead and imported everything, and you should all know what this stuff means from my last tutorials. I just didn't feel like having to type it all again. You guys didn't want to watch me type it anyway, so I went ahead and imported everything we need to import. We'll figure out what these do later, so if you watch my other tutorials you already know what to do. But anyways, go ahead and make a new class called GUI and have it extends JFrame, and I'll leave that up if you guys want to copy, I guess. And what extends mean is it pretty much inherits everything from JFrame. And we're going to be making buttons in this tutorial, and JFrame has some built-in stuff for us to create buttons. And the first thing we're going to need to do is create two variables. So go ahead and put private J button, and we'll create two buttons. The first one will be a regular one, and then we'll go ahead and create another one, J button, and we'll just make this one a custom one. One of them is just going to be a regular button, and the other one, if we spell private right, it's going to be a button with our own images on it, and I'll show you where to put the images and how to do all that good stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and minimize this, so hopefully you guys got that copied down, because just because it's annoying me. So the first thing we're going to need to do is build a constructor. So go ahead and put public, and just go ahead and put GUI, or whatever you named your class right here. And we need to build a constructor because whenever we create an object from this class, we want this window to automatically pop up. We don't want to have to call a method for it to pop up. So go ahead and add no parameters. And in your constructor body, this is where we're going to be doing the meat of the programming. The first thing we're going to want to do is add a title. Now this super right here, this super keyword is how you call methods from the super class. So since we're extending JFrame, it is the JFrame constructor. So go ahead, and the constructor for the JFrame is pretty much the title. So go ahead and write the title. So you guys didn't need to know that. All you guys need to know is, in order to add a title to your window, just put super the title. I just want to tell you guys, if you don't know what the super does, it allows you access to your super class. So a little bit of information for everyone. So now that we have a title on our window, we can go ahead and make the layout for the buttons. We can do the set layout, and you guys should know this still from the last tutorials when we were working on GUIs. And we'll just go ahead and put new flow layout, just like that. And now this just gives us a default layout so we don't have to code it ourselves. And now let's go ahead and add our first button to our screen. So we'll take that variable we made. I named mine reg. You can name yours whatever. Equals new j button. And this j button method is a method to add a button. And it takes one parameter for here. And it's pretty much the text that's going to be on the button. I'm just going to name mine reg button. So now, if we go ahead and add this to the screen, we now have a blank screen that has a title of the title on the title bar, and we have a button that says reg button on it. Well, that's pretty good, pretty neat, but we can do better. Let's go ahead and make a button using our own custom picture in it, and when you roll over it, you get another picture. So the first thing I want to show you guys is that I have two pictures already right here. And how did I get these pictures here so I can use? First of all, I want to tell you guys, when you create your buttons, make them like 40 by 40 and make sure you save them as ping. I tried to save them as GIF or JPEG, and ping is the only one that like gave me so it could work all the time. Java supports like GIF and JPEG and all the regular image files, but for some reason only ping was working on my computer. Maybe it's a Vista thing, maybe it's not. But once you create these images, here's where you put them. Go ahead to my computer and you need to find the files you're working on, these class files. Mine, the default workspace, are in C, users, Greg, and then it is in a workspace. And go ahead and go to, let's see, mine is in Bucky, source, and then this is where all your class files are, like apples, that GUI one we just created. Put them in the same directory as that, so then you don't have to write a bunch of image paths. You can just write the file name and you're good to go. So your workspace might be a little different, and if you don't know where your workspace is, as soon as you open Eclipse, it tells you where your workspace is. So just copy that, find it, and that is where you want to put your ping files right there. So now that you got your ping files in your same directory as your class, we can go ahead and well, make some fancy buttons. So let's go ahead, and how you do that is in your icon class, and you have to name it icon. Go ahead and give it an object name such as B, and what we need to do is put new image icon, and this is built in so you can't change any of this. Let's go ahead and put get class, which is this class, and then put get resource, and this resource is going to be the file, and the resource is going to be, well, I named mine b.ping. And what this does is pretty much take that image and save it in an object named B. So now we actually have two images, or at least I do. I have one named B and one named X. So let's go ahead and create a new one by pasting that in. Icon X is equal to new image x.ping. And if you're wondering, alright, what's this b.ping and x.ping? They're actually just two images I made in Photoshop earlier, so you guys won't have them on your computer, but I just needed a little something to test on, so that's what I did. So now that I have an image named B and an image named X, I can go ahead and change those into buttons. So what I'm gonna do is take that custom button, remember I named it custom out here, and do custom, and for the value I'm gonna set it equal to new J button, and for my parameters it first takes the name what's on the button, and I'm gonna name it custom. And for the second parameter, this is an optional parameter. You can have the image you want to appear on the button as well. So I'm gonna have B, and this is pretty much just a little graphic. It's a 40 by 40 graphic, and it's like well, I guess you guys are gonna see. And another cool thing that we can do with it, if you said, alright, on the button we just created, there's an image. Okay, I got that, but what are you going to do with this X image right here? Well, that X image is going to be the rollover for it. So whenever we do whenever we want to create a rollover, what we do is type the name of that button right there, and you need to put set rollover icon right there. Actually, set rollover. I selected the wrong one. Embarrassing. And the argument for this is, of course, the image you want to roll over. And now let's just add the custom button to the screen. So now we got two buttons on the screen right here. We have a regular button and we have a custom button. So in the next tutorial, we're going to be creating a class so when we click the button, it's going to handle the event. And we're also going to be that's it. We're going to be seeing these buttons in action. And I'll also go over everything I did in case I kind of confused you by going too fast. But for now, my tutorial is getting too long, so thank you guys for watching. Make sure you check out the next tutorial where we see these buttons in action. So again, thank you. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next time. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 63rd Java tutorial. And in the 62nd Java tutorial, we made two buttons and put them on the screen, one right here and one right here. So now in this tutorial, what we're going to be doing is building some kind of handling events. So when we click the button, something actually happens. So we're actually going to be building a whole new class called, well, we'll name it something like handler class. But for now, we're just going to be creating the object for it. So let's go ahead and put handler class, and we're probably going to be getting an error right there, and we'll name it handler object equals new handler class. And why are we getting an error? Because we didn't create a class named handler class yet, but trust me, we will. So now let's go ahead and add some action listeners. So reg, which is the name of the first button, we'll just go ahead and add action listener right there. And for the parameter, it takes the object handler. So that's why we needed to create a class before, or excuse me, an object before we created that class. Handler, and let's go ahead and just add the same thing to our other button, which is named custom. There we go, right there. And what this pretty much does, add action listener, is pretty much the beginning of adding pretty much a handler for our buttons. So anyways, let's see, I think that's everything we needed to put in the constructor. So this whole thing right here is your constructor right here. So we want to build another class called handler class, but let's build it outside of the constructor. So in your parentheses, and outside of your constructor, let's add some space right there. Let's go ahead and type private class handler class. And we need to name it handler class because we named this handler class right here. If you name something different up here, create the same down here. And yes, we are putting a class inside this main class. We are allowed to put classes inside classes. So, just letting you know, we can do that. Why? Because we just did. And we'll have this implements. There we go. Did I spell that right? Implement action listener. And when a class implements another class, what does that mean? When a class implements another class, like we're implementing, did I spell that right? I was wondering how I was getting in line. When we have a class and it implements action listener, what does implement means? I had a couple of questions asked me on the other tutorial. What implement means in a nutshell is we're saying to action listener, alright, we want to use your class in your method, and action listener says, alright, if you implement me, I'll let you use my methods, but you have to overwrite every single method in my class. And we're saying, alright, we're going to inherit all your classes from you, but we promise we're going to overwrite it. And it's a little more complex than that, but in a nutshell, that's basically what it means. So now, any method that's in the action listener class, we're going to have to overwrite it and create one ourselves. Lucky for us, there's only one method in the action listener class, and this is called action performed.
So lucky for us, we only have to create one method, and it's going to overwrite this action performed method. So let's go ahead and do that right now. We'll set it equal to public void action performed, just like this, and as a parameter it takes action event. So that's all we have to do, and in the method body, what we write in here is what we want to happen when one of these buttons are clicked. So since we added the functionality of add action listener class to handler, it pretty much, whenever we click this button, this happens, and that's what we're going to create right here, the functionality for it. So whenever we create regular, this is going to happen. Whenever we create custom, this is going to happen. So enough talking, let's just go ahead and do it. What we want to happen is we want J option pane to pop up, which is pretty much a separate window, and we want show message dialog, and I didn't feel like typing it because I was lazy, so I just did that. And this takes a couple of parameters itself, and that is null, and that's just positioning. And let's just go ahead and put string format, put some text on the screen. The first one will be nothing fancy, just %s, and the second argument will pretty much be event, and you'll see what this does later on. Nice little surprise for you. Get action command, just like that. And now I just got to make sure I don't have any errors, and now that we don't, we can go ahead and we can call this main pretty much class. So go ahead to where your main method is for the whole entire program, because that's where we're going to be doing. Now as you can see, you need to import JavaX Swing JFrame, and this pretty much lets you use Windows. I already imported it because I didn't want to have to forget. So now we can go ahead and make a GUI object. So GUI, or whatever you name this class, I'm going to name my GUI object GO for GUI object, equals new GUI, doesn't take any parameters in the constructor. And now just put go set default close operation, and you definitely need to have this or else your program isn't going to be able to close. And then you need to put in here jframe dot exit on close. So make sure you have that, it's pretty important. If not, did I spell something wrong? Is, oh, here we go, is undefined for the type GUI, set default close operation. There we go. Spelling, it's key, kids, it's key. You definitely need to learn that skill in school, unlike me. So the next thing we want to do is pretty much set the size for our window, and we can do this with the set size built-in method, and you can set it to anything you want. I'm going to set mine by 300 by 200. And the last thing is you need to make sure it's visible. So go dot set visible, and its Boolean value, just set it equal to true. If you set it equal to false, it won't show up, and we do want it to show up. So let's go ahead and run this right here, and here's what we see. We see a regular button right here that when we click it, it says reg button, and we see a custom button that when we hover over it, the rollover changes, and when we click it, it says custom. Okay, regular button, custom. Wow, this is an awesome program. We should definitely market this, try to sell it to Microsoft or someone, because they could use this. I mean, look at this, flawless, no bugs or anything. That's amazing. So now let me see how much time I have left on my tutorial. 2 minutes. I'll give you guys a quick little walkthrough of how this works again. I'll just give you guys the meat of the tutorial. We created 2 variables, and those were going to be to store our buttons. Next thing, in our constructor, we added a title to our window. We gave our window a layout, which is pretty much the default layout. We added a regular button, as you can see here, and then we made 2 images, and we stored them in objects B and X. And then we pretty much added another button, a custom button, with the image B by default, and when we rolled over it, we got the image X and we added it to the screen. Lastly, we created a new class which pretty much was to handle the events when we clicked our button. we said, alright, for this regular button, we want to have an event when we click it, and for this custom button, we wanted to have an event when we clicked it. So they just weren't pretty much plain on buttons, just sitting there doing nothing. And then, since we said, alright, we want some functionality, we actually had to make a class to add some functionality to it. In this event.getAction command, this pretty much just gave you the name of the button. So that's pretty much all that did. Real basic stuff here. And the next tutorial we're going to be going over some other stuff for GUIs as well. We're probably going to be focusing on GUIs and event handling for a little bit, since, you know, it's pretty much one of the coolest things in Java we can do. So thank you guys for watching this tutorial. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next tutorial. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 64th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you guys how to add checkboxes to your GUI. And yes, it's going to be awesome, so pay attention. So I already got my imports right there. If you want to copy those, go ahead, but I'm going to go ahead and minimize that right now. So if you need to copy them, pause your screen, but if not, see you later. They're annoying me. So now I already made this class called GUI, and it extends JFrame like before, but I got rid of everything in the class. So now I can go ahead and start, well, pretty much making everything again. So in this program we're going to build 3 variables. One's going to be a text box with a sentence in it, and we're going to have 2 checkboxes underneath, one that says bold and one that says italicize. And whenever we click bold, it's going to bold the text, and whenever we click italics, it's going to italicize the text. So we need 3 private variables. So we'll name private J text field, and this is going to hold the text, and we're going to name this TF for text field. And we need 2 more, private J checkbox. Make sure I spelled it right. Don't want to spell it like the Czech Republic. Checkbox. And we'll just name this like bold box, because this was going to be the one in bold. And private, and this is going to be another checkbox. Why did I just not copy and paste that? And this is going to be like italic box or something like that. So now we have 3 variables that are going to hold the text field, the bold box, and the checkbox. One's a text field, 2 are checkboxes. So now let's go ahead and, well, I guess we can go ahead and build our constructor now. So public GUI, and doesn't take any parameters, of course. And let's just go ahead and, first thing, add a title, of course. Super, just put like the title. And the next thing we need layout. Set layout, and we're just a future heads up, we're going to be actually going over how to make custom layouts in a couple tutorials, but for now we'll just go with the default, because, you know, works pretty good. So new flow layout will give us the default layout, and now we can go ahead and start adding stuff to the screen. So that text field, we want to set it equal to new J text field. And as our parameters, the first one is just right, this is a sentence or something like that with a size of 20, and that pretty much gives us a text field in the TF variable. And now let's just go ahead and we can do stuff to that text field now. The first thing that we want to do is pretty much set a font to it. So let's just go ahead and set a font, like, just make it, actually do this too, put new font, there we go. And as your parameters, put serif, and don't put anything else, because Java only accepts a couple weird ones. So font plain, and plain means like not bolded, not italicized or anything, and a size of 14. So that's how you set the font. You set the font with new font method, and it takes serif, and make sure it's serif, because I know for a fact that serif, no matter what version of Java or what platform you run on, it's going to show up. So make sure you do it serif, just like that. And now that we got a text box with, it says this is a sentence, we pretty much have all the text. Now all we have to do is add it to the screen. So add TF. I mean, it would be a waste if we created all that and we didn't even add it to the screen. So now we got that text field right there. Now we can go ahead and make our 2 little checkboxes to add to the screen underneath it. So let's go ahead and make bold box, or whatever you named your variable, and let's go ahead and set this equal to new J checkbox, just like that. And the parameters it takes, anytime you make a checkbox, there's going to be a little thing to the right hand side of it, or else you're not going to know what the heck it does. So it's like a little prompt to tell you what this text box does, or a checkbox does. I'm just going to say bold because, I mean, you don't need any more instructions than that. And let's go ahead and do the skin with the italic box. So copy this because we're lazy and paste it, and italic box, I think that's what I named it. Yep. And just put italics or italicize or something like that. And now let's go ahead and add both of these to the screen. Add bold box to the screen and add, let me scroll down a little bit. There we go, right there. Add italic box to the screen. There we go. So now we have pretty much three things on the screen: a text field and two checkboxes underneath it. The thing is, they're just chilling on the screen right now, not really doing anything. So what we need to do is add some functionality to it. So just like before, we're going to create a new class called handler class, and we're going to name the object handler and set it equal to new handler class, just like that. And even though we didn't create that class yet, we're going to use it later on. So now let's go ahead and add an item listener for it. So bold, what do we name? Bold box dot add item. Whoa. I did not mean to type that. Add item listener. And what are we going to add? It takes an object as its parameter, so let's just add handler. So now let's do the same thing. Actually, copy and paste that, save some time. Copy and paste. Now we can do the same thing right here with italics. So this pretty much, now that we have added an action, or excuse me, an item listener, we have a listener waiting. And what this does is pretty much waits for something to happen to bold box or italic box. And the only thing that can happen is you can click it. So now something's going to happen and it's going to wait to be clicked. And when it gets clicked, it's going to recognize that it gets clicked. So now that we are able to recognize when it gets clicked, let's go ahead and make something happen when it gets clicked. I mean, you can recognize it, so might as well. So the first thing we need to do is create a private handler class. So private, whoa, not right there. Right here. Private, I cannot type today. Handler class and implements. Did I spell that right? Item listener, like that. And you don't want. And for our body of our class, just like this. Actually, in the next tutorial, I'm gonna show you guys what goes in the body, and it's pretty different than the last tutorial. So you guys definitely want to pay attention to this. But another thing that I want to point out before I forget. Whenever you put a class inside another class, and if you're saying, alright Bucky, how come you just don't put this class outside right here and make two totally different classes? How come you need an inner class to go inside this? Well, if you put a class inside another class, then this class, this inner class, it can see all of the variables and the methods in the outer class. So if you were to make two separate classes, either on the outside of this or in a totally different file, then it's not going to be able to see the variables and methods. And since we want to make this class use some of the methods and variables in here, that's why we need to put this class inside the bigger class right here. So that is why I put this handler class inside this GUI class or GUI class. But again, in the next tutorial, I'm going to show you guys, add some functionality to tell you guys, when you click this checkbox, here's what happens. When you click the other one, here's what happens. When you click them both, here's what happens to the text. But for now, that's it for this tutorial. I'm running out of time, so thank you guys for watching, and I will see you next time.
What's up guys, welcome to your 65th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial we're going to be building a new class to handle the events when both of our checkboxes are checked. So let's go ahead and make a new class called handler class to do just this. We'll go private class, name it handler class, there we go, get it eventually. Implements, I gotta type slow, AMP implements item
listener. There we go. Now what this does pretty much is a class that implements item listener. And what implements mean is we get to use all the methods from item listener, but we're making a promise to item listener. Item listener says, alright, here's what would happen. If they were having a conversation, item listener would be like, alright, you want to inherit from me? Fine, you can. But promise, if you implement from me, you have to overwrite each one of my classes. So look at this. It says the type handler class must implement the inherited abstract method. So there's abstract methods in item listener that we need to overwrite pretty much. Lucky for us, there's only one method in item listener, not a very big class, and this method is called item state changed. So let's go ahead and overwrite this baby right now. So public void item state change, right, like that. Make sure you spell it right. If not, you're gonna have some problems. And the parameter it takes here is the item event object. So what's going on pretty much is this. Every time you click one of these checkboxes, since we attach them to item listener, something called an item event occurs, or pretty much an event occurs. Now what we can do with this event is add some functionality to it, and it can be handled by an item listener object which we created. So now whenever, since this item listener is listening to this bold box, whenever an item event occurs, it's gonna run whatever's in here. So let's go ahead and make some code to put in here. First of all, we're gonna want font, name it font, and set it equal to null. And this is pretty much just gonna store the font that we're gonna change. So what we want to do is say, alright, if you click the bold box, we want it bold. If you click the italic box, we want the font italics. If you click the bold box and the italic box, we want them bold and italics. If nothing's clicked, just have plain font. So let's go ahead and first write if bold box dot, and the thing you write is selected, just like that. And this is built-in method to show if it's checked or not. So if bold box is selected, and let me find it, and what did I name it? Italic box dot is selected, then what do we want to do? Well, let's go ahead and change that font equal to new font, and we're going to be doing a lot of copy and pasting after this. We want to change it to new font. First of all, we want to make it serif, just like before. We want to take that font and make it bold, and actually we need that all in caps, I forgot. And we also want to take that font and make it italic, and then we want the size to be 14. So get out of my way, Haas. So what this means, if you press the bold box and the italic box, if both of them are checked, then we want to change the font to bold and italics. So what other options do we have here? Well, we have else if. We can also have an option that if only the bold box is selected. So let me tighten that up. So actually we can just go ahead and copy this. A little too easy. So else if only the bold box is selected, then what do we want to do? We want to take that font and set it equal to new font, and we can probably copy this. Font equals serif bold, copy. What did I copy? There we go, too easy. So if only the bold box selected, then font equals serif bold and in a size of 14. So now let's go ahead and make another else if for only if the italics is selected. So copy, we're getting real lazy here, but really efficient. How awesome is that? Italics, what's the name? Italic box, there we go. It's selected. Then we want to change the font to font italic. So now we only have one other option. If it runs through and sees that if bold is selected and italic is selected, nope. If bold selected, nope. If italics is selected, nope. Else, this only else is going to occur if nothing is selected. So what do we want to do? We want to do the font and set it equal to new font, and I guess I won't copy and paste it this time. First is serif, and the rest is font plain, and of course we want a size 14 still. So now, well, looks like we're good to go. And the last thing we have to do, now that we actually change that font, we actually need to set the font. So in our text field, we need to set font equal to that font that we just changed. So this pretty much says, alright, depending on what you selected, I'm going to style the font a certain way, and then at the end, when it tests for all the styles, it says, alright, I'm pretty much just going to set it on the screen right now. So now I have this from the last tutorial, which you guys can see. It pretty much just makes a new window on the screen, puts a function on the window so you can actually close it, set a size for that window, and makes that window visible. So now if we run this and click OK, we go ahead and we got this thing right here, and I probably should change that size, but this is good. Now you see when you click bold, the sentence bolds. When you click italics, it italicizes too. If you unclick bold, it just is only italics and not bold, and if you uncheck them both, it's back to normal. Now let me give you guys a real quick walkthrough one more time of how this works. Take a deep breath. You guys ready? Good. We pretty much made 3 variables on the screen to hold the text field, the bold box, and the italic box. In our constructor, we set the title and the layout. Nothing new. We pretty much added the text field, bold box, and italic box to the screen. And then we created a handler class to handle these events. Now again, anytime you click one of these boxes, something called an item event occurs. Now this can be handled by something called an item listener object. So that's why we needed to link this object to this class. Then once we do that, we can handle the events using a method called item state changed. Now this automatically runs, well, just like I told you before. And what we did pretty much is we pretty much had a variable called font to stylize the font right here, 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 and here. And then we pretty much, once we found our style, depending on what was checked, we set it to the screen. And then we just ran our program, made a window, good to go. So that's your real quick tutorial on, these are called state boxes because they maintain a state. Like when you click them right here, I'll show you why. When you click them, they stay like that, so that's called maintaining a state. So that's it for this tutorial. Thank you guys for watching. In the next tutorial we'll be going over more GUIs, and we will be eventually making this box pretty effing sweet. For right now it doesn't do a whole lot, but you know, it will. Oh, and another thing, that if you follow my channel, you know that I give away prizes sometime. I am waiting for prizes to come in the mail now, and it will be the best giveaway I had so far. So just a little tip for you guys who actually stuck through this tutorial and watched it all. Nice little surprise. Don't tell anyone else. So trust me, when I get my prizes, it should be like next week or something. They're going to be the best giveaways ever. So, you know, something to look forward to. But for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next tutorial. What is up, guys? Welcome to your 66th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, we're going to be making a GUI with radio buttons on it. And what a radio button is, it's kind of like a checkbox, but the only difference is that you can only have one radio button selected at a time. So if you have 4 radio buttons and they're side to side, if one's selected and then you click another one, the other one automatically deselects. And they actually got their name from the old radios, I guess. I don't even know if I was alive during this time, but evidently the old radios, when you pressed one button, all the other buttons would pop out, so you can only have one button selected at a time. So that's your real quick tutorial on what we're doing, and also a little tutorial on old-fashioned automobiles. So, you know, this is like a 2-for-1. So let's go ahead and start making this right here. We're gonna have, let's see, like 10 variables or something to start out. The first variable we need is something called a J text field, and this is just the same one from last tutorial, and I'll just name this TF like last time. And this is pretty much going to be the field that stores a text, if you couldn't tell. And next we're going to have a font variable, and we're going to have 4 types of font. We're going to have plain font, we're going to have bold font, and we'll name that BF, best friend. And we will have another font called italic font. And you can't write if like this because if is a keyword. So you gotta write ITF. That might be confusing, but hey, we'll get through it. And then lastly, we're gonna have a font that's both bold and italic. So I'm gonna put bold italic font. BIF. Biff. It's a pretty cool looking variable. Biff. I gotta name more stuff Biff. Next, we're gonna have 4 radio buttons, and these are the buttons I was talking about. So let's go private, and then it's J radio button, just like that. And I'm gonna name my first button plain button. And when you click this button, it's gonna give you that plain font right there. So now let me copy this because I'm lazy, and make 3 more. Next, I'm gonna have a bold button, BB. Next, I'm gonna have an italic button, named IB. And next I'm going to have a bold italic button named Bib. So now this plain gives you plain font, bold font, italic font, bold and italic font when you click these buttons. And the last variable we're going to be using in this tutorial is actually a group variable. So let's go ahead and write private button group, and you can name it anything you want. I'm going to name my group for simplicity. And what this group is going to do is it's pretty much going to establish a relationship so that only one button can be selected at a time. If we didn't have them related, then it would pretty much be 4 separate buttons on your screen, each acting independently. We want them to each be part of a family, so that way they can know when each other's clicked and each other's unclicked, or selected or deselected, if you prefer that. So now enough with the variables. Let's go ahead and start making our constructor. Public GUI, it won't take any parameters, and let's go ahead and start making the body. The first thing that we're going to want to add in our constructor is of course the title, like always, and I will name mine the title. Pretty cool, huh? And the next thing I want is the layout, so I'm going to put set layout, and of course in here, since we don't know anything else, new small flow layout, just like that. Looks good. So now we got a title and a layout on our window. What else can we do to this? Well, let's go ahead and add that text field that I talked to you guys about, and I named it TF if you guys forgot. And I'm going to set it equal to new J text field, and this field needs to be capitalized. And for my parameters, I'm going to first have what's in the text field. So I'm going to put Bucky is awesome and hot. That's what that's what girls usually say to me when I'm walking down the street. But anyways, and 25 for size, and now we just need to add this text field to the screen because we definitely want that to show up. So now we got a title, a layout, and a text field just chilling on our screen. So what else can we add? Well, we probably want to put those buttons on there. So I'm going to take that PB, which is that plain button. I'm going to set it equal to new J radio button, just like that. And the parameters for a button is first, what do you want to appear to the right of the button? I'm just going to have plain, since it's plain font, and I'm going to set this equal to true. Now hold on and let me itch my ear. Oh yeah, that feels good. Oh yeah, get in there. Now the parameters it takes for true and false are pretty much true is checked and false is unchecked. So if we're establishing a relationship, we can only have one true at a time. So the first thing we want to do is set one of them to true, and later on it's going to do it automatically for us when we click it. But for now, let's just go ahead and copy this, and the rest of them are going to be false, by the way, since we only want one checked at a time, because that's kind of the concept of radio button. The next bold button is going to be equal to new J radio button. We'll put this equal to bold, and we'll put this equal to false. Now, let's go ahead and copy this one and make life a little bit easier. So now we have 2 buttons created. Now let's go ahead and, what do we name this other one? Italic button for IB. Probably should have named it a little more descriptive, but I didn't. And we'll name this italic, and this will be the text chilling next to the button. It'll set this equal to false too. And our last button is named Bib, bold and italic button. So we'll just have like bold and italic sitting next to it. So now that we created these 4 button objects, we can go ahead and add them to the screen using add and PB. It should make this so you can add multiple ones at one time, but I don't think they do. So add BB, add IB, and add, what else we got here? Bib. Boom, ticka, boom, 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 boom. There, that's enough of that. So now we pretty much created 4 buttons and we actually added them to the screen so that they showed up. Now, like I said before, the last variable we had was this button group right here. So that's what we're going to be doing right here. Right now we're going to be setting an object called group, and we're going to be setting it equal to new button group, like that. And this doesn't take any parameters for a constructor. And what this group is going to do is anytime you add an element to this group, it's going to add it pretty much to the group. Pretty confusing, huh? So let's go ahead and group add, and the first thing we're going to want to add is the PB, which is the plain button. So now this group has 1 button in it. So let's go ahead and add another one. Group.add.bb. Now the group has 2 buttons in it. I think you see where this is going. Group.add.ib. It already has B in there for us. Pretty cool. And group.add, and first one, or excuse me, last one, bib. So now our family has 4 buttons in it. And if you're wondering, alright, how come we needed to group them? We need to group them so that they know when each other is checked and when each other is not checked. Since we group these, they automatically by default know that when one of these is checked, the rest of us has to turn off. So that way only 1 button can be checked at a time. It's pretty cool functionality that they, built that in for us, and we don't have to talk to each other for us. So the last thing I'm probably going to be doing in this tutorial is just setting the font, which is up here, PF, BF, ITF, and BIF. This is pretty much the fonts that I'm going to set, and I need these fonts to pass in later. So the first thing, the plain font, is going to happen when you click that plain button, and it's going to be equal to new font, and in your parameters for font, first type serif, and lastly font.plain, and give it like a size of 14 or something. Looks good. And now let's go ahead and do this for the other one. So there's gonna be, let me think, plain font, bold font, italic font. So plain font, bold font, italic font, bold and italic font. So plain font, bold font, italic font, and BIF, right? Yep, looks good to me. So now this is going to be font dot bold for the bold, italic font is going to be italic, and the bold and italic font is going to be font dot bold plus font dot italic, just like that. So now we got our 4 fonts on the screen. Well, not yet, but that's it for this tutorial. So I'm going to catch up with you on the next tutorial. Don't forget to watch it. Don't forget to subscribe. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be amazing. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next tutorial where we will finish this program. What's going on, everyone? Welcome to your 67th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, we're going to be finishing this program demonstrating J radio buttons. So where we left off on the last tutorial, we pretty much made 4 different kinds of fonts. And now what we need to do is pretty much take that text field, and we need to set it equal to a font by default. And we just need to set it equal to a font by default, so when the program runs for the first time, it knows what font to use. So I'm going to set it equal to plain font because I'm just a plain old guy. You can set it equal to different font if you want, but I ain't gonna. So now what we need to do is pretty much create an add item listener for each button. So I'm going to take that plain button first and add item listener, just like that. Fun. There we go. Got to clear out my throat. And the parameter this add item listener takes is going to be this. Get out of my way. New handler class, and for the constructor, we're going to pass in the plain font. Now, what happens is this. An add item listener pretty much chills there and waits for something to happen to that item, which is in this case the plain button. Now whenever it does happen, what do we want? The object, because this is an object in here. And what do we want it to do? Well, for the handler class, it's going to be handling it, or it's pretty much the code that's going to happen if this button is clicked. We need to pass in plain font to the constructor. And let me go ahead and add a comment. So this wait for event to happen, and this is what this does, and pass and font object to constructor. And we didn't even create a class or constructor yet, so this might be confusing, but I spelled constructor wrong. See, this thing, if I click, it's not only a platform, but it also is a spell checker. So since I spelled constructor wrong, it corrected it for me. How cool is that? Compiler and a spell checker. Double banger. So now let's go ahead and add this for well, the rest of them. Copy this and put, that's for a bold button, italic button, and bold and italic button. So bold button, let's see, italic button is IB, and bold and italic button, and of course we need to change these to bold font, and italic font was ITF, and the bold and italic font was that. So now we pretty much got our constructor of our main class built. Now we can go ahead, and we're getting this error message because handler class is not a class yet. So let's change that right now. Let's go ahead and make a handler class, and we're going to put this inside the other class. So let's go ahead and make private class handler class right there. No, my sound didn't mess up. I actually just said that. Implements item listener, and you guys know what implements means from the last tutorials. So inside my handler class, the first thing I'm going to want to do is create a variable, since you know, we're just going to need one. It's going to be a font variable, and it's set it equal to the name of font, because I mean, makes sense, right? The next thing I'm going to want to do is create that constructor that we used up here. Now as you can see, that constructor takes a font object as its argument, so we got to make sure we have a font object as its argument when we create it. So let's go ahead and name public handler class, and let's go ahead and put like font and just name it F or something. So now plus sign WTF. So now in our constructor for this, and let me make sure, yep, looks right to me. Let's go ahead and just add font and set it equal to F. And now let's see what error I'm getting. Oh, I must inherit the abstract method item listener item state changed. So since we use item listener, it has a method in it called item state changed that we need to use. So let me add a comment to here, and what this does is the font object gets variable font. This is pretty much just changing the object we pass in to the variable font. So now that we implemented from item listener, we need to use that method called item state changed. So let's go ahead and make a new method called public void doesn't return anything, item state changed, and if I spelled that right, we should be good. So now this argument takes the item event, and we'll just name it event, and for this in the body, let's just go ahead and have something like text font, and we'll set it equal to set font for that font. So now if I do this, my errors should go away, but they're not, so I'm going to pause it and figure out what's wrong. Okay guys, I found my error, and it was really embarrassing. Actually, for the constructor of handler class, I put handler class, and I spelled it wrong. So you definitely need to put handler class and spell your constructors right. Pretty embarrassing if you ask me. So, you know, I'm not going to let it happen again, I promise. So now that we got all that changed, let's go ahead and, well, pretty much, I'll add a comment for this for ease of reading. We'll put sets the font to the font object that was passed in. Looks good. So, well, let me go ahead and run this, then I'll talk you guys through it. So I'm just going to use my same object from last tutorial. If you didn't watch my last tutorial, then pause the video right now and copy that. And I'm just going to go ahead and run this, and hopefully it works. So now we got Bucky is awesome as hot. Thank you. And it's plain by default, like we said before. And now you can see these radio buttons, since they're part of a group, then whenever we click one, then the rest uncheck. And that is because they are part of a group and they're able to see each other or know what each other is doing. And that's some built-in methods that allow you to do that. So that's pretty cool right there.
So let me talk you guys one last time through how we did this. Well, let's see. Let's just get to the hard stuff. We made variables. We added all the stuff to the screen right here. Bam. Here's the confusing stuff. Aside from adding all the stuff to the screen, here's what we did. We pretty much need to add item listener to each button so that something can sit on those buttons and wait for it to be clicked or unclicked. Now, add item listener, this built-in method, it takes this handler class object as a parameter. So what this is pretty much saying, alright, we're going to be waiting for something to happen, and as soon as it clicks, then I'm going to call this class right here, and that's the code that's going to happen when this event happens. So now that we told it, alright, we want you to wait for something to happen, and when it happens, do this, we said, alright, what do we want to do? Well, we created a new handler class, and the constructor for that class is called handler class, of course, and it takes a font object. So let's go ahead and look at that constructor right now. The constructor, all it does is it gets that font, which was plain font, and sets it equal to the name font, or the variable font. And why do we need to set it equal to this variable? So we can use it later on to set the font. So pretty much we took that font, set it equal to the word font, and then in the item state change, which pretty much is the event that happens when it's clicked, it takes that font and sets it equal to plain font, bold font, italic font, or plain and bold font, or excuse me, bold and italic font. So now that we have a constructor and our item state changed, we're good to go, and we were able to run the program. So that's your real quick tutorial of radio buttons. And the last thing that you guys don't want to forget, don't forget to group your buttons right here. Set it equal to new button group objects. In this group allows your buttons to be one big family and allows them to see what each other is doing, and this lets them know when each other is selected or deselected. So that's that for this tutorial. Hope you guys learned a little something, not too much of course. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to check out all my contests, and I will see you next time. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 68th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial I'm going to tell you guys how to make something called J combo boxes. Now what a J combo box is, it's pretty much just a drop down list, but that's what Java named it, so you know they had to be different. So let's go ahead and enough of the small talk, let's get started making it. And I just want to tell you guys what this combo box is going to do is it's going to give you a list of pictures to drop down in your drop down list, and depending on what picture you select is what's going to appear on your screen. So that's a real quick overview of the program. So we need two variables. One's going to be the J combo box, which is going to be the drop down list itself, and I'm just going to name mine box. You can name yours list if you want, but again I'm going to name mine box. And the next thing we need is the picture to appear on the right hand side of it, so I'm going to make it private J label, and the pictures are named J label in Java, and I'm going to name my variable picture. I mean, why not? It's nice and easy. Now the next thing we need to create is actually two arrays. Now you see here I already have two images, b.ping and x.ping, and these are pretty much just an image that says b and an image that says x with a little graphics on it. So we need to create two arrays. The first array is going to store the file name, and the second array is going to store the picture itself. So let's go ahead and put private static, we don't want it to change, string. And remember, this is going to store the path, and the path is just a string, and I'm going to name it file name, and we'll set it equal to b.ping, and make sure you put it in quotes since it's a string. So that's the first element of the array, and the second one is x.ping. Make sure I got png. And so now we have an array called file name, and it has two elements in it, b.ping and x.ping. Simple enough. Now let's go ahead and create a new array that is an icon array, and we do it like that, and we'll name this one pics, and this is going to store the files themselves. So let's go ahead, and as the first element what we need to do is put new image icon, and for the parameter of image icon put get class, and it's going to be this class itself. It's going to select and get
resource. And the resource for this is going to be the parameter it takes as a name. And for the name, we can write b.ping, but let's go ahead and write file name with the index of 0. So our first element in this array is the file name index of 0. So let's see, 1, 2, make sure I got my parentheses. There are a lot of parentheses here. Yep, that's right. So now let's go ahead and just copy this. So the first element in this pics array is pretty much this B picture itself. This is just a file name. This is the actual image. So let's go ahead and add the second array by pasting that. And the second element is file name 1. Remember, arrays start at 0 and then the next one is 1. So now we can go ahead and go to our next line. So now we got two arrays. One stores the file names and one stores the pictures. And we're actually going to be using the file names later, so that's why I just didn't put the file names right here. You'll see why in a little bit. So now that we got all our variables and arrays, we can go ahead and start building the constructor like we always do. So public, my class is named GUI, and let's go ahead and add a body to that constructor. And the first thing we're going to want to add, as always, is the title. And I'm just going to write the title, nothing fancy, and set layout to, there we go. And the layout for this, since we didn't learn layouts yet, is new flow layout, just like that. So now we have a title and a layout on our window. What else can we do? The first thing we're going to want to do is create that drop down box with the file names is the list options. So I'm going to take that box variable that I created up here and set it equal to new J combo box, if I can spell. And the parameter it takes here is an array of options. And since we want our options to be bping and xping so the user knows what's going on, go ahead and write file name in here. And what this will do is automatically put all of these options in a list for us. How cool is that? So now let's go ahead and get my cursor set up and go to the next line. And what can we do after this? Well, we have this box, this drop down box just chilling here right now. What we want to do is add some functionality to it, and we do this by adding an item listener. So actually I'm going to do this in the next tutorial since it's going to take well, I know I'm going to run out of time in this tutorial. But an overview right now, we created a box, we created a variable for the picture that we want to appear on the right side of the drop down box, we created an array of file names, an array of images, of my two images, we added a title, set the layout for our window, and we added a box to the window. Then in the next tutorial we're actually going to be adding some events to this box, so when you click one of the options something actually happens. But for now, that's it for this tutorial. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next tutorial. What is going on, everyone? Welcome to your 69th Java tutorial. I've been making a lot of Java tutorials, I just noticed. And in this tutorial I'm going to show you guys how to add some functionality to that box. So what we need to do to add functionality is add an item listener. And what an item listener does is it pretty much just chills there and waits for you to click something. And when it clicks it, it pretty much just, well, tells it to do something. So let's go ahead and take that box because that's what we want to add an event to. And we'll go ahead and add item listener. There we go. Now, as you know, an item listener usually takes an event handler object as its parameter. But I'm going to tell you guys how to do something real cool here. Instead of having a new object like handler and having it pass into the handler class, what you can do is if you go ahead and there we go, just like that. Instead of having an object and creating a whole nother outside class somewhere else, you can actually put something called an anonymous inner class in here. And what this does is it actually implements the item listener class. So here's how you do that. Go ahead and type new item listener, just like that. And this is your declaration for an anonymous class that implements item listener. So instead of having, like before, handler class implements item listener outside and we have to make a whole new class, what we can do is just go ahead and stick a class into here, and pass it in for the parameter as add item listener, and we bypass that entire step of having to create a whole new separate class. So again, since we named an anonymous class that implements item listener, we need to use that method, and that's called item state changed, as you can see right there. So what this class has to have in there is only one method, and that's, let's go ahead and create it right now. Item listener has, let's go ahead and make it public void item state change. I gotta make sure I spell that right. And did I? Oh, yep. Nice. Now what we have to do is, of course, it types in item event just like that, and as our body for this, we just go ahead and write whatever we want to happen when we select one of the options. And here's how you can do that. Go ahead and make an if statement, and this if statement determines what option you selected. So if the event get state change, this pretty much, if you clicked a button, we want to set it equal to, or excuse me, we want to test if it's equal to item event dot selected. So what this pretty much means, alright, did you select a button? Is it equal to what was, this pretty much means what was selected, just in a nutshell. So what was selected, first of all, whatever you select, we want to take that picture, and remember this is just the picture that appears on our screen. We want to set icon, which pretty much means change the image, to, and the parameter says what icon do you want to change to. Well, we have an array called pics, and but we have, the thing is, we have two elements or two images in this one. So what one do we select? Well, go ahead and type box dot get selected index with empty parameters, just like that. Make sure I typed everything right. Parentheses, bam, bam. Now make sure the method get state change is undefined type, and oh, here we go, hold on a second. Alright guys, in all of my excitedness, I did another stupid error. I actually put get state change instead of change. Quite embarrassing. Make sure you type that right. But now, pretty much, that's all we needed to do. So what this does is it makes an anonymous inner class, and this is the class itself. And in this class, the only thing we needed to do, since it implemented item listener, we needed to add an item state changed method, since that was the only method in item listener. And then we pretty much just said, alright, what item did you select, or what option did you select in the drop down list, and change the picture to that icon or item. So now we can go ahead and get out of add item listener, and we can pretty much just add all this to the screen. So add that box to the screen, and remember that box is just the drop down box. And now we want to take that picture and add it to the screen, but by default, let's go ahead and set it equal to new j label, and we'll do pics 0. And this pretty much just gives it a default value, so you know, something appears before you choose any options. And lastly, let's just go ahead and add that picture to the screen, just like that, and we shouldn't get any errors, shouldn't. And now let's go ahead and just run this, and I'll show you guys what we get. By default, again, like I said, we have B on the screen, which is at the index of 0. Then when we select X, our picture changes to X. We can go ahead and select B, X. We can do this all day if we want, really, but no time for that. We need to overview our program. So what we did is pretty much, let me get to the good stuff. We made a box variable, a picture variable, just to hold box and picture later on. We made an array of file names, and we made an array of images named pics. And then we went and go ahead in our constructor, which is pretty much making the window. We added a title, added a layout. We set that box equal to new j comma box, and it took the file names is the options. So again, if I go ahead and run this, these options right here are the default for file name, so that's why that was able to run. And the only confusing part, which we did new, is this: instead of having a new object in a new class, we just went ahead and stuck that handler class inside the add item listener, and that was actually an anonymous inner class. And what we needed to do is we needed to overwrite this method item state changed, because that was the only method in item listener, and we overrode it with a nice little function right here. And then we went ahead and added the box to the screen, then we went ahead and added the picture to the screen, and just gave it a default setting, and we were good to go. So again, here is our awesome little program right here, flawless, no bugs, no anything. So that's all you get for this tutorial. Thank you guys for watching. In the next tutorial, we're going to be going over something else cool you can do with GUIs. And, well, that's it. So, again, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next tutorial. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 70th, there we go, Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, we're going to be going over something called JList. Now, what JList is it's pretty much a list for your GUI. And when you click on one of the options, we can make an event happen, such as, in this case, switching the background color. So let's go ahead and get started. If you can't tell, I imported one more thing here. So make sure you have all of your imports right here. If you need them, pause the screen. But you probably don't, so I'm just going to go ahead and minimize those right there. And now we're good to go. The first thing we're going to need to do is make a variable for that JList. So let's go ahead and make private JList, because that's what type it is, and I'm going to name mine list for simplicity. Now after this, what program we're going to be making is we're going to have a list of colors, and when you click on one of those colors, it changes the background. So we're going to have two arrays, one for the color name and one for the actual colors themselves that the computer can recognize. So one that we can recognize and one the computer can recognize. So let's go ahead and make our first array, just the color names that we can recognize. So it's going to be private static string. It's just going to be the names of the colors, and just name it color names. And we'll set it equal to, let's go have a color like black, blue, red, and white. We'll have 4 colors in our list. You can have more if you want, but I'm just going to have these basic ones. And make sure to put them all in quotation marks, like this, and then in your line with a semicolon, bam, you're good to go. So I have 4 color names in our first array called color names. Now the second thing I want to do is build an array of colors that the computer can understand. So go ahead, private static. Again, I'm going to name this array color, or excuse me, it's going to be of the color type, and I'm going to name it colors. And in this list, we're going to put the colors in the way that Java sees them, and that's this, color dot black, all in caps. So that's how Java sees colors or recognizes them. It's from the color class, and then you write the name of the color all in caps. And our next one's blue, so color dot blue, all in caps. And our next one's red, so color dot red, all in caps, and color dot white. So now we should be good to go. Looks like we aren't getting any errors. And now let's go ahead, and we have our 3 variables pretty much, list, color names, and colors. We can go ahead and build our constructor or window. So go ahead and build your constructor, and it's not going to take any arguments. Just go ahead and do some housekeeping stuff. Add the title, and where are you at, cursor? Ugh, got the hiccups, embarrassing. And next thing you want to do is set the layout, and just going to set this to normal flow layout by putting new flow layout. I wonder why they capitalized the F in that one. Pretty weird. And don't forget your empty parameters. So now we have a title and a layout. Now we can go ahead and start messing with our list. The first thing we want to do with our list variable is actually create something. And what we need to do is create a new JList, and the parameter JList takes is an array of what you want the person to see, and we want the person to see the color names is the options. So let's go ahead and just write color names in here. You don't need it in like quotation marks or anything like that. So now we have a list, and it pretty much is just a list of color names. What we want to do now is set how many rows, or pretty much the height of the list. So go ahead and take that list and put set visible, there we go, row count right there. Too easy. And what this is how many options the user can see by default. Now if you put like they can only see 4, but there's like 10 items in a list,
a little scroll bar is going to appear on the right. But since we only have 4 and we put 4, then it should fit just perfect. The next thing you want to do is go list set what's it called, selection mode. There we go, right there. Set selection mode. And for the parameter it takes is this. Some lists allow you to select one thing or another thing, and some lists allow you to select multiple items. The one we want to use is we only want to be able to have a single selection at a time. So we're going to have as a parameter list selection model dot single underscore selection, just like this. And now instead of like clicking control and selecting many things or shift, the user can only select one thing in our list at a time. So now the last thing we need to do, since we got our list all made, is just add it to the window, or well, yeah, that's all we need to do, add it to the window. So add new J scroll pane, and of course we want to add our list to here. And now we added our list to the window pretty much. So in the next tutorial we're going to be adding some functionality to this list, and it's a little different than the other tutorials. I'm going to be teaching you something even newer and easier in the next tutorial. But for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and don't forget to check out the next tutorial. So I will see you then. What is going on, everyone? How you guys doing? Welcome to your 71st Java tutorial. And in this tutorial we're going to be adding some functionality to this list we just made on the screen. So let's go ahead and inside our constructor still, let's go ahead down a couple lines, and what we want to do is add a selection listener to this list. So what we want to do is put list dot add list. Whoa, look at that, it already has it for us. Add list selection listener, and then go ahead delete this because we're not going to need it. And we're going to make, just like last tutorial if you saw, another anonymous inner class. So go ahead and in your first line of the parameters for add list selection listener, what we want to do is make a new anonymous class. And remember, this is just an easier way of handling it. So put new list, let me see, list selection listener, just like that. It's going to take no parameters, and we should say must implement method value changed. So this is pretty much says whatever class we made implements list selection listener. It's just an easier way of bypassing it. The thing is, we need to make a method in here called value changed. That's what it's telling us right now. So in like order to fulfill our duties of implementing it. So let's go ahead and make public void value changed. And all this is pretty much what you need every time you make a J list. So let's go ahead, and for the parameters for this is list selection event, and go ahead and type event, and now we can go ahead and start doing the stuff that we want to do. So pretty much aside from this, all of this stuff is pretty much built in Java, and you need this every time. It's none of your own custom stuff. So it's just an easier way of adding some event handlers to your program. So now that we got all this housekeeping stuff done, let's get into the good stuff. What do we want to do when a user clicks one of the colors? Well, what we do want to do in people language is select that color and change the background to that color. So actually there's 3 different layers on our window. The first, there's a background, there's a content pane, and there's something called, I think it's called a glass pane. Now the content pane is on top of the background, so they have it set up really weird. You need to actually access the background through the content pane in order to change the background. So the first thing you need to do is get content pane like that, and the second thing you need to do is finally we get to our background. So let's go ahead and set background just like that, and I spelled that wrong. Background, that's a little bit better, and there we go, my error goes away. And so what do we want to set the background to? Well, in our parameters for here, let me just end this statement. In our parameters for here, we want to set it to one of these colors from the color list. Color black, color blue, color red, color white. So the first thing we're going to need to do is add color and empty square brackets. And now what we want to appear in here is one of the numbers 1 through 4. So how can we get the numbers 1 through 4 depending on what they selected? Remember, in our list was the array, was the array color names, and our list was named list. So let's go ahead and put list dot get selected index. So it's automatically gonna know whenever we do not want to put that there. Let's see. So it's automatically gonna know that in our list that we just created, and why am I getting a line under color? Because it's actually colors. There we go. So whenever it clicks our list, and by it I mean we, it's automatically gonna know if we click the first, second, third, or fourth item in our list. It's gonna get that number and it's gonna say, alright, if you click the third item in our list, I'm gonna pass 3 in for here. So colors 3 equals, let's see, colors 0, actually 1, 2, 3. So it's gonna be red. So that is how it happens like that. And remember, to set the background, you need to get the content pane and get set background. I don't know why they did it this way instead of just, set the background, but they did it this way. And don't forget, there's actually 3 layers: the content pane, the background, and I think it's called like a glass pane or something weird. So that's that for this tutorial, and let's actually run this program and see if it works. So as you see, by default it's nothing because we didn't set it to default value. Now when you click black, blue, white, red, blue, red, black, white, in any order, then that's pretty much just what happens. So one more time, let me walk you guys through that. The first thing we did is import all our stuff. Make sure you have those. It's key, trust me. And let's see, let's get to the important stuff. We made a list, which was a variable for your list. We made the color names, which is what we saw on the screen, and we had it correspond to the colors so that Java can understand it using the special color.black. Next, we made a constructor with a title, a layout, yada yada yada. We made a list and we set it equal to JList color names, which were the options that the user can see. Set the visible row count, which was 4 options by default. Then we made a single selection so you can only select one at a time, and we made a JScroll pane, which gave us a scroll window if necessary. Next, we added all this stuff, which is pretty much the default stuff you have to add in Java. And finally, we added this little line right here. We went to the content pane so we could get to the background, and then depending on what index they clicked, we corresponded it to that list of colors that we made up here. So 1 is black, 2 is blue, 3 is red, 4 is white. So that is how we did that, and that is how we made an awesome little program. And look at this. How awesome is that? Seriously. Red, white, and blue. Didn't even notice it. And black, where's that come in? But anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next tutorial. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 72nd Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be teaching you guys how to build a multiple selection list. And in the last tutorial, you guys learned how to build a list with a single selection, or in other words, you can only select one item at a time. But in this tutorial, I'm going to be building a program where there's a list on the left with a bunch of items, and there's a button in the middle, and when you select a bunch of items on the left and click the button, it moves it to the right. So it's going to be a pretty cool tutorial. And actually, the cool thing about this tutorial is all the hard stuff we need to do is already built into Java. So I just need to teach you the methods. So let's go ahead and get started. Make sure you have all your imports right there. I'm going to go ahead and minimize that. And now let's go ahead and start making some variables. We need 2 lists and a button to start out. So private J list, and the first list I'm just going to name left list, since this is going to be on the left hand side. And I'm going to make another one identical to this, but I'm going to change, I can't keep talking, I'm going to name this right list, since this is the list that's going to be on the right hand side. So now we made 2 variables for left list and right list, and they're both JList.
So now let's go ahead and just make a button, private J button, and I'm just going to name mine move button because that's what it's going to do. It's going to move the stuff from the left to the right. It's actually going to copy it, but you know, what's the difference? Now, of course, we need an array, or pretty much items to go in our list. And I'm just going to have it private static, and I'm going to have a string because, you know, it's just going to be names. And I'm going to have foods. You can have anything you want, it really doesn't matter. But foods sounds something it'll be interesting. So let's go ahead and type the foods I like, which is, of course, bacon. And let's see, what else? Wings. Had some last night. They were amazing. Bone sucking sauce. Look it up. Ham. And let's get like 2 more. Beef. I don't really like beef all that much, but I like the name of beef. And that's the important thing. And the last thing, of course, more bacon. And let's go ahead and end this. So now we have an array called food. And actually name that foods, because I mean it's foods. Bacon, wings, ham, beef, and more bacon. Now I'm going to make sure I got that. And so now we have the 4 variables we need for this tutorial. Left list, right list, the button, and the array. So now let's go ahead and start, well, I guess we can go ahead and start building our constructor. So public GUI, of course it doesn't take any arguments, and let's go ahead and add a title first called super, just name it title, and make a layout next. So set layout, and of course nothing new here. We're going to build new flow layout with empty parameters. And now let's go ahead and start editing that list on the left. The first thing we need to do is populate it with the foods. So it's new JList, and anytime you use a JList, it takes the argument of an array. Or in other words, what items do you want to put in it? So we want to put those foods in it. So let's go ahead and put foods in it. Bam, a little too easy. The next thing we're going to want to do to left list is, if I spell it right, is add the visible row count. So set visible row count, and make sure, bam, look at that. How easy is that? So how many of these items do you want to see by default? And I want to see 3 items by default. So now that our list is 5 items, but we can only see 3, what we need to do is add something called a scroll pane that we're going to add later on. But for right now, left list dot set selection mode right there. Too lazy to type it. And let me go ahead and end this statement. And our selection mode, unlike before, it's going to be list selection model, not Mosel, model dot right there, multiple selection. And what this means is, unlike last time where you can only select one thing at a time, with multiple interval selection, using your control and shift keys on your keyboard, you can select multiple items at a time using this. So now the last thing that we need to do to our left list is add it to the screen. And also, like I just told you guys before, we need to add a new J scroll pane right here. And what this allows you to do, if we add the left list eventually, is it allows you to have a list bigger than default viewing, and it pretty much just put a scroll bar on your list. That's what I'm trying to say. It pretty much puts a scroll bar on your list. So now we did our left list. So now all we need to do now is make our move button and right list. So go ahead and put move button and set these equal to new J button, and make sure you have a space in between there. And the parameters for this is the text you want to appear on the button. So I'm just going to have move and a little arrow, just like that, so we know that we're moving from the left to the right. So now we can go ahead and add action listener, in other words, functionality to this move button. So move button dot add action listener, awesome. And of course, this is going to have an inner class because it's a lot easier. So inside your add action listener parameter, just go ahead and make a whole new class called new, not boo, new action listener, just like that. And this class, of course, doesn't take any parameters. And inside your new action listener inner class, we want to have one method, and if you can see by our error, it's called action performed. So let's go ahead and add public void action performed. Make sure I spelled it right. PRFORMED. Looks good. And as your parameters for this, just write action event. Bam. This is a little too easy. That's the only problem with it. Now we can finally get to the good stuff of what we want to do. Again, this is all default stuff that you need. That's how they just made the program. But now we get to the custom stuff, what we want to actually do. Well, the first thing we want to do when we click the move button is build our right list. We already built that left list, but the right list depends on what we select in the left list. So go ahead and type right list dot, and the first thing we need to do is set the list data, or set the things we want in the list. So go ahead and set list data, and what this does is it takes an array as its argument, just like just like JList took an array as its argument. Set list data is also going to take an array as its argument to set the list data. So how do we get an array of selected values from a left list? Well, this is another cool thing. Just go ahead and type left list dot get selected values right there. How awesome is that? Get selected values. And what left list dot get selected values does is whenever you select stuff on the left hand side of your screen or in the left list, it makes an array of those selected values, and that array is going to be passed into set list data, and essentially is going to create a list on the right hand side depending on what you selected on the left hand side. How cool is that? We don't have to make a new method for set list data. We don't have to make a new method for get selected values. Everything's already built in method. So that is, it's just awesome. So now that we made this button and we added some functionality to it, let's go ahead and do one last thing, and of course we need to add it to the screen. So let's just go ahead and click add move button, and now our move button is added to the screen. So in the next tutorial we're going to be finishing up this program and actually building a right list, and you'll see what I mean in the next tutorial. So for now, I guess I'll see you next time. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you soon. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 73rd Java tutorial, and in this tutorial we're going to be finishing up our program and actually running it. So in the last tutorial we created a list on the left, we created the move button, and we added some functionality to it. So now we go ahead, and the only thing we have to do is create the list on the right. So let's go ahead and make right list, and just go ahead and set it equal to new JList, and we don't need any parameters for it because by default we want nothing in it, so that's why we don't need any parameters for it right now. You can if you want, but I mean it'll be kind of useful. And hold on, let me itch my ear. Oh yeah, that feels good. Get right in there. Oh, disgusting. So now what we need to do is, since we have nothing in our list by default, then it's not even going to appear on the screen by default, since it doesn't have anything in it. So what we need to do is set a default height and width for it, pretty much. So let's go ahead and see, what do we put up here for 3? Okay. What we need to do is first take that right list, and to make sure it appears on the screen by default, what we need to do first is, get out of my way, set visible row count. And I'm going to set this equal to 3 because our other one was set to 3, and I just want some consistency. So next I'm going to take that right list, and we need to set a fixed cell height and width. So set fixed cell, let's do width first. That don't even make sense. We'll set a width of like 100, and do the same thing for height. Right list set fixed, crap, my default thing, height, and we'll set this equal to like 15 or something like that. And this should be enough to hold our values. If it's not, we'll go back and tweak it a little bit, but oh well. And the last thing we have to do aside from this is take that right list, and we need to set the selection mode like before. So set selection, probably can copy this from up there, but too lazy to.
set the selection mode. Make sure I didn't write get selection mode. And what this is going to do, list selection model dot, and we're going to write, wow, how convenient is that, multiple interval selection. So then once I type right list and type this right, what this is going to do is allow you to select multiple items from the right hand side, and I know you guys can't see that, multiple interval selection. So just like that. Now that we have our right list made, the only thing we need to do is add it to the screen. So let's go ahead and add new J scroll pane. So we want a scroll bar in this one too. Right list. So now we have everything added to our screen, and our program is basically built right here. So let's go ahead and in our main, I already have this stuff from the last tutorials. Let's go ahead and run this and see what we got. Well, I resized my window a little weird, but we can always change that by setting the size right here, but I'm too lazy for now. So as you can see, the title is title, and now unlike before where we can select single things, if I hold down the shift key on my keyboard, look at this, click, and now I get a multiple selection. Or if I hold down control on my keyboard, I get that selection where you can select like every other one, or if you want to deselect something, just click it again, and now if you move it, you get bacon, more bacon. Or if we want bacon, wings, and ham, I'm going to click bacon, hold down shift, click ham, and move, and we get bacon, wings, and ham. And of course, if we want everything, let's go ahead and just select that, move, and now we got everything right there. So that is pretty much the program of using a multiple interval selection, or in other words, multiple selection list. And one quick time how this program works, we pretty much made variables right here in an array. We took that array and passed it into left list, so left list will have something to display. We set the visible row count, we made it so you can select multiple things, and we also made a scroll bar on the left list. Then we got to the move button, we did all this default stuff, and we also did this cool stuff, set list data of the right list automatically depending on what you select in the left list. That's why whenever we click move, it first looked what we selected in the left list, and depending on what we selected, that's what it put in the right list. So this is how you do that using set list data in the get selected values method. We added that button to the screen, and then what we did is we made a new right list that was empty by default, and since it was empty by default, it wouldn't display if we didn't give it a height and width. And now we made that list so you could select multiple things in it even though you didn't really need to. And last but not least, we added the right to the screen, so everything was added to the screen, and it was good to go, and it was good to run. So that is our final program using multiple selection lists. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Oh, I got the hiccups now. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next tutorial. What is going on, everyone? Welcome to your 74th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial we're going to be going over something called mouse event handling. Now we already went over stuff like list and what happens or what we want the program to do if the user clicks a button or something, but we didn't go over what they would do if they like press the mouse or click it, or if they drag the mouse. In this program we can respond to mouse events that the user does, just like I just talked about, like if they click it or if they move it and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and get started, and then well, once I'm done with this program, you'll understand how to respond to users' mouse events. So the first thing we need to do is import a bunch of stuff. As you can see, I got rid of everything from my other tutorial. So let's go ahead and import java.awt. Let's go ahead and just import all of them. And this is going to import stuff like colors, border layouts, and well, stuff like that. Next we want to import java.awt.event in all of those, and these are pretty much our mouse events. And lastly, what we want to import is import javax.swing all of those. So now we got all the imports we need, I believe. If not, we'll import them later, but I'm pretty sure that's all. So after this, let's just go ahead and get rid of that ticker and make two variables.
we're going to have two things in our window. So we're going to have a private variable jPanel, and actually that needs to be jPanel, and just name this like mouse. There we go. I'll get it eventually. Mouse panel, and this is gonna pretty much be the area where you can like click and move your cursor around. So it's pretty much just gonna be a big white box. And we're gonna have another variable to hold another piece of our window, and that's JLabel, and just set this equal to like status bar. So here's what our window is gonna look. Our window's gonna look like. It's gonna have a big empty space, and that's gonna be called the mouse panel. And this is where we can test out all our mouse events like click, drag, release. And we're gonna have a status bar at the bottom. And when we click, we want the status bar to say you clicked. When we drag, we want to have the status bar say you are dragging. But you know, we got to program all that. So let's go ahead and get to it. So after we got our two variables, we can go ahead and make our constructor, which is pretty much going to construct our window. So name it public, whatever you name your class. I name mine GUI. Doesn't take any parameters because it's constructor. I mean, come on, seriously. We're not going to pass any constructors or parameters into it. And then we did super to, of course, change the title of it, because that is the constructor of the super class. JFrame changes the title. In other words, just put super and put title whatever you want. Now we pretty much got a window with a title bar on it. Not very exciting. So let's go ahead and change that mouse panel and actually make it something. And we will set this equal to new jPanel. So now we actually set it equal to something so we can use it now. So now let's do something else with it. Something a little more exciting. Take that mouse panel and let's go ahead and set the background color using the built-in method set background. And do you put, nope, you don't put color. And as arguments, it takes a color. So go ahead and put color white. So we're going to put this at white default, but don't worry, we're going to be changing it to something more exciting later on. And the last thing we need to do is, of course, add this to the screen. So go ahead and add mouse panel, but we don't want to do that. If you can notice, we didn't have a flow layout like we did last time. So for this layout, go ahead and put border layout dot center. And this is just going to make it appear in the center of the screen and fill up all the empty space. And we'll be going over layouts later on, so you guys probably don't know what this means yet, but trust me, you will in a little bit. So now we have on our window, which is this, we have a title, which is the title bar, and we have pretty much a background. Not very exciting. So let's go ahead and add that status bar we talked about right here. So go ahead and type in status bar, and we will set this, I spelled that right, it always underlines it like I spelled it wrong or something, and we will set this equal to new JLabel. Remember, don't get this confused, jPanel, JLabel. Your status bar is the JLabel, and just set it to and just put default, because that's what's going to happen by default. So now we have a status bar that says default by default. How clever is that? So now let's just go ahead and add it to the screen. We'll be changing it later with the mouse events, but for now we just want to add it to the screen. Get it done with. Status bar, and for this, border layout south. And this means, for real simply, it's going to appear at the bottom of the screen. So it's a little more than that when you learn about layouts, but for now, trust me, just means middle of the screen, fill up on all the empty space, appear at the bottom of the screen. Simple enough. And if you couldn't guess, it has north, south, east, west, and center. So anyways, let's talk about something a little more useful. In order to use our mouse events like mouse clicked, mouse pressed, we need to make a new handling class to handle these events. So I'm gonna make a class declaration right now, even though we didn't make the class yet. So in the future, we're gonna make a class called handler class, and I'm gonna make my object called like handler something easy. And of course, we're gonna set it equal to new handler class. Gotta make sure I don't type anything wrong there. So now, there we go. Make sure they're spelled the same. That's how I check. If you're using Eclipse, and if you like click one thing,
it'll highlight everything else. I mean, just a neat little tip, because if you're like, alright, why am I getting an error in here and not here? Just click it once. Oh, it's not highlighted, they're spelled different. Bam. So anyways, what we want to do is we're going to add 2 listeners because we're going to be implementing from 2 different classes. There are 2 different types of ways, or there are pretty much 2 different types of mouse events. The first set of mouse events is like anything that you can do when the mouse is still, and these include press, clicked, release, and there are 2 other ones that are kind of funky called entered and exit, which is enter the space and exit the space. But the next class we're going to implement from is what you can do while the mouse is moving, and you can of course move the mouse, or if you hold down the mouse, it's called dragging the mouse. So let's go ahead and add 2 listeners right here. I sound like what's that guy from politics? Yeah, whatever he is. That's what I just sounded like. So mouse panel dot add mouse listener. How easy is that? Handler. So of course, add mouse listener waits and it takes an object as its parameter. So that's why we passed in handler. And do it again. Mouse panel dot add. Oh, what's this called? Mouse motion listener, and of course this takes handler too. So now we're getting error here because we didn't build the class yet, which we're going to do in the next tutorial. But now let me go over this real quick. We imported everything we need because we needed some stuff. We extended JFrame, which allowed us to build windows. We made 2 things in our windows, a panel and a status bar. Then we set the title of our window, and then we pretty much just set the color or the background, added it to the window. We made a status bar, added that to the window at the bottom, and then we made this new handler class with the object handler. And we need to make an object because these 2 built-in methods that wait for mouse events, they take an object as their parameters. So in the next tutorial, we're actually going to be going over some of these mouse events, such as what happens when you click the mouse, and we're going to be adding some functionality to it. And if we have time, we'll probably run it, but we might not. So thank you guys for watching now. Cannot wait to build this next class in the next tutorial. So again, thank you. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next time. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 75th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial we're going to be going over how to handle those mouse events. So in the first tutorial we built a window. So let's go ahead and go outside our constructor right here, and we want to make a new class. And let's go ahead and make it private class, and you got to name it whatever you named it up here. So I named mine handler class, and then what we want to do is implement from 2 other classes. So implements mouse listener, and it also implements mouse motion listener. So hopefully those errors go away, and they did. So now what implement means is we have to use every method that was in the class mouse listener, and there are 5 methods in this, and mouse motion listener, and there are 2 methods in this. So what Java did is they put methods inside mouse listener and mouse motion listener to automatically detect mouse events. So whenever you move your mouse, it's going to be registered in an object called an event. So let's go ahead and I'll just start building these methods, and you'll see exactly what happens. So the first methods we need to implement are those 5 methods from mouse listener, and these are mouse press, mouse clicked, mouse released, mouse entered, and mouse exited. And I'm going to tell you guys what these do when I go through them, but for now let's go ahead and build our first one. So public void mouse clicked, and what this does, it is whenever you click down the mouse, and what this means, and I know you guys probably saying, alright, I know what click means. When you press and release the mouse really quick, wow, embarrassing, that is a click. Now a mouse press and a mouse release are 2 different things, so you know, maybe you guys didn't know what click meant after all. But this is what Java defines a click as. So and all of these parameters are going to take something called this mouse event. So you might as well just go ahead and copy that and copy that like that, because we're going to be using it a lot later on. So now whatever we type in here is finally what we want to happen when the mouse gets clicked.
So let's go ahead and take that status bar, and we want to change the text on it. So status bar dot set text, and what do we want to set the text equal to? Well, let's just go ahead and put let's put string format, and in our format parameters it takes two parameters itself, and the first one is clicked at %d comma %d. So it's going to say clicked at 2 coordinates, and Java also has 2 coordinates based on this event right here. Why do you have this event? Because it registers the event. Like when you click, it decides where it clicked, and you can get to the locations by clicking event get x, and also, you guys probably can't see this. Is that a little better? And also event dot get y with empty parameters. So now whenever you click this, you get the x coordinate and the y coordinate of where the event happened, and you guys can see this later on, but for now let's go to the next event. The next ones will be a lot easier. I just want to demonstrate that you can get the x coordinate and get the y coordinate in one of them, but in the rest of the methods I'm going to make them real simple. So we made something that happens when the mouse is clicked, but we need to implement the rest of the functionality. And the second one that we need to implement is public void mouse released. And this is what happens when you release that mouse button. So actually, let's go, the second one is mouse pressed, that people usually do. So let's go ahead, and mouse pressed is what happens when you press down that mouse button. So go ahead and throw your mouse event parameters in there. And for the body, let's just go ahead and put something like status bar dot set text. This is going to change the text on our status bar to like you pressed down the mouse. So now this is what happens, the status bar is going to pop up this text whenever we press down the mouse. And now we can get the public void mouse released. And this is the event of when the mouse releases, or after you press it down you let go of the button. So this is a lot easier to see with our program actually. So let's just go ahead and copy this now because we are too lazy, and it's gonna say mouse release, so you release the button. So now we have 3 methods that we implemented. What happens when you click the mouse, what happens when you press and release the mouse, and believe it or not, these are actually 3 separate things. I know you think press and release is the same thing as clicking, but trust me, to Java it isn't. So now in this class there are 2 other methods that we need to implement. Public void mouse entered, and what this is going to take is of course our mouse event. First of all, can't forget that. Paste that baby right there. That's what I'm talking about. And what mouse entered means is this is the event when the mouse enters the area, and our area is of course where are you? Mouse panel right here. So this is what's going to happen whenever the mouse enters the mouse panel. So remember, up here we put it at white by default. So now let's go ahead and change that. Actually, the first thing we can do is put status bar dot set the text to something like you enter the area. Not bad. And now let's go ahead and change the color of our mouse panel. So mouse panel dot set background, not background, set background. And what do we want to set it to when the mouse enters? Just put something noticeable, color dot red or something like that. I mean, red's pretty noticeable, come on. So of course you're wondering, alright, you have a mouse entered method. Something tells me that you're probably going to have a mouse exited method as well. Well, if you guessed that, then you would be correct. So public void mouse exited. Make sure I didn't spell excited. I do that sometimes because I myself get excited about this method sometimes. So, you know, it happens. So go ahead and type mouse event, nothing new. So what this happens whenever the mouse exits the window, pretty much, in essence. So the first thing we want to do is set status bar, set text, and put the mouse has left the window. Bam, pretty much. Make sure you spell the wrong. Make sure you put he instead, because I'm too lazy to fix it. Although I easily could have just fixed it right there. Anyways, enough of that. So now let's take that mouse panel, and whenever the mouse is in the window, it's going to be red. So whenever we exit the window, let's go ahead and set background. We'll just set this to I guess white again. I mean, why not? Make sure we don't got any errors, and we didn't. So all of these 5 methods right here, these are the mouse listener events. But again, we implemented for mouse listener and mouse motion listener. Lucky for us, mouse listener has 5 methods, which we already did, and mouse motion listener, which is the ones that the methods are mouse dragged and mouse moved, it only has 2. So this one's going to be a lot easier. So in the next tutorial, we're going to finish up building this program, and all we have to do is implement these 2 methods, mouse motion listener, which are, like I said, dragged and moved. And once we do that, we can finally run our program and see what it does. And it's going to be awesome. It's going to be amazing. But for now, thank you guys for sticking with me. Thank you for learning Java with me. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I will see you next tutorial. What is going on, everyone? Welcome to your 76th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial we're going to be finishing up that program that lets us do mouse events, and well, that's pretty much it. So in case you can't tell right here, we implemented from 2 different interfaces, which are pretty much just a class in essence, the mouse listener, and we did the 5 methods necessary for that. But we implemented from this other one too, mouse motion listener, and these are pretty much, like you can see, the motions of the mouse. So when you move the mouse like this, or click and hold down and drag, that's what registers these events. So these are pretty useful for like drawing programs and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and implement the methods right now. So public, I'm gonna make a little comment. These are mouse motion events, so not just the typical mouse what do they call it? Mouse listener or whatever. So the first method we need to make is called mouse drag. So public void mouse dragged. I always heard it was drug, like dig, dug, drag. Anyways, just talking to myself here. So let's go ahead and put mouse event, nothing new here. And for the body, what do we want to do when they drag the mouse? Well, let's go ahead and there's nothing really we can do except change the status bar dot set text, and we'll set it equal to something like, put that back, come on Haas, you are dragging the mouse. How original is that? I know, it's the most creative thing I can come up with, but hey, I'm not that creative. That's what my therapist told me, so I'm just gonna go with that. So after that, what we need to do is have mouse moved, and what mouse moved does is called when you move the mouse without clicking any buttons. Just like I'm moving the mouse right here and I'm not clicking any buttons. So mouse dragged is when you hold down a button, but public void mouse moved is not holding down any buttons. So let's go ahead and type mouse event, and in our body, what do we want to put? Status bar dot set text, and let's go ahead and just put something like you move the mouse. So now we got MOUSEO, of course that's how you spell mouse. So now we got all of our methods that we needed to implement, since we implemented from mouse listener and mouse motion listener. So now we can go ahead and run this program, and evidently it doesn't see one of these things is spelled wrong. HANDLE or CLASS? HAND. Oh, there we go. Make sure your capitalization does matter. It's case sensitive in Java, as you just saw.
So now let's go ahead and run this program right here, and I'll show you guys what happens if we don't got any errors. It'll pop up, trust me. So here is our window by default. It has a title bar at the top, and here's a status bar down here, and here's our mouse panel. And so the first thing we see is, well, let me go through each of these methods. Look at the status bar down here. I'm going to press down or hold down the mouse button, and it says you pressed down the mouse button. Now when I release it, it says I clicked at that coordinate, because when you press down and release it real quick, it's a click. So if you're saying, alright, if I press down and release it, that's a click. How do I get this to the release method? Well, if you click it and drag it and let it go, that's the one that says you release the button. So if you click down and release in the same spot, it's a click. If you click down and drag it and release it, it says you release the button. So now what do we have? We have mouse pressed, mouse clicked, mouse released. We also have mouse entered. As you can see, as I'm entering it, it's changing red. As I'm exiting it, the mouse has left the window, it's changing white. And lastly, I have you move the mouse, and if I hold down my button, look, I'm clicking down the button and dragging, it says you are dragging the mouse. So now let me talk through each of these methods. You guys should know what all this means, how to create the window by now if you've been watching my tutorials. And let me talk through each one of these. Remember, well, I might as well just run that again so I can bring it up. Bring it right there. So remember when it said mouse clicked, it set the text equal to the two coordinates, %d, which was event get x and get y. And I know you guys can't see get y, but trust me. So look at this. Clicked at 10:10:65. Clicked at 30:46. So that is pretty much what it means. And for your information, the x is left to right and the y is top to bottom. It starts at 0, 0 right here, and it increases the most right here. Look, 279, 141. So that is what click does. The mouse pressed is pretty much taking it right here, and when you pressed it down, that's why we were able to get this text. You press down the mouse. Mouse released. Let me make sure I can't move my mouse. You release the button. So that's why we're able when we let go of our mouse button. And of course, when we enter the area, it not only says you enter the area for a short bit of time, but it also changes the color to red. Look at this. Not in, not in. Oh, I entered. I didn't come in yet. Oh, I just entered again. It's red. So now, what else did we do? Exited is white. It's the same thing. And the last one is dragged, which is holding your mouse button down. That way, we were able to set the status bar to you are dragging the mouse, and moving it without holding it down, you move the mouse. Look at that. So now, what do we know how to learn in Java? In this little program that took quite a little ways to build, we learned how to respond to the user's mouse events. So now we know how to respond to the keyboard events using scanner and the other stuff we learned in that tutorial, and also their mouse events right now. So we can pretty much start building some pretty cool programs using, graphics and stuff like that. But for the next tutorial, I'm probably going to be teaching you about layouts, how to make super cool windows with buttons right where you want them, and more stuff like that. But for now, thank you guys for watching my mouse event handling tutorial. I hope you learned a little something. Of course, not too much, because come on, why would you want to learn a lot? Learning, not that fun. So again, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. So glad you're subscribers, so glad. Thank you for your views. Don't forget to subscribe again, and I will see you next tutorial. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 77th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, we're going to be learning about something called adapter classes. Now, in the last tutorial, when we implemented from the interface like mouse listener and mouse motion listener, we had to implement 7 different methods, and those are kind of time consuming, and sometimes you don't always want your program to detect all of those different methods. Sometimes you only want your program to be able to tell when a user clicks something instead of drag, release, move. You only need one of those. So what Java did is, in order to kind of save you some time, they made something called an adapter class. And what an adapter class does is it already implements an interface, and
it overrides it with a method body that is pretty much a blank body, or pretty much a body that does nothing. And if you're saying, alright, what's the point of that? Well, in that way, when you inherit from an adapter class, you only have to override the methods that you need. So it's pretty cool in the sense that you don't have to override all of those 7 time-consuming methods like we did before. You only have to override the ones that you're going to use, and the rest, whenever you do them, they just don't do anything at all, just like we wanted them to. So let me go ahead and show you guys what I'm talking about. I'm going to make 2 variables for our program. Again, get all your imports right here. And the first thing, they're both going to be private variables. I'm going to put string and details. And what this program is going to do is it's pretty much just going to say how many times, well, you'll see what it does. But pretty much this details is going to tell what's going to be displayed in the status bar. So that's all you need to know for now. Private J label and just put status bar or whatever you named it last time. And now we got 2 private variables. The status bar and the details is pretty much going to be the text that's going to appear in your status bar. So now we can go ahead and build our constructor, which is public GUI. It's not going to take any parameters, and for the body, let's go ahead and add a title, super title, since you should always have a title. Get that out of there. We'll name it Toodle. I mean, why not? Might as well. Next, we can go ahead and build our status bar, which is the only thing we're really going to want to appear in the window. So, wow, I really messed that up. Status bar, and set equal to new J label, and just have the text by default. Just put this is default. It's just going to be the first thing that appears. After we start doing the stuff, this is going to disappear. But now let's go ahead and add this to the window. We'll put add status bar, and of course go ahead and put like border layout dot south. And now, there we go. It'll appear at the bottom of the screen if you put south. We'll be going over that later. And now we need to add, of course, the mouse listener. Just like that, add mouse listener. And the parameter it takes here is an object of the class we're going to build. And we're going to be building a new class called new mouse class. And don't forget your empty parameters for that. So make sure we didn't mess. Oh, I know we're getting an error because we didn't build the class yet. So let's go ahead and create a class called mouse class. And what this mouse class is, well, let's just go ahead and private class mouse class extends. So we need to build a mouse class because that's what the parameter it took. In our class, we're going to pretty much define how to handle these mouse events, and we want it to extend mouse adapter. In this adapter class that we're extending from, this is the class that's built into Java already. So this can be custom whatever you named, but this has to mean mouse adapter. You have to type it just like that. And again, this adapter class is going to allow you to overwrite only the methods that you need to overwrite. So let's go ahead and first, the only thing we're going to want to be working with is public void mouse clicked. That's the only thing we care about when they click. We don't care when they drag or anything else like that. So put mouse event. Oh my god, can I not type? I mean, seriously. Mouse event. And let's go ahead and type what do we want to happen when they click the mouse. Well, let's go ahead and take those details right up here that we're going to have and put details, set it equal to string dot format. And let's go ahead and put something that takes 2 arguments. Put you clicked %d. So it's going to say you clicked %d, and for %d, what we want to do is take that event, which is pretty much means when we click, and put get click count, just like that. Bam, already filled it in for us. So it's going to say you clicked 5, 6, 18, whatever. Doesn't fill in the end yet. So now we're going to have to make an if statement, and we're going to have 3 parameters to finish this detail variable. So if event, and here's another kind of confusing thing, dot is meta down. And if you're saying, alright, what the heck is meta down and what's it mean? Well, whenever you're building a Java program, you don't really know what kind of mouse the user is using. There's three kind of main mouses. There's a one button mouse like on the Mac, a two button which is like old classic, or a three button mouse, and the third button is that scroll wheel. So in order to distinguish the types of buttons that they have, you just can't assume that all your users are using the same one. So if you ever use the Mac, then how they make up for this the right mouse button is they have something called meta, which is called the command or Apple key that they can hold down, and when they click the mouse it simulates the right mouse button, or they can hold the alt key, and when they click the alt key and click their mouse it simulates what is it? The alt is the center mouse button. So that is how you can tell. For now, when we click the right mouse button, it's going to work perfectly. But this pretty much is just for people who use special, like one button or two button mouses. If you have a three button mouse, then this is pretty much what it does. So if meta button is down, or is meta down, take your details, and I know I'm probably just going to explain it a lot easier just by showing you what the program is, but add to the end of that details variable. So you clicked 5, we'll say for example, and then go ahead and what do we want to append? Alright, there we go. With right mouse button. So if meta is down, which is mean if they click the right mouse button or if they hold down that meta key, it's going to say with the right mouse button. Else, if what else do we want to test? Event is alt down, just like that. Let's go ahead and first put that back, and details plus equals with center mouse button. And the cool thing about this, else by default you don't have to test anything because you know it's just a regular click. Down with left mouse button. So that's how you distinguish between the right, the center, and the left mouse button for different types of mice. And I spelled details wrong, and now I spelled it right. So that's all we have to do. So now we have a variable called details, and it's a string. It starts with you clicked, and it says a number, and says with the right mouse button, either. Why did I put either? Why didn't I just put with? Embarrassing. And then I pretty much, this is the beginning, and one of these is the end of the string. And now all we have to do is add this to the screen. So put status bar set text, and for the text we're just going to write that details variable. So the status bar is going to set equal to the details variable, and now we can go ahead and run it, and I can show you guys what it does. So it says this is default, which you put that by default, and I'm going to go ahead and click my left mouse button now. Look, click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then if you move it and click your center, look what happens. Center, center, clicking with my center, or in other words my scroll wheel, and then go ahead and click with your right. And if you go ahead and move this, then it's actually a new event. So if you want to make your things go up, you got to stay in the same place. If you're moving it, then it actually is a move event, so that's why it resets. But that's your basics of how to distinguish between the right, the center, and left, and also how to use a mouse adapter class to only overwrite the methods that you want. Again, we only overwrote one method, and we didn't have to overwrite all 7 for our program to work, so that's the power of a mouse adapter class. But for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
What is going on, everybody? It is Bucky, and I am kind of sick right now, so if I sound a little stuffy or I blow my nose during this tutorial, then I guess you guys are just going to have to deal with it. But I'm going to teach you some Java in the meantime, so let's go ahead and get started. Actually, we took a break from GUIs for the next couple of tutorials. I'm going to be teaching you something about files. Now, you can create and modify files in Java just like most other programming languages. If you guys are saying, alright, what exactly is a file useful for? I'll give you guys the quick 1-2 of the main thing it's useful for. So far we created computer programs that use like variables and stuff like that, like store the number 5 in X, or store like the name Bucky in Y or something like that. But once they end their program, then all of these variables and methods are all gone. So if we want to like keep it in a database, then we actually need to like keep it in a text file, so that way when they run the program again, then all their information is there, and they don't, it's not just like a program that you can run once and it forgets about it. That way it can store your information on the computer, then when you run your program again, we can automatically load the values and stuff and get them again. So we'll be going over, we'll actually be building a program later on, but for now, let me get typing some code before I lose you guys. So let's go ahead and import the file class. So java.io.file, or you can import everything, but that's good enough. And what the file class does is, this is real simple. It doesn't create files or anything. All this class does is give you info about files, like whether it exists. It has a couple things like length, the path, the parent, stuff like that. Right now what we're going to be doing is testing whether a file exists on our computer, and this is useful for things like if you're creating a program to make a file for the first time. If it already exists, you don't want to create one again, or else it's going to delete it. So you want to see if it's there first, and then if it's there, you can like write to it. If it's not there, then you can create it. So simple enough. What you do is type the file class. We'll name it X. You can name it whatever you want. And then type new file, and what this does is the constructor takes the path of the file. So I actually know that I have a file in C, and you actually have to do this. Capitalize your directory, whatever it is, and if you do, I'll show you guys. Test is in the directory, and I have a file named greg.txt right there. So normally this would work, and that's a valid path name, but the thing is, when we're working with strings, that little backslash is the escape character. So this is, whenever you put this is going to try to escape this T and put a tab in G and stuff like this. So what we need to do when we're working with path names in Windows is actually need to put two backslashes like this. And when we do this, it views this as only one backslash, because remember, whenever we do backslash with a string, then it's going to try to escape it, because that's just how Windows is. So actually, whenever you do path names, do two backslashes if you're working with Windows. If you're working with Linux, I think it's a front slash, but I'm not sure. So now that we have this file that is stored in the variable X, we can do a couple things to it, and what we're going to be doing in this tutorial is simply check if it exists. So along with many of the built-in methods, we can do if X, what we just did, EX, and we'll just shortcut it right there. If X exists, and if we hover over this, it says test whether the file or directory pretty much exists. So if greg.txt exists, then what do we want to do? Let's go stuffy nose, system out print line, and we can print something like we can actually have x.getName, and that'll be pretty cool, and we'll just add something like exist, so it'll be like greg.txt exist. Or if it doesn't, we'll insert a file that doesn't exist later, so I can tell you guys what it does. And system out print line, and we'll say this thing doesn't exist, and make sure you almost type everything wrong, so which I did. So now we can go ahead and run this program and see what we get. It says greg.txt exists, and I probably should put a space right there, but I didn't. And what is going on is this: if you look at my computer right here, and you go to C test, and this is a C, and the test is right here, a file named greg.txt does exist. But what if you had a file name in here like like that? See, that's what I could think of off the top of my head. If you run this and click OK, it's going to say this thing doesn't exist. So that is how you can pretty much look for files in their existence using the file name and the exist properties, and I also tell you another one, the get name, pretty much to get the name of it. And that's a quick, cute little tutorial. And let's see if there's anything else I didn't cover. And that's pretty much it for this tutorial. And in the next tutorial, I'm actually going to show you guys, alright, we already tested if it existed or not. If a file doesn't exist, then how do we create one? I mean, of course we can go to our computer right here and create a file like this, but we want to create one in Java programming language. So that's what I'm going to be teaching you in the next tutorial. So for now, thank you guys for watching. Study this, and again, review one more time. You create an object from the file class, and as this constructor, it takes the path name of the file. And remember, when you're working with strings, you got to escape the backslashes. Then you test whether it exists. If it does exist, run a little code to do anything, and if it doesn't exist, then you usually in here you want to write code to create the file. But for now, I just want to write a little prompt saying this thing doesn't exist. So thank you guys for watching. I hope you learned a little something. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next time. What is going on, everyone? Welcome to your 79th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to show you guys a real quick way on how to create files using Java. So pretty much, if you don't have a file created, and we could check for a file using what we learned in the last tutorial, then we usually want to run a program like I'm going to be teaching you today, or in this tutorial, to create a file. So the first thing we need to do is import java.util, and just go ahead and import everything from there. And now let's go ahead, and the first thing we need to do is build a formatter variable. So we need to make a final variable formatter type X, and you can name it whatever you want. I just name everything X because I'm too lazy to type anything that's more than one letter. But I'm going to name mine X, and what this is going to do, a formatter variable pretty much outputs strings to a file, and it's pretty much like printf, but instead of printing to the screen, you're printing to a file. So this pretty much outputs a string. And let's go ahead, and I didn't teach you guys about exception handling, but I'm gonna have to do some right now. I'll give you guys the quick one too. You pretty much, in exception handling, you write try, and then you write what do you want to try. And what we want to try is this. We want to set X equal to new formatter, like that. And this is pretty much the same thing as instantiating the variable in the same line, but we want to try to do it down here. And as the constructor for this is pretty much the same thing as putting final formatter X equals new formatter. And again, as a constructor, it takes the path of the file. So what file do we want to output to? Well, I'm gonna make a file called like fred.txt. And here's the thing, if there is no file to output to, then it automatically creates a file on your computer for you. So that is how you can create files on your computer using formatter. So again, let's go ahead, and now that we created a file, we want something to show up in the command prompt to tell us that we did it. So system out println, and let's go ahead and put you created a file. So now if we try this and it's successful, then this stuff is going to happen. However, if we get an error, then, and again, I'll be going over this try and catch later, so don't worry too much if you don't understand it. However, if you get an error in this, an error and an exception is the exact same thing. They just had to name it exception because they had to be different. If you get an error, then what do you want to happen? System out println you got an error. So this is pretty much your own way of making custom errors. So you know, if we had an error before, then our program would just start running and we would get a bunch of error messages on our command prompt. But this is a way, if you get an error running your program, that your program doesn't just automatically shut down, and you can actually handle those errors, aka exceptions. Why they name them exceptions, I don't know, it's annoying, but they did it. So I know I didn't teach you guys about try and catch yet, but it's pretty much try this code. If you get an error, do this. Bam, you just learned it in like half a second. So what we're gonna do is, let me show you guys right here. on my computer, if I search in here and I search for Fred, I don't have anything on my computer named Fred or anything like this. But now we're going to run this program right here, and it says you crested a file, and I mean to put created, but I didn't. Okay, make fun of me, big deal. So did we create a file? I mean, all we're getting is this command prompt right here. I don't believe you created a file, Bucky. Well, let's go ahead in this computer right here and search again, and now let's search for Fred and make sure you only have one D, and bam, look at this. We now have a file created. If we click on the properties, it's created C users Greg workspace Bucky, and that is pretty much right here. And if you're working with Eclipse, you can highlight Bucky, click refresh, and under your JRE systems library you get that Fred text. And I know I just talked real fast and you guys didn't really comprehend that probably, but I should probably slow it down. Pretty much what I'm saying, when you create a file, you created it in whatever directory your program ran from. So if you have this Java program right in your hard drive, then it's going to create this text file right on your hard drive. If you run this Java program from a folder called like apples or something, then it's going to create this text file in a folder called apples. And you can also make an absolute path like this, and you know, well, you guys know how to make absolute paths from last tutorial, to create that file where you want it, like in a folder or something. But again, to recap one more time, we use this final formatter x variable, and what this did is pretty much stored this formatter. Well, it just pretty much created a variable. And again, the formatter is pretty much a way of putting strings into a file, or pretty much writing stuff in a file. So right now our file is empty, but we're going to be putting stuff in it later. And again, if it couldn't find the file, then it created it, and that's why it created it. And again, if we made an error, then Java makes us handle it in some way. So that's why I need to teach you guys about try and catch. You can catch different types of errors, like if a user tries to divide by 0, or if they are supposed to input a number and they actually input letters or something, then those are the kind of errors you usually want to catch, and you usually want to send them a message like, hey idiot, input a number, not a letter. But for now, we'll just output you got an error. So that is your real quick tutorial on how to create files. We'll actually be clearing this up, and it'll make sense when we create a program. And also your real quick tutorial on exception handling, try and catch. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. If you're a little confused, don't worry, I'll clear things up for you in the next couple tutorials. But again, thank you, don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. What is going on, guys? It is Bucky, and welcome to your 80th Java tutorial. In this tutorial, I'm going to teach you guys how to add data to your files. So in the last tutorial, we pretty much learned how to create an empty file. Not that useful, so let's go ahead and put something in it in this tutorial. And hold on one second, I got an itch in my ear. Oh, that felt good, I got it. Alright, so let's go ahead and import a couple things. We need to import java.io, and let's go ahead and import everything from there. And as you can see, I made a separate class outside my main class, and I just named it create file because that's what we're going to be doing, creating files. That's why I named it that. So next, let's go ahead and put java.lang. We need some crap from in there. And lastly, let's go ahead and import java.util. Now, I'm not exactly sure what we're going to be building in this tutorial, but this should cover everything. So without further ado, let me think, what do I want to do first? Well, the first thing we need to do is do a private formatter variable, and I'm going to name mine X as usual. And what this is going to do is hold a formatter object. And let's go ahead and make a method to pretty much create and open a file. So let's go ahead and put public void, and we'll just name it open file. You can name it whatever you want. It doesn't take any parameters because it's just going to open a file. Now in this method, what we want to do, we got to have our try and catch block like always. So let's go ahead and try and set X equal to new formatter object, and go ahead and write a file name. Make sure you write one that you don't already have a file, or else you're going to overwrite it. So I don't have a file called like Chinese.txt. You probably don't either, so you can use that. So go ahead and try and set this file equal to X. If you can't, let's just go ahead and catch an exception. So catch exception E, and this pretty much means if you get an error, what do you want to do? Let's do system out print line. Just put you have an error. Error? No, error. There we go. Alright, so now whenever we call this method open file, it's pretty much just gonna set X equal to this file. It's pretty much just gonna give us a file so we can use. So now we have a file that we can use. So what do we want to do to that? Well, we want to add a record to it. So let's go ahead and put public void add records, and let's go ahead, and this isn't going to take any parameters either. And adding records is the easiest thing in the world. All you need to do is put the file you want added to, which is X, because remember we said equal to Chinese.txt, and what you do is the method is format, and this pretty much is like printf for files. And now again, how familiar is this? The format and the arguments. So for the format, let's insert 3 strings. The first one, say we're making like a user account. The first one will be the ID number, so we'll put like 20. It's my favorite number. And the second one will be my first name, which is Bucky. And the third piece of data will be Roberts, which is my last name. So that looks good right there. So now what this is going to do is insert 3 elements in the same line. It's going to say 20 Bucky Roberts. It's going to insert that in our file whenever we call this method add records. And the last thing that we want to do is write a method to close the file. So go ahead and write public void close file, or name it whatever you want, but that's pretty easy to remember. And why do we need to put, well, I would show you guys what the thing is. X close, and close is a built-in method, so that's why we can use this. And that's why we needed to include all these, so we can use this close method. But now let me tell you guys why we need to close this file. It's pretty much like a housekeeping thing. Whenever we exit our program, Windows usually, and I say usually, closes our file from writing so nothing else can write in it. But sometimes, remember, every operating system is different. Sometimes, depending on your program, it can leave the file open, it can lead to some errors. So you always want to close your files. It's good programming, you always want to do it. I mean, you can probably get away with not doing it, but if you ever get a job as a Java programmer, they are going to be PO'd at you if you forget to close your files. It's probably going to cause some errors later down the road. So we're pretty much, recap, talking about something different now. We pretty much got 3 methods in here. We need to open the file, we need to add some records into it, and then we need to close the file because we're done with it. We don't want anyone else messing with it. So go ahead and in your main, or whatever your main method is, just go ahead and, well, we don't need to include anything. But what we do need is to create an object, and I name my class create file. So create file, I'm just gonna name it like G or something. New create file, doesn't take any parameters, we didn't make a constructor. And remember, we have 3 methods we built. Open file right there. G, what do we name it? Add records right there. And so now we opened the file, we added the records, and now what we need to do is close that file because we're done with it. And now once we go ahead and run this program, nothing happens, but what it did is created a file on our computer. So if we highlight source, or actually Bucky, and put file refresh, it's pretty much going to refresh our computer. So now you see we get this Chinese.txt file that we just created. And the cool thing about Eclipse is it actually a text editor as well. So double click this file and it'll show you what's in your file. And that is 20 Bucky Roberts. This one is just the line number, don't mind that. That isn't actually in the file. So in this text file we have 20 Bucky Roberts. So now let's recap one last time what we did. in createFile.java is pretty much the meat of our program. We created a method to create a file, and that was open file right here. And we needed a try catch because of Java, and we said, alright, we're gonna look for Chinese.txt, that file we want to write in. If we don't have it already, then create a new one so we can write in it. And that's what X new formatter does. So now we have a Chinese.txt file, so we can write text in it. So what did we want to write in it? Well, we just wanted to add a record. We gave myself like an ID number, Bucky Roberts. And if we had to make like a system of like, I had to make like a library for school, or they have like credit card numbers or anything where you need an ID number, you'd add a record after record after record, and you call this method a bunch of times. And I just moved that. And then that's how you get like a database on your computer. And then after that, you just close your file so you can't mess with it anymore. And that's pretty much it. So thank you guys for watching. I hope you learned a little something, and hopefully I got this so you guys can see it. But oh well, I'm done with the tutorial anyways. So anyways, thank you guys. As I just said, don't forget to check out my giveaways, and don't forget to subscribe. So I'll see you next time. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 81st Java tutorial, and we are finally going to learn how to read stuff from a file. So as you can already see, I created this Chinese.txt file, and I added 3 more records to it. So the first one is Bucky, the second one is the ID number, and then a name, ID number, name, ID number, name. So it has 4 records, and a record is pretty much a row of data. So now let's go ahead and figure out, alright, we learned how to open a file, we learned how to write this stuff on this file, but we don't know how to access it from a Java program. So that's what I'm going to be teaching you today. And the thing I didn't tell you is before we use scanner, that scanner object, to read from our keyboard using system-in. But we can actually use scanner to read from a file as well. So let's go ahead and first make a private scanner variable. So I'm going to name mine scanner X, and I'm going to move that cursor out of the way. And now let's go ahead and just make a method to open the file first. So public void open file, and let's go ahead and put try to open the file. So we're going to set X, and again here's where we're going to put new scanner. And instead of putting system in here, which would be the keyboard, just put new file and put that Chinese.txt. Did I spell it right? Yep. And now instead of reading from your keyboard, it's actually going to read from this Chinese.txt file right here. So that's a neat little trick that you can do. And if we get any errors, let's just go ahead and catch those errors. Exceptions. E, and now what do we want to do? Let's go ahead and write system out print line, and let's go ahead and print something like could not find file. Looks good enough. So now we have a method to open the file. Easy enough. So what method do we need after this? Well, this tutorial is all about reading files, so let's go ahead and make a method to read the data from that file. So public void, just name it like read file or something like that. And what we want to do, whoop and cough. The first thing we want to do is create a while loop, and it goes something like this: while, put your file name, which is X, and then we want to put has next. And what this is going to do, it's a built-in method. It's going to make a while loop, and it's going to keep going until it reaches the end of the file. So it's going to loop through this, and has next pretty much means, if you hover over it, another input. So as long as there's something there, it's going to continue. As soon as there's nothing there and it reaches the end of the file, this is going to be false, and this while loop is going to break out. So that's why we can write while X has next. It pretty much means while the file X has something in it. So what we want to do is, you see, each of these records has an ID number, a first name, and a last name. So we're going to want 3 variables to hold those. String A, and let's go ahead and copy that, actually we're gonna put string A equals X dot next, and what this means is pretty much it's gonna do this. Well, let me finish writing all my variables, then I'll tell you guys what it does. String A equals next, and this is gonna be B and C. What it's gonna do is this. It's gonna loop through the very first thing it sees, and it's gonna assign 20 equal to A. Then it's gonna assign Bucky equal to B and Roberts equal to C. And then what we're gonna put after this is we're just gonna go ahead and print those out. So system out print, actually printf would be better. So let's go ahead and print just 3 string variables. So %s space %s space %s, and those variables of course are A, B, and C. So now what it's going to do is after it gets those 3, it's going to print it out, and might want to put a new line there, and then it's going to go, alright, next 60A, Joe is B, and Doe is C. Now I'm going to print all those out, and it's going to keep printing those out until it gets to the end of the file, which is right here, and then it's going to break out of that while loop. So that's actually the only thing we need in this read file method right there. So now we just need that one last method, and what this is going to do is close the file. So public void close file, just like that. And all we want this to do is close that file X. And now looks like we got everything. Check for errors. And now we can go ahead and start putting it in our main. So let's go ahead and put read file. I didn't name that read file. Yep. R equals new read file. Doesn't take any parameters. And now let's go ahead and put r.open file, r.read file, and r.close file right there. So now what this is going to do is call open file to open it, read the stuff from it, and close it when we're done with it. So now let's go ahead and run this, and we'll see what we got. We got pretty much exactly what is in our text file. 20 Bucky Roberts, it just printed all this out. It stored this in A, B, C, printed it out. Then it got 3 new variables, stored this in A, B, C, printed out, A, B, C, A, B, C. And then it got to the end of the file and it broke out. So again, let me make sure that's in there, and I'll tell you guys how this worked one last time. We made a new scanner variable X because remember, we can use scanner to not only read from our keyboard but also read from files. We then made a method to open the file right here, in which how we did that is we pretty much set this scanner and said we're reading from this file, Chinese.txt, which is right here, and we pretty much set the file equal to X. This error is handling because we programmed it awesomely, and we don't need error handling because we don't have any errors. And now we made a method to read the file, or pretty much read the data in the file. And how we did this is we pretty much set variables equal to each one of these items, or words, or strings, choose your word. And then when we got 3, we printed it out on the line, and then we got a new line, got 3 more, printed it out, 3 more, printed it out, and it does that until it reaches the end of the file using the hasNext function. And last but not least, we close the file because, you know, it's just good programming. So that is that for how to read a file in Java. That's it. I mean, nothing else to say except thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next time. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 80-second Java tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you guys about exception handling. Now what exception handling is pretty much a way to handle errors. Now an error and an exception are the exact same things. So pretty much why would we want to handle an error? Well, when the user does something they're not supposed to do, we don't want to get an error, or else the program would just shut down and it would stop running. We want a way to do something like if they like divide by 0 or click something they're not supposed to click, then we don't want the program to shut down. We want to be able to tell them they're wrong and tell them to fix their mistake.
So let's go ahead, and I'm going to use scanner. So I'm going to go ahead and import java.util. I'll just import everything because I'm lazy. And now let's just go ahead and let's begin making our system. So scanner, I'm going to name it input equals new scanner, and as parameters type system.in. And now we have an input variable called scanner. So what do we want to do? Well, let's just go ahead and make a little program to divide by two numbers. So system out print line, and go ahead and print like just give them a prompt like enter first num. And now for the first num, just put int num1 equals input dot next int, bam. And now whatever they type for the first number is going to be the, let's see, numerator. And now let's go ahead and copy this, duplicate it, and go ahead and set this equal to num2 and give them a new prompt and our second number. And now let's go ahead and make a new sum equal to num1 divided by num2. So now we got a little program if we go ahead and print out the sum. So system out print line, and go ahead and print the sum, and we'll run this and test it and make sure it's working. So why does it say num1? Oh, here we go. So now let's go ahead and test this real quick and see if it works. Okay, enter first number 12, enter second number 3, and it gives us an answer of 4. So this works fine. But if we run it again and we go 12, and for a denominator we give it 0, remember you can't divide by 0, it gives you an exception like this. So this pretty much shuts down our whole program. And what if we built a huge program for like analyzing the stock market, and it was awesome, and then some idiot tried to divide by 0 and the whole thing just shut down? Well, that wouldn't be good. So we need a way to kind of handle these errors and tell the user, alright, don't do that, but we're not going to shut down the program, we're actually going to fix your problem. Well, in order to handle exceptions, you need to learn something called try and catch. What try and catch means is pretty much just like it is. You try a bit of code, and if you have an error, instead of shutting down your program, you're going to catch that error and do something with it. So here's how you do this. Go ahead and put try, and that's a keyword, and in your curly brackets fill in the code that you want to try. So I'm going to try this. So in my try block right here, I'm going to write the code that I want to try. So I'm going to go ahead and try this. And what this try means and what this code block means, if you have an error anywhere in here, what we want to do is catch this error. So go ahead and write catch after this, and there always needs to be a catch after a try. And there can be something called a finally too, but for now, remember, there always needs to be a catch after a try. And for catch, what do we want to catch? We're going to want to catch all errors. And in order to catch all errors, remember, they're called exceptions. Type exceptione. And why do you need to write this? There's actually different types of errors, like arithmetic error, I think one's called like input error or something like that. But if they make a math error or if they click something wrong, there are different types of errors. But if you want to catch all of them, this means if they do anything wrong at all. This is just the broad exception class right here. So let's just go ahead and catch that, and the E is pretty much if you want to print out E or something like that. But if they have any errors, what do we want to do? Let's type system out print line. We'll just type something like you can't do that, and let me fix this. So what this pretty much means is try this. If you have an error, do this. If not, if you try this and it works good, then this is never gonna run at all. So let me show you that. I'm gonna try this, and I'm gonna enter 12, 3, bam, 4. This catch right here never runs at all. But if I run this again and I get an error and it says 12, 0,
it says you can't do that. In my rest of my program, if I had any more code down here, it would continue to run normally. So what if I actually wanted to build a program so if they entered the wrong thing, then I could pretty much have them do it again over and over again until they enter the right thing. Well, let's go ahead, and this is really simple. Put int x equals 1. So I'm going to pretty much have a do while loop, and I'm going to do this, do the pretty much the whole try and catch. So catch this, and I want to catch that too. I want to do the whole try and catch while x that we just made, that's equal to 1, is equal to 1. So I'm going to do that over and over again while this is equal to 1. But the thing is, if it continues to execute successfully, and I'm going to set this equal, the x equals 2. So as soon as it runs successfully, I'm going to set this x equal to 2, and it says, alright, that's the point in time when I stop. So here is a way where we can keep running this program over and over again until we get the right input. So if you had a really dumb user, the program will look something like this. Run sample. Alright, enter first number. 12, 0. Oh, you can't do that. Try again. Okay. Enter first number again. Let me expand this a little bit. 43, 0. Oh, nope, you can't do that. Enter first number again. And it's going to keep trying and trying. So let's go ahead and do this right. So put like 40 and 10. Bam, 4. So that is how we can keep kind of prompting the user to do it correctly. And let me review this one more time. How I did this is I pretty much put, alright, what do I want to do over and over again? Well, I want to try this code, and if this code runs successfully, I'm going to change this variable. But if this code does not run successfully, then I'm going to print out an error, and this never even runs, since you get an error in this and this, and when it tries to divide the sum, this is where the error happens right here on this line. So this x never gets set equal to 2. So that is why x is still equal to 1, and that is why the do while loop is able to run over and over again. But as soon as this whole thing, okay, good, bam, we finally made it all the way, x equal to 2, and then it looks alright. Is x equal to none? X equal to 1? Nope. Alright, then we can finally exit this bad boy. So that's pretty much your basics of try catch. It pretty much, I mean, it's pretty simple. Try this. If you get an error, do this. I mean, how easy is that? There's actually a little bit more to it, and I'll probably be covering that in the next tutorial. But for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
What is going on, everybody? It's Bucky, and welcome to your 83rd Java tutorial. Now we're actually going to be getting back with GUIs and learning about layouts again after a short break, learning about files and exception handling and stuff like that. So in this tutorial, I'm going to be teaching you guys about something called flow layout. And I know we used it before, but this time I really want to show you guys the details of it. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to make a program that has some buttons on the screen, and depending on what button you click depends on what the flow layout is set as. So let's go ahead and make three variables. They're all going to be private, so private J button, and I'll just name this like left button, and go ahead and copy that, and we're going to name one CB and RB, and this is going to stand for center button and right button. So change this to CB, this is going to be center button, and this is going to be the right button right there. So now that we have 3 buttons, or at least 3 variables, what we need is a flow layout and a container object. So go ahead and make a private flow layout, and you can name yours anything you want. I'm going to name mine layout because it's easy to remember. And also we need a private container object, and I'm going to name container just like that. Make sure I spelled it right, and it looks good enough. So now we can go ahead and build our constructor, and my class is named layout, so I'm going to name public layout for my method, and this will be my constructor. So again, the first thing we do, since we're extending JFrame, we can go ahead and build our title using super, and I'm just going to name the title because I'm that original. And next we need to go ahead and set our layout object that we created right up here with flow layout. We'll set layout equal to new flow layout, and this pretty much means we want our layout to go from when we put things in there like buttons, we want them to be arranged from left to right, kind of like Microsoft Word would do it. So now that we made our new flow layout, and we're actually going to be changing this depending on what button we press, but for now that's good. So now after this we need to set our container object equal to something, so container, and set this equal to get content pane, which pretty much means get the bulk of your window, and this is pretty much just so it knows where to put the stuff. So now let's go ahead and set that layout. So we'll set the layout equal to layout, and this pretty much means layout equals set layout new flow layout. So I mean, simple enough. Now let's go ahead and we can finally do stuff with our buttons. This is pretty much creating a window. Now let's add some stuff in it. So first thing we need is equal left button, set that equal to new J button, and give it something to put in the button. And what goes in your parameters for new J button is the text that's going to appear on the button. So I have a button on the screen now that says left on it. So now let's go ahead and add that to the screen. I just kidding, I didn't have it. Oh, but now I do have it on my screen since I just added it. So now we set it, gave it some content, and we added it to our screen. Next, let's add some functionality to this. So we do this by lb.add action, and look at that, it already made it for us. Add action listener. Now we can either write an object in here, or to make things easier, let's use an anonymous inner class. And you see it said method, well, it didn't give us yet, but it needs to use a new action listener, and this is the class, and this is again anonymous inner class. If I change that, and now if you highlight this, it says it must implement the method action listener action performed. So if it told us to do it, let's just do it. We're easily influenced. So let's just go ahead and put something like, well, let's build our method first before we start thinking about that. Public void action performed, and for our parameter type action event. And now we can go ahead and add some functionality to this. And what do we want to happen whenever we click this left button? Finally, after all of this adding, we finally get to the meat right here, the body of our action perform method. What do we want to happen when we click the button? Well, first of all, we want to change that layout. Since we clicked the left button, let's go ahead and set the alignment, and got a nice little shortcut right there. And what you set it to is flow layout dot left. And what this is going to do is take your entire layout for your window, not just this button, but the entire layout, and change everything to left alignment. So by default it's going to be in the center of the screen, and when you click this it's going to be on the left. So next, the only thing we need to do is put layout that we just changed, put layout container, which is pretty much our container, and go ahead and pass container into this, and this pretty much means rearrange everything depending on what our layout is. So now we did this for the left. Now we can just go ahead and do this 2 more times and make it real easy to copy it. So I'm actually going to add a comment so I don't get confused. Just put left stuff in here. So now let's go ahead and copy everything including that comment, and put center stuff in here, and change this to center button, add center button to the screen, add action listener for center button, and change the flow layout to center, which is the default, but again we need to do that. Now we need to do it for the right, so let's put right stuff in here, and add the right button to the screen, add an action listener for the right button. Again, the center button and the right button were a lot quicker, so, and not that easy, Haas. And now let's go ahead and run this program. So I'll tell you guys what I did after I run it. I know you guys are probably getting antsy, so let's go ahead and run this baby. And here's what I got. Whoa, forgot to change my text on my button. Quite embarrassing. So this is left stuff, and I put left. center again. Don't forget when you create your buttons to do that. Embarrassing. So let's go ahead and now, oh my god, look at this program. Here is my window that I just created right here, and as you can see, it doesn't matter if it resizes it or not, it automatically rearranges from left to right, and if you run out of room, it stacks it under each other. So now if you see, if I click left, it changes it to left, right changes it to right, and center changes it to center. And you can see even if we do this, then we get right, left, center. So it doesn't really matter how big your window is, it just knows the flow layout depending on the size, where do I want stuff arranged. So that's pretty much the basics of flow layout. And one more time, let's see how much time I have on my tutorial, about 2 minutes. So let me go ahead and walk you guys through this. We created 3 variables for the buttons, and we actually created a flow layout and container object because we needed them. This is just housekeeping stuff for creating a window in your constructor. And let's just go over one of these. We added pretty much we set the left button variable equal to a button, since, you know, why not? Then we added that button to the screen, and then all of this pretty much is just saying, alright, what do you want to happen when you click this button? And what did we want to happen? We wanted to change the layout, and then we wanted just to reset the container using that. So, and then we just did it for the center and right button. And here's my main, in case you forgot. I included JavaX Swing because that's the window. And, well, you can see all that. You guys already know what this does already, hopefully, if you watch my tutorials. So, that is that for this tutorial. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next time. Oh, by the way, we're going to be creating games soon, so, you know, just thought I'd let you guys know. But anyways, thank you guys for watching, and don't forget to subscribe. What is going on, guys? It's Bucky, and welcome to your 84th Java tutorial. In this tutorial, I'm going to be going over graphics because, well, my ultimate goal of these tutorials is pretty much to make computer games, and we can't make a computer game without sweet graphics. So I'm finally getting into graphics. I decided to abandon flow layout and stuff for now because, you know, this is just much more exciting. If we need any other layouts, we'll go back to them, but for now, I want to start making some sweet graphics on the screen. So let's go ahead and do that. As you can see, I made a new class called Peach because, well, to be quite honest, just because I like peaches, and it needs to extend JPanel because we're going to be using that. So don't forget to have all your imports. Now let's go ahead and get started with making graphics on the screen. Now, in order to make graphics on the screen, we need a method called paint component, and this paint component method is used to draw graphics on the screen. So let's go ahead and put public void paint component, and for a parameter, it takes an object from the graphics class. So graphics, and I'll just name it G. You can name it whatever variable you want. In this parameter right here, this G, this is going to be used to like set the color, and we manipulate this object depending on what we want to draw. But don't forget that you need this method called paint component. This is a built-in method that's inherited, and this is the method used to create all graphics on the screen. So now that we have this method, we can automatically start creating graphics. So let's go ahead and get to it. The first thing we need to do is just one other housekeeping thing. We need to put super paint component and just fill in G right there. And what this is going to do is it's going to call the superclasses. Remember, this is how you call superclasses methods. We want to call the superclasses paint component method. And you just need to do this because there's stuff in the superclass that we need to use just for housekeeping stuff, and pass in your parameter or whatever it was here. And that's the only kind of confusing thing that might not be self-explanatory, so don't forget that. So now let's go ahead and get started. The first thing we want to do is set the background color for our screen. So go ahead and write this, which means this object, set background, and bam, look at that. Now, as a parameter for your background color, you just take a color. Now, Java already has built-in constants of colors, which is pretty much all your basic colors. But for now, in order to get constant, just put color dot white because we just want a plain white background. So now we pretty much have on our screen a white background. Not very exciting, but we're going to change that soon. In order to draw objects on the screen, you first need to tell your object or your graphic object what color you want to use to draw with. So let's go ahead and put G set color, and as a parameter, just like set background, it takes a color constant. Now let's go ahead and set our color to color.blue, and make sure blue is in all caps, and that means constant in Java. So now that we have a color for our graphics object, we can begin drawing a rectangle on our screen. So the first thing I'm going to tell you guys is how to draw a rectangle, and to do that it's fill rect. And what this is going to do is it's going to give you 4 parameters, and this is going to draw a rectangle, a solid rectangle on the screen. So the first parameter it takes is the X parameter and Y. Now this top left corner of your window is 0, 0. And from left to right, this is the X from left to right, and Y is up and down. So let's go ahead and make the coordinates X and Y. And you should know this if you ever took a math class in your life. So at 25, 25, which would be somewhere around here, 25 over and 25 down, that is where we want the top left of the rectangle to be. Now how wide do we want the rectangle to be? Let's just go ahead and put 100 pixels wide by 30 pixels high. So now we got our color and our coordinates of our rectangle right here. So now we just have a blue rectangle chilling on our screen. But I want to tell you guys something else you can do. Next we can go ahead and put set color, and we can set the color again, or pretty much reset the color. And if we want to have a custom color that's not constant, like our own RGB values, and RGB means red, green, and blue, just go ahead and put new color, and as our parameters you type in the RGB value you want. So let's put like 190 comma 81 comma 215. Make sure none of these values go above 255, and this pretty much means, alright, how much red do we want it? 190 red, 81 green, and 215 blue. What color this is, I'm not sure, but I know that it's going to be some weird color. But again, if you want custom colors, then that's how you create it. What I usually do is I go in Photoshop and mess around with the RGB value, but you know, that's not important right now. So now let's go ahead and put this rectangle, or draw a rectangle. So G fill rect, and again we have to fill in all our parameters. So where do we want to, we can't have it start in the same place, so let's have it like start at 25 over, but we'll have this one go 65 down, since this one ends at 55. So again, this is the Y and this is the height, so this will give us 10 pixels of padding, and you can mess around with this on your own, and we'll make it the same width and height for, you know, it's just nice to be constant. Get it? Constant? I just made it up. It's not even a joke really, but anyways, now we have 2 rectangles chilling on the screen. So the last thing I want to show you guys is that not only rectangles, but you can actually draw text on the screen. So let's go ahead and change our color one more time, just because we don't want everything the same color on the screen. It's going to be boring. Set color, and we'll just change this color to like red or something using color.red is our constant. And now let's just go ahead, and this is how you draw strings or text on the screen. G.draw string. How easy is that? Now your iterator is pretty much what do you want the string to say, and this is some text, and make sure you spell text wrong or else it won't work. I'm just kidding. And now where do you want it to appear? Well, let's make an X25, and let's see, 120. That should be below everything. So now we have a rectangle right here, a rectangle under it, and some text under that. So now I already did this all. I forgot I already did this all, but pretty much make a new frame with your title, set the close operation, don't forget to do that, and then make an object of your class, whatever you named it. I had a peach class, so I named it P. Add it to the frame, set the size of your window, and make sure you set the visible to true so it actually appears. And now if we go ahead and run this program, you see that we created 2 rectangles that were filled in because we used the method fill rectangle. And again, if I do this, you can see that the coordinates for the first one, the blue one, were 25 over, 25 down. This is 100 wide, and 30 pixels tall. And next we set the color again, and we gave it our custom color. Evidently this is some kind of purple color, and this has RGB value of 190, 81, 215, and this is 25 over, 65 down, and that's your top left point right there, 100 wide and 30 tall. And next we just pretty much made some text on our screen, and this text started at 25 over and 120 pixels down. That's where your text started, and then you pretty much just drew a string on the screen using the current color of your G object. So that is pretty much the basics of how do you make simple rectangles. Of course there's more stuff we can do, but for now just sticking with the basics. In the next tutorial I'm going to show you guys how to draw some sweet graphics, and well, they're not going to be that sweet, but they're going to be a little better than this one. So thank you guys for watching. Now don't forget to subscribe, and hopefully I will see you next tutorial. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 85th Java tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you guys about something called JColorChooser. Now we're going to be building a program to make a box pop up and allow the user to pick their own colors, and we're going to set this color equal to a variable and just going to be doing some cool stuff with it. But this is a really useful application, and we're going to be using this a lot from now on, so you know, it's going to be good. So what we're going to have pretty much on the screen is a button, and when they click the button they're going to be able to choose their color. So let's go ahead and make a private variable for JButton, and now just name it B for button since I'm lazy. And next we need a color variable, so private color, let's just name it color variable named color, and we'll set it equal to the constant white. If I can type, it takes a little bit, but I'll get there eventually. So now we have this color variable set to white, and the last thing we need is pretty much a panel. So private JPanel and panel, we'll just name it that for simplicity. So we have three variables, so let's start doing some stuff with it. The first thing we're going to need to do is build our constructor. So name it public peach or whatever your class is, and it doesn't take any parameters because it's constructor, no parameters. Now let's go ahead and add a title, and I'm going to make the title. I cannot type today, I apologize for that, although I'm not really sorry. Suckers. And now that we have a title, let's go ahead and make our panel. So take that panel variable you just made and set it equal to new JPanel. And again, this doesn't take any parameters either. So now we have a panel on the screen pretty much. Well, we didn't add it yet, but you know, we got it. And next on our panel, we want to set the background, and this is pretty much the background of our window, our panel. So next we need to set a background color for it. So set back, bam, look at that, too easy, didn't have to type anything. Next we want to set the background color, and we're just going to set it equal to color. And what this means is we're going to set the background equal to white, since our color had the value of color.white. So now we pretty much got a panel chilling on our screen. So now let's go ahead and add our button to the screen. So B equals new J button. Doesn't take, oh no, let's go ahead and for the text on our button, let's just put choose a color, because when they click the button they're gonna need to choose a color. So now we can add some functionality to this. So B dot add action listener right there, and as our arguments we're just gonna add an anonymous inner class. And let's go ahead and just put something like new action. I wish there was a way they didn't have to do this every time. New action listener, and again this action listener must implement method action performed, and then after this we'll finally get to the good stuff. So public void action performed. We did this enough, hopefully. Action event, and now let's get to the meat of this tutorial finally. So whenever we click this button, what do we want to happen? Well, the first thing we want to do is we want to change that color variable, but instead of changing it to this just like a regular constant or something, we're going to let the user decide what they want to change it to. So we need to put something called JColorChooser, and what this allows is the user to choose their color. So just put show dialog right there, and this dialog takes three parameters.
The first parameter is the positioning. Just put null, and if you put null, it's going to appear in the center of your screen. The second parameter is when you click this button, a new box is going to pop up. So what do you want the title of that color chooser to be? Just put pick your color. And the last parameter is the initial color that's selected. And you'll see, it's hard to explain right now because you can't see the box, but just go ahead and put color right here. So whatever the color was set as before, then that's what we want to have. So let's go ahead and change that, and let me move this over just like that, and now we're good to go. But the one thing we have to watch out for is if they don't choose a color at all. So if we give them an option and choose a bunch of colors and they don't choose anything, we're gonna write alright. If the color that they choose is equal to nothing, and this is going to happen if they either hit X or cancel, what do we want to do? Well, we just want to take that color and set it equal to whatever color it was before. Or let's just go ahead and set it equal to white. So if they don't choose anything, then they got white. So that's your fault. If you didn't choose anything, you're getting white. And last but not least, we need to change the color of our background. So again, the background is pretty much the panel. And set background just like that. And what do we want to change it to? Whatever color they chose. So now outside our action listener, let's go ahead and add everything to the screen panel. And I know I guys didn't teach you guys about border layout, but border layout dot center, this means the panel is gonna appear in the center of the screen. Next, let's add our button, and that was named B, and border layout, and let's just make this appear in south. This means the button appears at the bottom of the screen. Set, see, you're getting like 2 tutorials for one in here. Set size of the window, that's 425 by 150, and once I run this program, you guys are going to see what's going on. Set visible, and we're just going to set this to true so it appears. Now let's run this so I can actually explain it a lot better. And again, don't forget to call your object and set default close operation. Set OK. Now we have this program that says the title, choose a color. Again, this box is white by default. So now, if I go to my code right here, we're going to go ahead and press choose a color. Now this is going to pop up. So we go ahead and choose a color like blue or something and press OK, and now our background has turned blue. And if we click it again, choose a color, change it to yellow, and click OK, now our background goes to yellow. And last but not least, if you choose it and hit something like X or cancel, it's white by default. So let me go ahead and I'll explain this if I can get my code to set up right there. What this pretty much means, you know what all this means. Let's get to the good stuff. We change that color variable according to whatever they wanted to change it to. And again, we use that using JColorChooser show dialog. This is positioning, this is the title of that window right here. And again, pick your color. See that title, pick your color right there. And someone's calling me. I'm not going to answer it. And then this color is when you choose a color, it's what's selected by default. So if you click red, okay, when you do it again, pink's gonna be, or red's gonna be selected by default. And next, what this pretty much does is whenever you pick a color, it's gonna store that value in the return value for color. So if you chose black, now this color is gonna be set to the color black. And so that's pretty much what that does, JColorChooser. So then you tested if they hit X or cancel pretty much, if they didn't select any color. If they didn't, give them white. But if they did, then we want to set that background equal to the color that they chose, since that color variable will now equal whatever value was returned. And then we pretty much just added to the panel in the center of the screen, right here, we added the button to the bottom. We made the size of our window, we set as visible so you could see it, and then we called it. So that's your real quick tutorial on how to use JColorChooser. In essence, whatever you pick right here is going to be stored in this variable. Bam. That's all you need to know. So thank you guys for watching. we're going to be using this in our couple tutorials from now on, so make sure you learn it. And again, one more time, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next time. What's going on, guys? Welcome to your 86th Java tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be teaching you guys how to draw some more shapes, including like ovals and 3D rectangles. But you know, when I say 3D, wait till you see this. You are not going to be impressed at all. It's pretty pathetic, but you know, they had a thing called 3D rectangle, so I had to figure out how to draw it. So let's go ahead and let's go ahead and get started. Public, and make sure you extend JPanel, not JFrame. I think we might have done that last time, but go ahead and get your public void paint component again, just like that. And for parameter graphics, G. And now with our paint component, we can actually paint things on the screen. So let's go ahead and, well, I guess we first need to call the super.paint component, just like that. And G, parameter, already filled in for us, to call the superclass's paint component method. And next, let's go ahead and set background color. Might as well make it white. I'm gonna make mine white. You can make yours whatever you want. Set background, and I'm gonna put color.white. White, just like that. Talk like Sean Connery. And now let's go ahead, and the first thing I guess I can teach you guys how to do is draw a basic line on the screen. So G.set color, just like that, and we'll set it to something like blue. Color dot, it's one of my favorite colors, so blue and white, in case you were wondering. And now let's go ahead and put G.draw line and see what we got for parameters. We got X, Y, and XY. Now you know that in order to draw a line, you need 2 points on the screen. This first line, this X and Y, is going to be your coordinates for the first point. This X and Y is going to be coordinates for your second point, and Java will automatically draw a line from point A to point B. So let's go ahead and put 1025 for the first point, which should be somewhere 10 over 25 down, and for our second point, let's put like 245. So it's going to be a downhill line. Looks something like this. And now we got a line on our screen. So what else can we draw? G.set color. We'll set this one to color.red because, gotta mix it up a little bit. And now let's go ahead and put G.draw rect. And what this means is, unlike last time when we drew a solid rectangle using fill rect, this draws an empty rectangle, and it takes the same parameters as before. Let's go ahead and put 10 over 55 down. It will be 100 wide, and it will be 30 pixels tall. And now let's go ahead, and I'm going to teach you guys how to make ovals now. Let's go ahead and do this first. Set color, what color you want to make it, guys? Green, you said? Alright, color dot green. So we're going to have a green oval. G dot, we'll make this one solid. Fill, oval, and anytime you have fill and draw, they're pretty much interchangeable, depending on personal preference. Now, this fill oval parameters, it takes the exact same parameters as the rectangle, but what it's going to automatically do is round your corners for you. So if we want to make an oval that's the same size as this, let's go ahead and move it down a little bit. So we'll do 10, let's see, 50, 85. So we'll put it in 95. That should give us 10 pixels padding. And we'll make it 100 wide by 30 tall. Now this is going to be the same size as this rectangle right here, but instead of a rectangle, it's going to be rounded off at the corners, aka an oval. So now we got a line, a rectangle, and an oval. Not an ovary, I apologize. So the last thing I'm going to teach you guys is something called a 3D rectangle. And what this does is it's pretty much a rectangle that's filled in, but it has a little bevel on one of the sides to give it a slight appearance that it's like pushed out a little bit. So put G.set color, and what do you want to change the color to? Let's pick a good one. Color dot, let's see, that one's kind of good one. Orange, bam, that's what I'm looking for. Orange. And now let's go ahead and put G dot
fill, bam, 3D rectangle just like this. Now our parameters, this is a little too easy. Let's put it at 10 over, 160 down. That's positioning. The width can be 100 just like everything else. The height, make this one a little bigger, 50. Now what this raised means, since it's a 3D rectangle, it has the option of being raised. Pretty much means, do you want to give it 3D look or not? And of course we do, true, because 3D is awesome. You can also put false to give it not a 3D look, but we want this baby looking 3D. And you guys are about to be disappointed because this doesn't give you nearly as much 3D as you like. But if you go ahead and run this program, I already filled it on parameters. If you guys need to do this, just go ahead and pause. But I did this about 80 times before, so you guys shouldn't have to do that. Go ahead, and as you can see, we drew a line from point A to point B. We also figured out how to draw a rectangle. Let me go ahead and get my good code up here. Our rectangle using draw rectangle instead of fill rectangle. Again, fill rectangle would fill this all in with red. We also filled an oval in using green, using the same parameters as our rectangle. And last but not least, let's scroll down here. We also made this 3D rectangle using fill 3D rect. Now again, I don't even know if you guys can tell on this tutorial because YouTube probably take some of the quality away, but there's a little line right here along the edge, and it's a little darker than normal, and this is a little lighter than normal on this edge. And what this does is give you guys the 3D effect. Now again, it's not like 3D like you're making a 3D button in 3ds Max or something. It's just a little subtle button like you'd see on a like a very old web page, but you know, it's subtle, but it's there. So that's how you make 3D, and I'm moving my fingers like I'm quoting right now, but that's how you do 3D rectangles, and that's what it means basically. So we learned how to draw a bunch of new stuff on the screen, lines, rectangles, overs, and 3D rectangles. It was awesome. And so, you know, it's been fun, but that's all the time I have for this tutorial, so don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you next time. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to your 87th and the last tutorial in Java programming, whatever I named it. And this is the last tutorial in Java programming because after this I'm going to start a new series, and it's going to be like intermediate Java programming. Because, I mean, we can only continue this beginner series for so long. There's so much Java to go over. So this 87th video is the last in this series. But after this, there's going to be like 50 more intermediate videos, hopefully, if I ever find the time. And also, after that, it's going to be more expert. I just can't have like 200 videos in a playlist, or else it'll seem kind of weird. So that's why this is going to be the last video in this series. But trust me, we're not done Java yet. And aside from this, my hardcore Java followers are probably like, alright, what happened to Java game development? I thought we were like halfway through that. Well, we're going to be continuing Java game development, but in the meantime, we need to go over some basics because we're going to be using that in our game programming. So, if you're wondering and worried about, alright, I want to get back to game development, trust me guys, we will build games in Java, but first, we need to learn some more basics. So, what we're going to be going over in this tutorial is a couple things about strings, and I know we talked about strings before, but we never really talked about all the things that we can do with strings. So let's go ahead and make a couple more strings right now. I'm going to name mine A, B, and C, and I'll set A equal to apples. I said a lot of things equal to apples. I just noticed that. String B, set this equal to Bucky, and string C, set this equal to Bucky, but making sure it's all in caps and spell it right. It's crucial. So now we have string A, B, and C. Alright, nothing we've never seen before. Now we already know a couple cool things that we can do, like system out print line, and we can get like the length of a string using a dot length. And let me just test this to make sure it works. Good. And now there we go. And now we can see 6 right here. So, I mean, we already learned a few things, like how we can get the length using calling the length from the string class. But we can also do a couple more things. And the first thing I want to teach you guys how to do is compare strings. Now, it's a little different than you guys might think. So let's go ahead and make an if statement. And what you would usually do is if A is equal to this in whatever, whatever comparison you want using two equal signs. And this is how we learned to compare things before. But whenever we compare strings, what we need to do is we need to use the equals method. So here's what you do. Put A, which is apples, if this equals, and then in your equals you go ahead and write what you want it to equal to. If A equals apples, which it does, what do we want to do? Just go ahead and put system out, like, let's go ahead and just copy this. System out print line. It equals apples. Put that in a string. So let's run this and see what we get after we get rid of that. There we go. Run it and see what we get. And it says an error because I didn't use these two things yet, B or C, so that's why we're getting that. It equals apples, bam, so this worked. And if you're wondering, alright, you just told me to do that, but why can't I use the two equal sign? Well, here's the background for you guys who are just so curious. When you use the two equal signs, how do I say this? If two objects are identical, which means they have the same contents, but they're two separate objects themselves, then it's going to be false. And this happens a lot in strings. It wouldn't happen in this case, but it just can cause a lot of confusion. So with the two equal sign, just remember, if you try to compare with two equal signs and you kept getting an error, that means that you have, they could be the same object, could be both set to apples, but if they aren't the same object, then it's going to be false. So that's why you always need to use the equals method, and that's why they built this method for only strings. If you're wondering, alright, why isn't this in any other class? Because no other class causes problems. What the equals method does is it compares the contents of it, and that's what you always want to do when you're comparing strings. So bam, that's that. And why did I have these two little things right here? Well, we can go ahead and compare these by just doing a little quick copy paste, and we'll put like if B equals C. This is just to demonstrate that that two strings without the same casing is different. So what do we want to write? Bucky's match. Right there. So if string B equals string C, which they're both Bucky, let's see what we get. Run. And it says Bucky's match. Nope, we didn't get a Bucky's match. So let's go ahead and now we can see that, alright, this Bucky does not equal this Bucky. But what if we're writing a computer program and we wanted to like type their name or something and we don't care about casing? Then how can we compare two strings with kind of forgetting about casing? Well, what we need to do is this. Put equals, ignore, case. And now let's see what we get. And now look at this. It says Bucky's match. So again, what I'm trying to demonstrate is anytime you want to compare two strings and you don't want to have to worry about case, then what you do is put B dot equals ignore case, and it's going to compare your two strings just like before, but it's going to take the case of it and pretty much forget about it. Say just the contents. If Bucky equals Bucky, no matter what the casing, bam, as you can clearly see. So that's that for this tutorial. And again, like I said, when you're moving on from this tutorial, don't look for an 88th video. There's not going to be one. You are now ready to go to intermediate Java programming, and I'm going to be building the first tutorial of that next, and it's going to be a continuation of strings. So with that being said, I just want to thank you guys. You finally made it through. You learned so much Java in this series, and I cannot wait to see you next time. So don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you then.